Vuong Tien was just a teenager coming of age, who should have been worrying about getting married and settling down, living a peaceful life like everyone else. But after one hunting trip, everything was turned upside down. His family was targeted by a mysterious force and mercilessly wiped out. For a kid, that was something he just couldn't swallow, so he chose to walk the path of hunting down the culprits. And, ironically, that was exactly what the person behind it all wanted, setting the stage for the legend of the Golden Lion of the Southern Continent. To see just how insane it gets, you'll have to keep watching. The story begins in the Southern Benevolence Continent, amidst the vast Dragon Spring Mountains, where a few deer were calmly drinking water by a lake. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. The herd of deer jerked their heads up in alarm, their eyes instantly locking onto a single direction. They immediately scattered and fled, while the person behind them gave chase without the slightest hesitation. Tien dashed after the deer, expertly catching an item that was thrown to him. Vuong Tien leaped with agility, repeating the motion. The deer ahead were running like the wind, yet he was still closing in on them. He locked his target on the biggest one, which stepped right into a pre-laid trap, and a rope instantly tightened around its leg. The deer was yanked off the ground in a split second. It thrashed violently but remained suspended in the air, the panic clearly visible in its eyes. The weight caused the branch to crack and then snap in two with a loud crunch. It fell to the ground again, but the rope remained tightly wound, offering no escape. The main character approached, holding the rope firmly in one hand. He drew a small knife, calmly noting that this was indeed a strong prey, but it was just its bad luck to run into him today. Once he set his sights on something, it was hard to escape. He sat down next to the deer, and suddenly noticed its belly move slightly, instantly realizing it was pregnant. The blade hovered near the trembling creature's neck, the air thick with tension. But instead of striking, Vuong Tien cut the rope and set it free. The deer looked back at him, its eyes full of caution. He plopped down on the ground with a sigh, thinking that his little sister would probably throw a fit because he was coming home empty-handed for dinner. At that exact moment, something made him freeze. A blue light was flashing from the ancient tree up ahead. What was that glowing thing? He quickly moved closer without a second thought. After a difficult climb, he got close to the source of the light, which looked like a piece of jade embedded in the tree trunk. The moment his hand touched it, the jade immediately cut his skin, drawing blood. He frowned, thinking this thing must have been stuck here for many years. It had almost become one with the tree. He muttered that he would bring a wedge tomorrow to see what kind of treasure it really was. The drop of blood that remained on the brilliant blue surface was slowly absorbed by it. The blue light suddenly flared, growing much more intense. By now, he had already returned to his family's thatched house, the familiar scene slowly coming into view. From a distance, he saw the figures of strangers. Did they have guests? He immediately broke into a dead sprint toward his home. As he opened the door, he called out loudly for his parents, letting them know he was back. But as soon as he stepped inside, his foot caught on a string near the door, and his eyes flew wide with terror. Before him were long red stains dragged across the entryway, a sight that made his heart plummet. Vuong Tien rushed inside in a panic, shouting for his family as he ran. He threw the next door open, only to find a scene of complete and utter chaos. He looked everywhere, frantically searching, calling for his older brother, calling for his little sister. The anxiety was plain on his face as his gaze slowly dropped to the floor. The red marks looked like drag marks. He knew something terrible had happened. His foot stepped onto the dark, wet floor. He trembled as he followed the trail. Each step felt impossibly heavy, his legs shaking, but he forced himself forward. Very quickly, he saw where the trail ended. Standing before the last room, his body went rigid when he saw a bloody handprint on a pillar. The open door revealed a scene that left him utterly frozen. He collapsed to his knees, his voice choking as he called out for his father, his mother, and his little sister. In his eyes, only the fire of rage was burning now. A scream tore through the air, echoing throughout the entire forest. Not far away, someone whispered that 10 days had passed and the treasure still hadn't appeared. Could something have gone wrong? Beachlack immediately dismissed Bach Khan's doubts, insisting that their master's calculations had never been wrong. He turned around, annoyed by the chirping of birds, and called out to Na Min Tien and Bach Khan. Beachlack suggested they search a different mountain, but her expression suddenly changed as she sensed a murderous aura, and an object was thrown toward them. Bach Khan turned his head in surprise, thinking it was a whirling dart, but she denied it, saying the target was to their left. She quickly pinpointed the attacker's position high up in a tree. Vuong Tien rushed out frantically, roaring, "You killed my family. I will make you pay." Beachlack showed no fear. Her gaze remained unusually calm. She gently cast an immobilization spell, observing him and realizing this red-haired boy was more cunning than she had imagined. She waved her hand to release the spell, and he fell to the ground as Bach Khan quickly explained that they were not the killers. They were just passing by when they smelled something strange and came to investigate. The scene was already like this when they arrived. Hearing this, the boy tearfully nodded, acknowledging that he understood. The boy calmly analyzed that there was an unstable aura in the house, but it didn't match theirs. The wounds indicated the killer used a short weapon. If it had been these three, he wouldn't still be standing here. He then bowed his head and apologized. The boy's grief cast a pall over the atmosphere. Bach Khan mentioned that the killer might be a yellow-haired demon, and that there was more than one, which made the boy look up attentively. Vuong Tien shook his head, saying his family were just farmers fleeing from chaos. They had never made any enemies, and he truly didn't understand why this tragedy had befallen them. Bach Khan suddenly wondered if it was related to the Pula scroll and turned toward Beachlack. She immediately signaled for him to be quiet, but it was too late. The boy eagerly asked what the Pula scroll was, causing Bach Khan to quickly cover his own mouth. Nguyen, too, who had been standing quietly to the side the whole time, had been listening intently. He slowly explained that it was the great Pula Jade Wheel Scroll, an ancient artifact that once belonged to a great emperor. After the emperor passed away, it vanished without a trace. Stroking his beard, he said that their calculations indicated it was about to appear in this very place. That was why they had come here to search for it. Bach Chan added that countless others were after the treasure, including many vicious demons. Upon hearing this, Vuong Tien's expression changed slightly. That subtle change did not escape Beachlack's notice. She immediately questioned him bluntly. "Do you know something about it? Getting involved with that thing is extremely dangerous." The boy replied decisively, "The danger is already right in front of me. The killers only left temporarily. They'll be back soon." His analysis confused Bach Khan. The boy explained that no valuables were taken, but his family members were dragged into the kitchen. Clearly, the killers wanted to use this place as a base. Once night falls, they will definitely return. And he asserted that he had seen the treasure they were looking for. "Seeing that you three have extraordinary skills, if you could help me with one thing, just help me, and I will tell you the location of that item." After hearing this, Bach Khan immediately understood Vuong Tien's intention. He wanted them to take revenge for him, didn't he? But the boy pointed directly at the weapon on Bach Khan, saying he didn't want to drag outsiders into it. The revenge for his father's murder had to be done with his own hands. "Give me a weapon I can use, and I'll tell you where the treasure is. That's a fair trade." Bach Khan gently advised him that this was an immortal's magic weapon. An ordinary person couldn't wield it, and it would be even more dangerous against demons. "Don't risk your life," he urged, but the boy paid him no mind. "If I die, I die." Bach Khan still tried to persuade him, saying, "As long as you're alive, there's still a chance." But the boy had already turned his back. "The enemy is in the open while I am hidden. The prepared can strike the unprepared. Even demons won't just stand still waiting to be killed." Hearing this, Nguyen too nodded in approval, remarking, "So young, and yet so brave and perceptive." Very good. Then, he reached into his sleeve. He pulled out a brilliantly shining orb. This treasure is called the Heavenly Thunder Pearl. When all hope is lost, swallow it. You can take your enemies down with you. Nguyen Tu handed the item to Vuong Thien. The boy took it and bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed immortal, for granting my wish. The three of them then turned to leave, their steps never faltering. Bak Khan couldn't hold back and proposed, Master, what if I stay behind and help him out a bit? He's just a boy, but he's got guts. It would be a shame for him to die so needlessly. But Nguyen Tu simply said slowly, every person has their own destiny. I can see that his time is almost up, and his tribulations are piling high. You can't carry that weight, so don't get deeply involved in his karma. Just then, Bichlak interjected, the Heavenly Thunder Pearl is an incredibly powerful and rare immortal treasure granted by our sect. We don't even know if that kid's telling the truth. Master, for you to just give it to him, isn't that a little too reckless? The old man closed his eyes and sighed. He's a mortal. He can't control ordinary magic artifacts. Only the Heavenly Thunder Pearl can unleash its power by merging with his body. If I didn't give it to him, how could he possibly win? Besides, the Puli art is an unpredictable power. I've tried to calculate its emergence many times but couldn't figure it out. We searched for 10 days without hope, so this boy's appearance must be destiny. Bak Khan took the opportunity to make his final point, but he's going to die. Nguyen Tu replied indifferently, all mortals die eventually. Since he already has the will to die, let's just allow him to fulfill his wish. No merit will be lost. Let's go. Time passed. A few hours later, the gang of monkey minions gathered, chattering excitedly. The intelligence was accurate. Tomorrow, at the hour of the rooster, would be the time. They decided to spend the night there. The following night, they would help their great king eliminate the target. Their leader warned in a stern voice that anyone who leaked this information would be executed. And the whole group answered curtly, understood. The monkey in the lead gave the closed door a gentle push. A scornful smile was still on its face when suddenly, a small trap by the door was triggered. A rope was pulled taut, snapping violently up into a tree branch with calculated precision. Before it could even understand what was happening, a sharpened wooden stake shot out, and the monkey in the lead couldn't dodge in time to avoid taking the full impact. The ground was splattered with red, and the rest of the group froze for a solid second. The rope tightened, and the monkey minion immediately snapped out of it and screamed, "It's a trap! Retreat! Search the area! Find whoever is hiding and drag them out!" Without a word, 3 monkeys instantly split up and shot off in 3 different directions. One of them leapt onto the roof. Another one scrambled up into the highest tree branches, and the last one ran around to the back of the house, where it accidentally fell into another trap while scouting the area. Before it could figure out what was happening, it was hoisted upside down into a tree, screeching its lungs out. Then, its eyes met a pair that were glowing brightly in the darkness, belonging to none other than Vuong. Thien attacked with a hidden weapon, a clean strike that grazed its throat and silenced it instantly. By now, the rest of the monkeys had spotted his location. He's over there. Grab your weapons. They immediately formed an encirclement to capture Vuong Thien, but he remained perfectly still, observing them without any rush. The tip of his dagger was placed right against the rope. With a single, forceful press, the rope snapped in two. Immediately after, a volley of hidden weapons shot toward the 2 monkeys. They tried to dodge but were still hit, and that wasn't the end of it. Another trap was lying in wait. One of the 2 monkeys took advantage of the chaos and lunged forward, intending to finish Vuong Thien right then and there. His pupils constricted warily. With extreme speed, Vuong Thien raised his dagger into a defensive stance, remaining perfectly composed. The monkey attacked relentlessly, pushing him back, but our hero gritted his teeth, enduring the assault while looking for an opening to counter. The creature snarled, "You're not getting away that easily," then seized his wrist in a tight lock. Immediately after, its partner rushed in, striking Vuong Tian's other arm and shattering his stance. It didn't stop there. The monkey then gave him a powerful yank, and the force of the pull sent Vuong Tian flying. He tumbled several times, splattering blood everywhere, before coming to a stop, where he lay, trembling, flat on the ground. He strained his body, trying to sit up, but his limbs were numb. All his efforts were completely useless. Beneath the light of the full moon, the monkey demon appeared with a dignified air, scoffing that he was just a normal kid, and yet you dared to touch my men. Today, I will capture you alive and take you back to face judgment. Then he unleashed the tendon-pulling strike. Vuong Tian furrowed his brow, gritted his teeth, and stared the brute right in the face. He curled up and started crawling, but after just a few yards, his body was completely exhausted. Two monkey thugs jumped down from nowhere to watch the show, swaggering around to show off their power. They even started chanting along, "Tendon-pulling strike." He ignored them, pushing off with his legs to keep crawling, which just annoyed the thug. The brute swung his blade violently. A surge of pain made him cry out, unable to hide it. Immediately after, Vuong Tian collapsed to the ground, trembling, but he still refused to give up, showing unbelievable stubbornness. Hao-Tu stood still, waiting for Vuong Tian to crawl closer. Seeing this, the thug from before sneered and asked if he could still move. Every time he moved, more blood gushed out. The more he struggled, the deeper the wound became, and the weaker he got. Then the two monkey thugs charged in together, and it felt like all the strength had been drained from Vuong Tian's body. Even so, he kept dragging himself forward, not hesitating for a single second. Now, Vuong Tian was cornered inside his own house. The brute casually stomped on him several times with utter contempt. He laughed. "Still haven't given up. Interesting." The two monkey thugs stood by, waiting for orders, while Vuong Tian, pinned down, still tried to push himself up. The corner of his mouth curved into a cryptic smile, and for a moment, it made the thug pause in confusion. Vuong Tian swallowed something, and instantly, a flash of light made Hao-Tu's eyes widen in shock. A massive explosion erupted, sending the monkeys into a panic. The three of them returned to the ancient tree, where Bitchlak skillfully used her flying blade to pry off the bark. She immediately powered it up, tearing away the obstructions as easily as snapping a rice cracker. The flying blade slipped into the crevice, pried the jade pendant from the tree, and then she carefully enveloped it in her spiritual energy. Bak Khan delightedly praised his senior sister, saying her technique was becoming as graceful as a dance, whereas he would have just taken an axe to the tree. Bitchlak turned with a small smile and teased, "Crude." She turned and presented the jade pendant to Nguyen Tu, her voice respectful. "Master." Nguyen Tu took it, examined it, and nodded. "This is it." But just then, a flash of light in the distance made all three of them freeze. Bak Chan and Bitchlak immediately tensed up, their expressions turning grim. Subscribe to the channel for more new videos. Let's go. We need to see what's happening. The ground had been blasted into a massive crater, with smoke rising as thick as fog. Nguyen Tu looked down, his brow furrowed in a deep, unconcealed frown. He said in a low voice, "I can't believe it. The house is gone." And that boy? He pushed the power of the heavenly thunderseed to this extent. Bitchlak stammered in agreement. Yes, that's right. She said that even she couldn't control the heavenly thunderseed outside of her own body. Even if she were to self-destruct, she couldn't generate that level of power. Just then, the jade pendant in Nguyen Tu's hand suddenly shot upward. It darted away like a bolt of lightning, light from the pendant spreading out endlessly. Above the crater, a hazy layer of light covered the entire area as the jade pendant spun, in a circle, as if it were absorbing the life essence of everything around it. Within the glowing light, pieces of the houses began to reappear. The grassy ground beneath them was restored, and roofs and walls gradually took shape. Before their very eyes, the entire surrounding forest materialized with stunning clarity. The jade pendant continued to draw in spiritual energy until a blinding light erupted before them. Even his damaged limbs were gradually being restored. The jade pendant unleashed its pillar art on Vuong Tien, regenerating his body in a feat that seemed to defy the heavens. Thanks to its power, his body was made whole once more. As he slowly descended and touched the ground, Nguyen Tu rushed forward to catch him. He supported the boy's limp body, wondering who could have activated the great Fule pillar art, then touched him, thinking he'd perform a quick examination. He quickly performed the lightning law, lightning transmission cycle, sending a microcurrent of electricity into the boy's body. This was to inspect his meridians and help restore his bodily functions. Nguyen Tu grew more suspicious, as it was strange for a normal child. Just then, Vuong Tien's eyes fluttered open, and he stared at the man in awe, calling out, "Immortal, immortal elder." Tien knelt and said, "You saved me." The old man replied gently, "There's no need for such formalities, little one." Vuong Tien glanced around, so bewildered he was at a loss for words. Then he asked where the monkey demons were. Nguyen Tu calmly replied, "You took care of all of them. You've avenged your family." Tears suddenly streamed down Vuong Tien's face. He sobbed uncontrollably right in front of them. Nguyen Tu placed a hand on his shoulder. He reassured him, "This humble Taoist has just examined you. Your muscles, bones, and meridians are no longer in critical danger, but the effects of the heavenly lightning seed remain. It can't be completely removed yet. Since you're not a cultivator, you'll need time to rest and recover." "All right, that's enough for now. We still have a journey ahead of us, so we'll part ways here." Vuong Tien suddenly dropped to his knees, kowtowing with his head hitting the ground hard. He kowtowed repeatedly, "Thanks to the immortal's help, my family can rest in peace. This little one has nothing to repay you with, so please accept my deepest gratitude." Suddenly, black smoke billowed up behind them, and fierce gusts of wind began to swirl violently. Beachlack immediately sensed that something was wrong. She looked up and saw the wind gathering into a whirlwind. She froze in her tracks, then shouted, "Master, we've got trouble." The whistling wind coiled and converged on a single point as a voice boomed like thunder. A pair of furious golden eyes flashed as arrogant words echoed throughout the area, and all three of them looked up in unison. His figure slowly emerged from behind the curtain of wind, his aura majestic, his blue eyes filled with a chilling fervor. He gave off a presence that suggested even gods and demons wouldn't want to be taken alive by him. Mithun turned with a sinister laugh. "Which one of you has a death wish, daring to kill this king's descendants?" "A death wish indeed." Nguyen Tu stared at him, stunned, from his attire to his mask and his wolf-like voice. Could it be? But the man cut him off with a shout. "Cut the crap! Which one of you killed my children?" Vuong Tien stood up and immediately took the blame. "I did it, and I'll bear the consequences alone. Those monkey demons were evil and deserved to die. My only regret is that I couldn't make them pay an even higher price." Mithun pointed directly at him and roared, "Hey, you, the red-haired kid. You may look strange, but you've got some real backbone." He raised his hand and gave a command. The flags behind him immediately shot forward, their sharp tips all pointing at the boy. Mithun's voice was cold, "Then don't blame me. By order of the great king, execute him." As soon as he finished speaking, the flags lunged toward Vuong Tien like spears. He watched in terror, while Bitch Lack gasped, "A puppeteer. That's a control art." She immediately stepped forward, shielding Vuong Tien with her body. Beach Lack extended her hand, and the flags instantly froze in midair. Mithun was shocked. "Ha, so it really was you people. I knew it. How could a mere mortal child have done this?" He leapt off the ground and waved his hand, his sharp voice echoing far and wide. "The great king is in a very good mood today. I'll kill a few more just for fun." Bitch Lack tried to control the flag, but it trembled violently as if it were being pulled back. The opponent's overwhelming power made it difficult for her to resist. She was forced back step by step under the pressure. She panicked. A control technique was supposed to weaken with distance. Yet, he was still overwhelmingly strong. Within my sect, I'm considered one of the best at divine control techniques, yet I'm still being suppressed. I can't even get close from several yards away. His strength is on a completely different level. He's so much stronger than me. This is bad. I can't hold on for much longer. But she had no other choice. She had to try to knock the flags into the sky to escape. Beachlack spun and launched a kicking technique, sending his flags flying. They were knocked into the air, soaring high. Instantly, she sprang into action. Beachlack snatched Vuong Tien in a flash, pulling him up and dashing away like the wind. She urged him to run forward at full speed, without looking back. The flags flew forward and pinned the four corners of the entire village. They pursued her shadow, plunging into the ground one by one in a relentless chase. But they couldn't possibly catch Beachlack. By the time the flags landed, they only hit the misty smoke she had left behind. She rushed straight toward Guyantu, and just as she arrived, a flag plunged down, right behind her heel, so close it sent a shiver down her spine. Beachlack put Vuong Tien down, panting heavily as if she had just run through a storm. She frowned, realizing this was a formidable enemy, but then she gave a slight smile, because the timing was just perfect. From the roof, a figure suddenly burst through. Mithuan leaped high into the air as Bak Khan charged forward with a loud laugh. "Demon, your grandpa Bak is here." He threw his weapon straight at his face, roaring, "Why don't you surrender already?" As the weapon was about to hit, Mithuan immediately spun to dodge. With a swift movement, he evaded it, so cleanly it was as if he was never there. Bak Khan seized the opportunity to close in while he was off balance. He swung his weapon repeatedly, forcing Mithuan back step by step. He laughed triumphantly. "You're good at dodging, but can you keep it up forever?" Bak Khan shouted. "Enlarge," and his weapon immediately swelled in size, its power surging. Mithuan extended his hand to perform a control technique, laughing gleefully. A magic weapon, once it leaves your hand, falls under the control of mine. His opponent's weapon was frozen in place by his power, but Bak Khan just smirked. He was still gloating when a flash of light appeared right above his head. Mithuan froze, just as Bak Khan's weapon fell to the ground with a thud. Beachlack had immediately followed up with her own control technique. She had wrestled control of the weapon away from Mithuan. Beachlack clasped her hands together, focusing her power to form a binding seal. The weapon immediately slammed down, crushing him from within the immense pressure. The scorched mask fell straight to the ground with a clatter. Bakshan immediately returned to stand beside Nguyen Tu. The weapon in his hand gradually shrank, and he quickly tucked it back into his pouch. He looked at the mask on the ground doubtfully. "Is it over? Why is there only a mask? Where's the body?" Beachlack's voice turned serious. "Wait a minute." Bak Khan was skeptical. "Senior sister, did you find something? What did you sense?" Beachlack scanned their surroundings with a warning look. The enemy's aura hadn't faded. She was starting to get tense. Not only had it not faded, it was getting even stronger. Mithuan's mask suddenly pieced itself back together, reforming as if it were new. A mysterious laugh echoed as he arrogantly shouted, "Let the clouds part. So what if the sun is rising? This king still wants to end you." The surrounding wind immediately converged. Then his body completely reappeared. Mithuan had recovered, mocking the little girl for her sneak attacks in the dark. "You've got tricks, but as for skill, you're not grown up enough to scare me," Bak Khan muttered. Body of impermanent form, gathering and scattering at will. Could it be chi dispersion and reformation, or some kind of illusionary transformation? What a bizarre movement technique. He can turn his physical body into a gaseous state to dodge attacks. He turned to her, his face slightly pale, his unease obvious. "Senior sister, if that's really high-level chi dispersion and reformation, then this demon monkey is not to be underestimated. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for just the two of us. Nguyen Tu saw her trembling slightly and asked softly, Bitch Lak, do you still wish to continue? She answered calmly, Our opponent is indeed a rare master, but it's not like we have no chance of winning. So what if he can use Chi dispersion and reformation? She wasn't ready to give up. Master, please allow me one more round. Nguyen Tu's voice was deep as he agreed. Bak Khan thought to himself, bewildered. Senior sister normally hates getting involved in other people's business. Why is she so fired up today? Mithuan let out a strange laugh. Conceited little girl, you want to play with this king? Bitch Lak stepped forward and shouted, Quiet down. Bak Khan, let's go. He also stepped forward, responding curtly, As you command, senior sister. Bitch Lak lowered her voice to remind him he's a master of manipulation arts, and he also knows Chi dispersion and reformation. Bak Khan smiled and replied, Of course, I know. The two of them began chanting in unison, their coordination incredibly fast. Their hands continuously formed seals as their mouths ceaselessly chanted incantations. Mithuan sneered, a synchronized chant. Another one of your pointless, elaborate tricks. Bitch Lak pulled an object out from her pouch. She did a somersault and then slammed it hard onto the ground, shouting clearly, Celestial Scout's Edict. By the heavenly general's might, seek the earth's veins and secure the 8 directions. The Chiman 8 trigrams formation immediately began to glow, the formation diagram unfurling right beneath their feet. A golden light covered everything, she explained. Chi dispersion and reformation is a famous earth vein shifting technique from the Mountain Character Sect, a heretical Taoist branch. The Mountain Character Sect is a Taoist branch whose magic is divided into 9 veins: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ground, and heaven. This technique allows one to render the body ethereal, concealing both form and soul, making them difficult to detect. But its weakness is that they must reform every few breaths. The Chiman battle formation is now set. Junior brother, the next part is up to you. Bak Khan drew his weapon. He looked at Bitch Lak sitting inside the formation diagram and asked softly, Senior sister. She closed her eyes to sense him. The demon monkey's aura is lingering within the formation, gathering and scattering. He's planning to attack from your blind spot. Too bad for him he ran into me today. She yelled, You monster. There's no escape. I just need to catch the exact moment you solidify, and you won't have time to dematerialize. Bitch Lak's sharp voice called out, He's here, behind you. A hazy smoke materialized behind Bak Khan, who spun around and swung his weapon straight at it. But Mithuan's body dissolved again. He gritted his teeth, thinking. He dematerialized again. I'm still not fast enough. Bak Khan shouted, I have to be faster. Bitch Lak calmly reassured him. Don't rush. We need to gauge the speed of his dematerialization. Then she immediately gave the command, To your right. Bak Khan instantly dashed in that direction, seizing the opportunity to close the distance. Just as he launched his attack, she yelled again, Below, quick. Bak Khan frowned. He was almost catching up to his opponent's rhythm. Bitch Lak shouted out commands like she was conducting a battle. Behind you, Bak Khan roared as he swung his weapon. I'm getting closer. Bitch Lak's eyes snapped open as she stressed. Above, throw the mace. He immediately hurled the mace high into the air. Meithuan's figure appeared in the air at that exact moment, as if his move had been perfectly predicted. He reached out smugly. This king already told you, a weapon that leaves your hand is as good as offered to me. The mace flew towards him. He looked momentarily startled but didn't slow down at all. Just then, Bitch Lak smirked, a look that clearly said, Gotcha. His mace passed right through Mithuan's body. Bak Khan was overjoyed. A hit. Senior sister's strategy is unbeatable. But as he watched the smoke dissipate, his heart skipped a beat. Something felt wrong. Mithuan's mask was still grinning gleefully. I've been hit. Oh, the pain. The pain is killing me. Bitchlak's brow furrowed. Her eyes locked on him. Bak Khan was stunned. It still didn't hit. This guy's dematerialization speed is far beyond imagination. It's ridiculously fast. Mithuan reformed with a smug look. Not bad. Using a boosting art combined with that woman's control technique to skyrocket your speed in an instant. Under that dual influence, this king almost lost control. My control faltered. A mistake. Yes, a mistake. But it will only happen once. You won't be so lucky next time. His mask turned red. Bak Khan was shocked. His mask changed color. Mithuan laughed arrogantly. Now, it's this king's turn to attack. Bak Khan glanced at Bitchlak, who gave a slight nod. The message was understood. Suddenly, the farming tools around the house began to shake and slide. They shot into the air as he said, "Perhaps you also know that a power stance has one major drawback. This art enhances your physical state, increasing your power, but at the cost of your speed." Bak Khan immediately activated his lightning dash, shouting, "If that's the case, then let me show you my true speed." He activated the technique, his body becoming a flash of lightning, moving so fast it was hard to track. Mithuan waved his hand, and the farming tools shot towards him like a storm of blades. Bak Khan was channeling his lightning, and quickly tried to form a new seal in response. But he wasn't fast enough to transform and dodge everything. He became a beam of light, silently closing in on him step by step. Mace in hand, Bak Khan appeared directly behind Mithuan. He swept the mace forward, decisive and without hesitation. Mithuan was slightly surprised, much faster now. "I see." He vanished again with a mocking laugh, trying to sneak up on me from behind. What a waste of effort. Bitchlak kept shouting, "Wind position, down." He slashed right through the hazy smoke in front of him, only to hit an afterimage. A flicker of light appeared from behind as Mithuan reformed. Bak Khan relentlessly threw his mace, pressing the attack, but Mithuan, having just taken shape, suddenly turned his head, his eyes filled with provocation. He watched the mace fly toward him and roared with laughter, his body once again dissolving like a breeze and vanishing without a trace. Bitchlak kept calling out positions. Again. Behind, at the thunder position, Bak Khan instantly shot forward, his movements slicing through the air. He threw his weapon as she guided, and lightning flashed in the air while her voice rang out urgently. Earth position, down. Thirst, water position, behind. Heaven position, above. Mithuan blinked out of existence, smiling smugly like he was playing a game of hide-and-seek. He sneered, "One attacks while the other just watches, and you think you can take me on. That's like throwing an egg against a rock." Bak Khan still swung, his mace without mercy, but Mithuan instantly scattered into the wind and escaped. He taunted them, "You're still wet behind the ears and you think you can keep up with this king's elegant movements. How naive." Bitchlak felt a moment of panic. After, his mask turned red. His dematerialization became even faster. But then, she looked up and saw Bak Khan lower his mace. Her eyes shot open as she warned, "Mountain position. Above, get closer." He responded instantly, "Got it." Bak Khan's form flickered, and he reappeared right behind his opponent. He gripped the mace and swept it through the hazy body, but Mithuan simply flickered in and out of existence before reforming once more. Bitchlak frowned, thinking to herself, "Just as I thought, even when he's ethereal. He still reveals his position for a split second. Right then, she cut in, and there's more. Khan, now's your chance. Turn around." Bak Khan did exactly as she said without a moment's hesitation. "Throw the mace." Mithuan let out a wicked laugh. "With such a pathetic little mace, this king advises you to give up now and save yourself the trouble." His silhouette flashed behind him like a bolt of lightning. Bak Khan grinned smugly. "Whoever told you that a mace is all I know how to use?" He channeled his thunder energy and threw a heavy, clean punch straight into Mithuan's head. Bitchlak was ecstatic. His spirit form is shattered. We did it. The red mask flew off and slammed into the ground with a loud thud. Vuong Tian was stunned. He wondered how, during that final blow, his big sister hadn't even had time to call out the position. How did his big brother know the exact spot where the demon would appear? Nguyen too was also astonished. To think that boy's eyes could actually keep up with that speed. He lowered his voice and asked, "So, are you interested in the path of cultivation?" The boy looked down and replied, "I never thought about it. I didn't realize a person could become that strong. If I were like him and her, maybe my family would still." At that, Vuong Tian broke down into heart-wrenching sobs, his emotions finally overflowing as if all the pain he'd suppressed for so long had finally found an escape. The old man simply turned away in silence, a heavy air about him, as if he had seen far too many things that were better left unsaid. Taidong is essentially object control, a magical art that uses one's vital energy to manipulate objects. It might sound simple, but its difficulty is anything but. The boy asked blankly, "But if you don't have an object, what is there to control?" But the old man responded sternly, "You are mistaken to think that way." He explained that control isn't just about moving objects, it's a grand art of the Taoist path. The greatest masters can subjugate all things, whether they're inanimate or living creatures. Just hearing about it gave me goosebumps. He snapped to his senses, realizing things weren't nearly as simple as he had thought. If that's the case, then the one she's controlling is actually him. The thought sent a chill down his spine. The main character suddenly understood. From the very beginning, she had set the stage, deliberately shouting positions to make the demon ape think he was following her orders. But in reality, the real attack was coming from behind. He looked at Bak Khan with joy, realizing his body had been under her control the entire time. Every move before that was just a feint. She calmly read out the positions, each word like she was setting a trap. He continued, explaining that one part was to gauge its speed, while the other was to test for weaknesses. Every single step was calculated. At the same time, it made the demon lower its guard, getting led by the nose before it even had time to react. Just as the final position was called, he suddenly appeared at a vital point, leaving the ape completely stunned. The demon ape, caught off guard, was cleanly countered without any time to recover, turning the tide of the battle in the blink of an eye. Nguyen too looked at him and smiled with admiration. This kid was truly sharp. With just a small hint, he'd already figured out so much, but he wasn't done yet. There was still one more thing. He said there was something very strange. When he used his mace to hit the opponent, it was clearly ineffective, but the final blow, struck without the mace, was completely different. To see so deeply into a battle of this level on his first time witnessing one, his insight was truly extraordinary. The main character asked, and the immortal master explained that the demon's fluid and unpredictable body meant there were only two possibilities. The first is the divine ability, the corporeal dissipation technique, which allows its physical body to transform. It can change its form at will, making attacks feel as if they're striking empty airs. However, if it's hit before it can fully dematerialize, the damage will still take effect. The second possibility is that it doesn't have a true physical body at all and only exists as a separated soul. Hearing this, he and the others all froze in place. If that were the case, then it wouldn't matter how fast you were. Normal attacks would be completely useless. The thought alone was stressful. But without the protection of a physical body, the soul is extremely fragile. If it sustains heavy damage, it could dissipate completely, and the consequences would be incredibly severe. Therefore, a state like this can't be maintained for long during combat. Vuong Tian shouted, finally piecing everything together. So his final Thunderhand attack must have been a technique designed specifically to strike the souls. Nguyen too nodded, confirming that it was a spell capable of attacking the soul. When one's magical power reaches a certain realm, they can destroy both body and soul, and this battle was proof of that. Everything was done to ensure there were no mistakes. He marveled at it all, from the corporeal dissipation technique to soul separation. It was truly eye-opening. From object control to person control, everything far exceeded his initial imagination. Just then, Mithuan suddenly began to sing in a high-pitched voice, and the atmosphere immediately turned bizarre. He crooned a strange verse, the melody sending a chill down everyone's spine. Each word rang out as if announcing that a new act was about to begin. The mask on his face began to close, piecing itself back together as if it had never been broken. He lamented about his beauty in a distorted voice that was both absurd and horrifying. His mouth kept repeating that he was very angry, very angry. Bijlak shut his eyes tightly, seemingly focusing his entire spirit. Sweat rolled down his face as he panicked. How could this be happening? She was also stunned. The attack had clearly hit its target just a moment ago. He was certain that he had seen the opponent's true essence disintegrate. But Mithuan simply stood back up and laughed mockingly, making it impossible for either of them to believe their eyes. His gaze wavered. Could it all have been an illusion? She immediately spoke in a serious tone. This is the soul-splitting technique. He praised her for sniffing out the clue, but still criticized the two of them for underestimating him. He hated duets the most, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He even dared them to call that old geezer over if they wanted to see him get truly serious. She scoffed coldly, saying he wasn't even worthy of touching her master. A concise retort, yet filled with killing intent. He laughed maliciously, declaring that if they wouldn't step down, he would change the game. As he spoke, his mask suddenly split into multiple pieces. Countless masks appeared, their resonant singing making the air even more suffocating. He mocked them as if they were merely actors on a stage. The masks turned gold and multiplied into the thousands, surrounding them from all sides. And that was when things got really crazy. She yelled out, asking if he really thought they would admit defeat so easily. She questioned him, wondering if his earlier attacks were all just a diversion. Look up and see. He had already walked right into the formation she had set up beforehand. It was still unclear who would lose, but he was the one who was truly cornered. Mithuan tilted his head in confusion, clearly not having noticed anything unusual yet. A golden light erupted around her as the art of the mysterious gate was deployed. Mysterious gate, hidden jaw technique, an esoteric art that divines fortune and misfortune based on directional positions. It relies on measuring directions to calculate the battle formation and its transformations. Using her energy, she lays out the mysterious gate formation, turning the space into her own personal chessboard. From there, she can control, direct, and change the entire state of the battlefield. He looked around with suspicion, having clearly sensed that something was different. She stood tall, declaring that she would show him her true power. The battle of the sect's first disciples was only now officially beginning. The moment she finished the incantation, the flying dagger shot from its sheath. With a flash of light, the flying dagger appeared in midair. It vibrated intensely before shattering into countless smaller shards. The blade fragments gradually filled the sky, creating a suffocatingly spectacular scene. Waves of vibrations rippled outwards. They all aligned in perfect formation, their sharp points aimed uniformly at him. She raised her voice to shout the command, preparing to unleash the decisive blow. "Junior brother, add lightning." Bak Kan held out a hand with a smug, "Bring it on, look," then finished with a simple, "You got it." He looked up and thought to himself that his senior sister had truly calculated the auspicious and inauspicious directions here. With a single move, she'd put the entire board in checkmate. It turned out the fight before was just bait to lure that monster right into the formation. With control arts, to put it simply, whoever has more precise control and greater power holds the advantage. A familiar magical weapon combined with familiar terrain provides a massive buff for a control art master. That's why terrain familiarity is absolutely critical. Being off by even a hair can ruin the entire formation. He quickly recalled her technique's formula, observing the stars, stepping on the formation's eye, reading the heavens, finding the earth, locating the ley lines, and setting the 8 directions. Lightning filled the sky, and 1,000 blades rained down. His heart pounded as he watched the scene. The main character thought to himself that any top-tier control art master would naturally seize opportunities in battle. They create their own advantages to cast spells, following a philosophy where fighting is secondary, setting the stage is what matters. With the mysterious gate formation set, both sides were being gradually worn down, making it difficult to unleash their full power, no matter how clever their techniques. Especially that demon ape. It was uncertain if he even had the means to use a move like the one he pulled earlier. Bichlak frowned, then said aloud, "I also know the cloning technique. When you split your spiritual soul, your energy diminishes proportionally. In other words, the more you split your consciousness, the weaker each part becomes. There's no such thing as creating clones that are still at full power. If they're too weak, splitting off actually becomes a burden that just drags you down. So if you've thrown out this many clones, this must be all of them, right?" The flying blades, shrouded in a lightning aura, flashed brightly as if tearing through the air. She pointed forward, her voice icy cold. "I've already set the stage for you. Now that you're done putting on your makeup, it's time to perform. Stop standing around and showing off." The flying blades shot straight towards Mithuan's swarm of masks, shredding them relentlessly, causing him to falter for a beat. The lightning blades roared like tigers, but the golden masks were as hard as stone, a truly tough opponent. He thought to himself that this mysterious gate array was quite interesting, then immediately pulled his net back together. He gathered the masks together, making it impossible for the flying blades to pierce through, as if blocked by an invisible wall. She frowned. These red masks were truly impenetrable. The flying blades just bounced right off them. The number of clones decreased, but the intensity of each one increased, just as she had calculated. She shouted, "All you're doing is trapping yourself. The more you consolidate, the fewer escape routes you'll have." With that, her flying blades began to converge. They swirled and merged, forming a single, chillingly sharp azure blade that looked suffocatingly powerful. It shot straight toward Mithuan with incredible, clean speed. His various selves immediately linked together, as if in an emergency conference. The flying blade's momentum was broken. He smirked mockingly. "Oh dear, what is this king to do now?" Bichlak gritted her teeth in anger. "Very good, you still have the last 3. Let's see how you'll escape this time." The flying blade spun like a drill, boring deep into the mass of masks. He was startled for a moment, but then put on an act like he was perfectly fine. The master thespian. A screeching sound echoed out again as he transformed, laughing loudly as if the entire battle were a joke. Then he merged once more. She was secretly pleased, as the mask turned a dry, black color, giving off a much more potent feeling. His aura also rose to its peak. It seemed this was the demon monkey's true form. She spread her arms wide, her voice resolute. "Prepare for the next attack." For this final act, the 3 large flying blades merged in the blink of an eye, as if concentrating all their pressure into a single point. Lightning radiated through the air, rumbling with a menacing sound. The silver light of the blade flashed with a sharp, spine-chilling white streak. It aimed its tip directly at Mithuan, as if to say, "There's no escape." Bichlak shouted an incantation, commanding control and forcing the blade to lock onto its target. She thrust her hands forward forcefully. "Let's end this right here." Mithuan laughed loudly and began to sing a mocking tune, as if this were all just a game to him. Nguyen too suddenly felt that something was wrong. The massive blade suddenly halted right before his eyes, stopping dead in its tracks as if someone had slammed on the brakes. Bichlak's eyes widened in shock. "What? Why did it stop? Don't tell me he's using his own control art to fight back directly." Her controlling hands began to tremble. She could feel a distinct pull as their forces struggled against each other. The flying blade was no longer obeying her. as if its strings were being pulled by someone else. She panicked. No way. That's absolutely impossible. No matter how powerful a control master is, you can't possibly overpower my own magical artifact inside my own array. He smirked disdainfully and said, "Giving up already." She was completely bewildered. What in the world was this? What on earth is happening? She looked down as if jolted awake and said, "This is wrong. My spell array is gone." Mithuan leaped into the air with a triumphant laugh, mocking her for setting up a play within a play, acting with her eyes closed only to harm herself. He looked down with a chilling smile, while she bowed her head in confusion, her mind reeling. A play within a play. She looked up in shock. Could it be? She muttered to herself, "I can't see it anymore. It's really gone." Mithuan quickly set up a capture array, locking it with the 4 wisdom boundary seal. The 4 corners of the boundary seal were pinned down by flags, locked in tight like nails. Seeing the red flags as markers, Bak Khan was stunned and thought, could it be that from the very beginning of the fight, when the demon ape had already used 4 command flags to counter my senior sister's control technique? He suddenly remembered the 4 red flags that Mithuan had deployed earlier. The main character let out a horrified gasp. He had already ridden the momentum. The 4 command flags had established a restricted zone in designated directions, setting up the array well in advance. That meant the demon ape had gained the upper hand back then, personally creating the circumstances to turn the tables. Their coordinated attack just now had the same intention as his senior sister's, but he turned it against them. It was all to probe her and force her to use her final ultimate technique. And then, we were led by the nose. It was a total defeat. From the exchange of blows to the tactics, he read them like a book. Mithuan laughed with contempt. The top disciple of a sect is only this capable. What kind of sect are you, anyway? He even threw out a taunt, telling them to just close up shop, before the flying blade instantly turned and shot straight toward Bitchlack, as if to make a point. She was in turmoil, her body frozen stiff, her movements no longer obeying her will, and her mind was a complete blank, as if her rhythm had been locked. Bak Khan lunged forward to push her away, urgently shouting as he pulled her, "Senior sister, watch out." He glanced down at his feet in alarm. His own feet were also stuck in place, as if they were pinned to the ground. Bitchlack barely had time to see the flying blade rushing toward her, dangerously close. Just then, 2 strips of silk shot out from the front. Then, another ribbon suddenly flew in from behind in a classic Justin Thenick of time. Rescue. They swiftly wrapped around the 2 of them, yanking them away and cleanly dodging the incoming wave of attacks. As Bak Khan and Bitchlack were pulled away by the silk, she stared wide-eyed into the air, still in disbelief. The silk ribbon sent them sliding rapidly toward Vuong Tien, like an urgent delivery. Both of them shouted in unison, "Master." Nguyen Tu calmly retracted the silk into his sleeve, then turned to face the demon Mithuan directly. He spoke in a solemn voice, hidden wind, concealed breath, and the spirit division art, if this humble priest is not mistaken. You must be Me Ape King, the demon Buddha of Mount Amy. Correct. Hiding in the shadows. Mithuan burst into loud laughter as a red mask hovered around him, the sound echoing unpleasantly. He said smugly, "Old man, this king has been playing with your 2 disciples for so long that I was about to fall asleep. What a complete waste of time." He then made a snide remark, something like, "Even ants dare to challenge me." He criticized them for being weak and talkative, all talk but no real skill. Then he gestured with his chin and said, "Immortal Elder, it's your turn. Time to bring out the grown-ups. Stepping into a new confrontation yourself is more like it." Faced with such taunts, the master only smiled faintly, his calmness almost unsettling. He said, "My sect is just a small school in the wild mountains, not worth mentioning. But my 2 disciples are not weak at all. They simply lack real experience." Bitchlack looked up, stunned, and stuttered, "Master." Nguyen Tu continued, "Besides, You've been toying with my disciples for so long. Weren't you just using them as bait to lure me into your little trap? If I hadn't walked in here myself, would you have ever let them go?" His disciples fell silent. She suddenly recalled her master's earlier warning and bowed her head in confusion, thinking, so, Master knew all along. A mocking laugh echoed through the air once more. Mithuan taunted them in a sing-song voice about their deep bond between master and student, his words grating on their nerves. He growled, "Now that you're inside my array, you're left with only half your power. I can't believe you dared to deliver yourself to me. But remember this, if you fall, then they can forget about leaving here alive." Looking at the dense swarm of flying blades surrounding him, Nguyen Tu just smirked, showing no sign of pressure. He drew his magical artifact and calmly replied, "Half my power is more than enough to kill you." Mithuan roared with laughter. "Since the day this king achieved sainthood, I have never met anyone so arrogant. I've never seen anyone dare to speak to me like that." Nguyen Tu immediately hurled his artifact toward him. He chanted, "Suppress, Netherwater, 9 hells, mystic frost," and a wave of water instantly covered the ground. The water solidified the moment it touched the energy within the array, startling Mithuan. He shuddered. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? The chilling aura is overwhelming, and the water has a blackish gleam. What in the world is this stuff? Bak Khan panicked. Master is using his close quarters treasure. This is getting really intense. He thought to himself, the treasure mirror of heaven and earth. It seems this demon monkey is even stronger than I imagined. Mithuan screamed, "Ignore him. It's just a cheap trick." The flying blades shrieked as they descended upon Nguyen Tu, while Mithuan roared out his incantation like a war drum, his presence booming with power. But every single one of his attacks was blocked by the master's wave of water, like hitting a wall of solid ice. He snarled, "You can block me now, but you can't block me forever. Let's see how long you can hold out." A dense curtain of blades rained down, but as they neared the master, they began to vibrate violently as if being suppressed. Nguyen Tu simply looked up in silence, and the flying blades suddenly froze in midair, as if they were afraid. Bak Khan immediately called out, "His control technique isn't working anymore." They were just falling straight down, their levitation force completely gone. Mithuan stood there in shock, thinking to himself, "This is bad." The old man has started his incantation, Netherwater, Yin Wind Swift. The blades instantly exploded, shattering into pieces in the blink of an eye. They seemed to be stained crimson before turning back around, reversing the situation in a dramatic instant. Each shard shot backward, piercing through the swarm of masks layer by layer. Mithuan's masks shattered one after another, crumbling into tiny fragments. The fragments rained down to the ground, making it look like he was being peeled away, one layer at a time. Vuong Tien nervously asked his senior sister if the stinking monkey was finished, but she replied grimly, "Not yet. The demon monkey is still there." Mithuan's bloodshot eyes, filled with resentment, were revealed. A single glance was enough to see his bitter rage. He roared, "Old man, what kind of dirty trick did you pull?" Nguyen Tu spoke calmly, "Ultimate yin, ultimate kill. All techniques wither, undefiled by crimson." He explained, "What this humble one used is the supreme yin solar water and the 9 hells mystic frost. Any magical artifact touched by it, even within this array, can no longer be controlled by you. Not to mention, this water can also seize the soul and snatch the spirit. You can tell just by its name that it's no joke. Against your divine projections, this is the perfect counter." The water continued to rise rapidly, spreading everywhere, its biting cold closing in on his flag bit by bit. The red flag was crushed down by the helpless water, and Mithuan ground out his words. "So that's what this is. This is the legendary Supreme Yin Helpless Water. Your sect truly possesses some formidable skills." Bakshan supported Vuong Tien and Bich Lak as they floated, completely bewildered. Why would the master reveal their secret to the demon monkey so loudly? Unless. The old man spoke sternly. Monkey head, your formation is broken. It's meaningless now. Today, let's settle this peacefully and stop here. Bak Khan was suspicious. His master wanted to make peace. Could it be that his opponent was so strong that his master had to speak so humbly? Vuong Tian's eyes welled with tears. So the master really wants to negotiate with that demon monkey. He roared in frustration, feeling like he had been utterly disrespected right then and there. He cursed the rotten old man, shouting that he didn't need any demonic power to kill him. Who was he looking down on? Then he bellowed again, so what about the lives of my monkey kin? Nguyen Tu replied calmly, a life for a life. Your monkey kin attacked first, so don't go blaming anyone now. You can't blame others for this. Meituan snorted and roared with fury, cursing him for his foolish words. He screamed, how can the lives of you mortals compare to my monkey kin? I thought you old geezers had a few tricks up your sleeve, but it turns out all you know is how to talk. I'm done playing around. Time to send all 4 of you on your way. The surrounding wind was sucked inward, swirling into a colossal vortex that was suffocating to even look at. Gale force, 3 phantoms divine art. He unleashed his techniques, blanketing the entire area. The fierce gales gradually descended, pressing down as if to crush the very space itself. Then, they suddenly began to disintegrate piece by piece. Nguyen Tu frowned. He's finally using it. The ultimate technique, the 3 phantoms' true fire. Everything around them began to unravel, as if being erased from reality. The range of the whirlwind gradually shrank, but the pressure intensified with every passing moment. Bak Khan panicked. The wind is rising. These. Bichlak's hair also began to dissolve, making it obvious this was no ordinary wind. She screamed a warning. Master, there's something wrong with this wind. He immediately signaled, get over here. The 2 of them shot over to his side, not daring to delay for even a second. A protective barrier formed around him, temporarily shielding them from the corrosive wind. Nguyen Tu said gravely, this is the 3 phantoms divine wind, also known as the heart charm divine wind. It's like the scorching sun's edge. Whatever physical entity it touches will gradually disintegrate, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. It's the classic one touch and you're erased kind of attack. Massive whirlwinds rose up in waves, growing more ferocious by the moment. Bichlak pursed her lips and began chanting again, trying to wrestle control of the formation back into her hands. She puffed out her cheeks, blowing air around her, a wind ward, fighting wind with wind. A classic counter. Bak Khan couldn't help but praise her. Wow, senior sister's wind-blocking technique is so smooth. But the wind barrier around them continued to erode, and Meituan smirked as if he already knew the outcome. He spoke in a tone that suggested their efforts were utterly futile. He meant that there was no shortcut to survival. They would just drown in the endless passage of time. There was no hope of escaping this scene. Their fates were sealed. He looked up, flustered. Senior sister is about to lose control. Bak Chan glanced worriedly at Vuong Tien. The 3 of them, master and disciples, could probably hold on. But what about this little brother? Bringing him along was a liability. He looked ahead in confusion, his mind racing. If his master used that technique, the wind would come too fast. Even if he wanted to, he probably wouldn't have enough time to prepare in the current situation. Vuong Tien suddenly spoke up. You 3 possess great power. You surely have a way to escape. Right. Bichlak whipped her head around and stared at him, stunned, as if he'd just hit a raw nerve. Bak Khan fell silent as well, his eyes darkening, at a complete loss for words. He avoided her gaze, and she turned away awkwardly, not daring to face him, while Nguyen Tu simply stood still with his eyes closed. The old master remained motionless, as if he were contemplating a final, decisive move. He shouted, "This has nothing to do with any of you. It's not worth. For the esteemed immortals to risk their lives to save us is already an act of immense kindness. He expressed his boundless gratitude, saying this was a great debt that he could only hope to repay in the next life. See, Bak Khan's brows furrowed tightly, his hesitation revealing a man torn between his emotions and his sense of duty. He even let out a loud laugh as he urged, "Everyone, hurry and run." It would be too great a loss for all four of them to be trapped here. Even he couldn't bear the thought. The release spell. His grip on Vuong Tien gradually loosened, just as Nguyen Tu spoke up. The tiny, 3 charms peak. Is it really worth all this trouble? The old master opened his eyes with a solemn expression, and Bak Khan was overjoyed. Master is finally going to use that technique. He stretched out his hand, and his eyes lit up as if a switch had just been flipped. Universe in the sleeve. Nguyen Tu flicked his sleeve forward in a single, clean yet powerful motion. The illusory whirlwinds were immediately caught in the vortex, and were sucked directly into his magical artifact. Vuong Tien was tossed into the air by the wind, looking both terrified and completely dazed. Bak Khan was in shock. How is this possible in such a short amount of time? He managed to set up something like this. His eyes widened as if he'd just had an epiphany. He let out a soft chuckle, the kind of laugh that says, "Oh, so that's how it is." The demon muttered, "So it was at that moment." But Nguyen Tu spoke softly. "How about today? We too. Let's value peace and put an end to this here." Bak Khan wondered to himself, could it be that this is the will of the heavens? It was truly hard to believe. Was it really possible to reason and make peace with a monstrous demon king? The raging whirlwind was swallowed whole by the sleeve, as cleanly as if the table had been wiped clean. Mithuan cried out in a panic, "Universe in the sleeve." Could it be the ancestor of earthly immortals? Tran Nguyen Tu. He roared, "There's no escape. This isn't ordinary suction. It's a channeling force that pulls you straight in. It's accompanied by the twisting of space, creating bizarre forces. The more you struggle, the harder you're pulled in." He stared into the sleeve as if gazing into a bottomless abyss, a chill running straight down his spine. It devoured everything, the kind of trap where once you're in, you disappear without a trace. Mithuan desperately scrambled backward, trying to escape the powerful pull. He bellowed furiously. Even if the Heavenly King himself came today, he wouldn't dare act so presumptuously in my domain. But his bold words barely left his lips before he was sucked straight into the cosmic void. A perfect case of eating his own words. Even his mask was swallowed by the cosmic light, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Bak Khan exclaimed with joy, "The demon!" Ape and all of 3 Charms Peak have been sucked into the pocket dimension. Bai Lak said in a panic, "Master, don't release the technique yet. There's still one more." She urged him on, knowing there was still one more enemy who had yet to show himself. But then Meithuan's voice rang out smugly, reciting a defiant opera-like verse, making it clear he had not yet been defeated. Illusions of him began to multiply continuously, as if trying to overwhelm with sheer numbers and create a diversion. Then, they all charged toward Nguyen Tu at once, forcing him to take a defensive stance. The old master thought to himself, he's hidden his true body among these illusions. This demon ape is truly full of cunning tricks. He cannot be underestimated. Nguyen Tu immediately took his stance and cast a spell, preparing himself for the next act. He thrust his hand straight toward Mithuan, a simple move with the weight of a mountain behind it. The martial art, infinite space, immediately formed a shield in front of him, erecting an invisible wall. The illusions slammed into the infinite space and were hurled backward, as if they'd run straight into a dead end. Nguyen Tu seized the opportunity, lunging forward without giving him a moment to breathe. A wave of pressure erupted with a roar, freezing Mithuan and his clones in place as if they were nailed to the spot. He panicked, thinking, such tyrannical, infinite power. Is this the true strength of an ancestral earth immortal? He leaped to break free from the control, but his feet sank down, falling right into the profound water metal trap, where the more he struggled, the heavier he became. He was in a complete panic. The profound water's aura was thick with a terrifying, bone-chilling cold. Nguyen too roared, "Demon ape, where do you think you're going?" "Guichi, you, yellow wind seal." A pillar of water instantly shot up, sealing off his escape. It pinned him and his illusions in the middle, trapping them in a giant clamp. Mithuan's eyes darted around as he screamed, "This is bad." The column of water slowly descended, sealing off any escape and becoming increasingly suffocating. The ceaseless, wailing screams of the other apes echoed chillingly through the air. Nguyen too commanded, "Cages, fall." The cages came crashing down as if the sky itself was falling. Subscribe to the channel for the latest updates. The profound water crackled and bubbled as if it were cooking the entire battlefield. Then, the water level slowly receded, returning to a dead, terrifying silence. Vuong Tien was picked up and dazedly asked his big sister if it was over. Bitchlak looked up as the clouds slowly parted, revealing the moon in the sky. She lowered her head and let out a long sigh. Yeah, Bak Khan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Truly, an opponent. He enunciated each word, so strong it's terrifying. Vuong Tien glanced around before dropping to his knees. "Immortal, hear my plea. Please, with your vast and divine powers, accept this humble boy as your disciple, so that I can, one day, get my revenge." Bitchlak was stunned. Revenge? Wasn't that demon ape already suppressed by our master? You have other enemies. The boy remained insistent, although I'm not entirely sure. From what I could tell, that demon king is likely not dead. She was startled and asked suspiciously, "What makes you think that?" Vuong Tien lowered his voice. "Big sister Bitchlak, may I ask, how powerful was that demon ape's control technique?" She answered without hesitation, "Top tier, even stronger than mine." The boy gave a slight nod. "A moment ago, the great immortal said that the risks of using a soul-splitting technique are enormous. If just one of the soul clones is damaged, the user's primordial spirit is wounded. So for someone as powerful as him, why would he take such a risk? Why didn't he just use his true body to engage you all in close combat?" Bak Khan also nodded along. "That's a good point. Other than throwing out those 4 flags at the start, from beginning to end, that monkey barely used any of his magical artifacts. Even inside the trap, what he was controlling was certainly a hassle, but it was still strange." Seeing Bitchlak still trembling, Bak Khan glanced over, unable to hide his concern. Vuong Tien calmly concluded, "Which means those masked figures were very likely. That's not his real body." He chuckled softly. "Not him. You mean, those masks are just things he's manipulating?" Bitchlak immediately retorted. She said, "I've already sensed them. There's no energy flowing through them, so they aren't magical artifacts. They're souls." Bak Khan replied, "Little brother, you're not a cultivator, so it's understandable you don't know. A soul can't use techniques if its main body isn't present, let alone an ultimate skill like the 3 mists divine wind. You're overthinking it." Nguyen too said gravely. "Wangshan, continue." The boy continued. "The masks are indeed souls, but they're not his soul." Bitchlak and Bak Khan were stunned, their expressions tensing up. He frowned. "Oh, what do you mean by that?" The boy explained, "Just as the elder said, puppetry art can control not only inanimate objects but also living beings. If my senior sister can perform human puppetry, why can't the demon ape perform soul puppetry?" Bak Khan was bewildered. "Soul? That sounds a bit far-fetched." The boy stated bluntly, "My guess is, those masks were never the demon ape's cloning technique. They are multiple souls that he's manipulating. That would explain why they can be controlled while his main body remains unharmed. Even after taking damage multiple times in battle, the true body's power wasn't diminished at all." Nguyen too paused. This kid, how did he figure all this out just from hearing about it for the first time? He looked down and announced, "Wangshan, you are both brave and clever, a fine seed for cultivation. However, this old Taoist is no longer accepting disciples." The boy, alarmed, clasped his hands and pleaded, "My home has been destroyed, and my family is gone. I have nowhere else to go. My only wish in this life is revenge. I beg the mountain master to show me mercy." This sight made Nguyen Tu's gaze darken. He let out a long sigh. The boy's story was truly heavy-hearted. Nguyen Tu reached into his sleeve, speaking calmly as he did. He said, "All right, moved by your determination, I know a place I can guide you to." He took out a token, upon which were inscribed 4 words, "Companion to the mortal world." He slowly instructed, "Follow the great river east for 5,000 miles, and you will find a sacred mountain called Dragon's Call Lake Mountain, established by the renowned heavenly master Truong Dao Lang. Take this jade tablet to pay your respects. They will not make things difficult for you." Wang Shan accepted it with both hands and said respectfully, "Thank you, immortal master, for showing me the way." Nguyen Tu turned to the person beside him and instructed, "Bach Khan, this time. The road to Dragon's Call Lake Mountain is long and perilous. You will escort him there." He was surprised. This one, but a single glance from the elder silenced all his objections, and he could only reply, "Yes, yes, this disciple obeys." A few wisps of white smoke began to appear in the sky, signaling that the matter was not yet over. Having given his orders, Nguyen Tu quickly departed, vanishing as if he had never been there. He asked the person beside him at a leisurely pace, his voice calm yet sharp, "Beachlok, is there anything you wish to say?" She answered quietly. How pitiful. This incompetent disciple still didn't understand how her master had seen through everything from the start. He had only calmly offered to guide her, a gentle phrase that carried enough pressure to make her want to collapse. She confessed that she was never a match for that demon ape. From the moment she stepped into the dungeon, she had already sensed her defeat. Inside his formation, she was truly at a disadvantage. Nguyen Tu countered, "Are you sure you lost when you entered the formation? Or did you already lose the moment you first clashed with your opponent's puppetry art?" His words left her stunned for a few seconds. He looked up at the sky and began to lecture. "Puppetry art is your greatest strength. No one in our sect can compare to you. But that very advantage has become your shackles, because you put too much faith in it. The moment you realized your opponent was using a superior form of puppetry art, your mind fell into chaos. Losing his composure like that, there's no way a master like Meiho Wang wouldn't have noticed. He feigned weakness, fell back, and launched a surprise attack, a classic move from a master of mind games. He's not only highly skilled, but also incredibly cunning. That's why he chose the perfect moment for his ambush. After that, every single word from that girl struck right at his weak points. Being mocked so relentlessly, she could only lower her head in shame and ask a question. "Then why didn't you stop me?" she asked, her voice trembling. He replied calmly, "A supreme master of the taming arts like him is extremely rare. After experiencing this battle, you will definitely mature. How could I bear to interrupt such a precious opportunity for you?" Hearing this, she was left speechless, but she still mustered the courage to ask another question. "But Vuong Thien's natural talent is clearly outstanding. Why didn't you take him as your disciple? And why did you send my junior brother to see him off the mountain?" He explained, "That boy has rare talent, but he carries too much hatred and has an impulsive personality. Keeping him here would likely lead to disaster. Dragon Tiger Mountain is backed by the Heavenly Court, a formidable power. That place is a better fit for him, but that place is filled with the pampered sons of noble families. If I didn't have Bach Khan accompany him, he'd have a hard time even getting through the gates, despite having the jade token. Although that boy is calculating, he is also grateful. His heart isn't evil. In the future, if he achieves great things, he will surely remember the favor he was shown today." Hearing this, she could only marvel at her master's incredible foresight. He looked at the object in his hand and mused, "There's something very strange here." From beginning to end, Meiho Wang never once mentioned the ceremonial decree. See, that means he didn't come for this treasure. Could it really have been just for those villagers? She slowly added her thoughts. Very few people know about the treasure. so it's not strange that he didn't mention it. After this battle, he'll have to lay low for a while. That is, if he even survived. After hearing her words, he just fell silent, lost in thought. Meanwhile, several hundred miles away, a voice rang out. The great king's sacred ground has been restored. Quickly, invite Her Majesty to come. Inside a grotto, a figure was sitting in meditation. He suddenly opened his eyes. All around him, bodies were floating on the water's surface. Every face was pale and cold. The scene was tinged with an indescribable gloom. Meithuan slowly stood up. He turned his head and walked straight out without hesitation. Bak Dien appeared amidst a hazy mist. She raised her hand and pointed forward. She ordered the ritual site to be cleaned up, and her underlings immediately took action, quickly fishing everything out of the water. Over by his side, a few women approached him. They gathered around, trying to console him, but he furiously slammed his fist on the ground. This is infuriating. This king is so angry he can barely breathe. She caressed his face, suggesting they send more people to deal with those four. He glared. That was Tran Nguyen too, the patriarch of earthly immortals. Messing with him would only lead to ruin. The salvaged items were neatly arranged in front of him. He paid special attention to the green-faced one. His anger flared. He had even lost his black visage. She quickly embraced him to calm him down. It's just a soul emissary. She said they could just train another one, but he immediately dismissed the idea. It takes 10 years just to train a gold visage. From among them, it takes 100 years to produce a red visage, 1,000 years to create a single black visage, and today, he lost it all because of those people. A truly painful loss. She remained calm, reminding him that he never even left his cavern abode during that battle. He wasn't injured in the slightest. According to her, Tran Yin too wasn't necessarily stronger than him. She moved closer, her shadow falling over his face. And besides, you still have me, he scoffed, admitting she was truly a 1 in 10,000 treasure. Forget it. The most important thing now is not to let this affect the grand scheme of things. Tomorrow, we still have that big deal with the Bull Demon King. The atmosphere inside the cavern abode gradually grew darker. Only the sound of laughter echoed out before everything plunged into darkness. The sky opened up once more. The majestic silhouettes of enormous mountains came into view. Sunlight shone down on the southern Dambo continent, making Emi Mountain clearly visible. It seemed like an ordinary morning, but a turbulent undercurrent was stirring. Looking down at the sea from above, Vong Tien cheered at the sight of so many boats. He was as excited as a little kid. Bak Khan watched from a distance, burying his face in his hands and sighing at the thought of having to take the boy on such a long journey. The seaport was bustling, with people constantly loading and unloading cargo. Bon Loa asked Luke Trio Ong in a serious tone, "This West Chuan shipment is full of rare goods. You must be making a huge profit." Huh. Trio Ong waved his hand with a faint smile, saying that these cargo hauls were just a roundabout way for the brothers to earn some spare change. After paying the sailors and laborers, there was hardly anything left. If you want to talk about getting rich quick, no one can compare to Baldy Kwong. Just one trip to Dragon Lake Mountain for him is worth a whole year of our hard work. Baldy Kwong said that ever since a vicious flood dragon appeared in the Great River, that water route became a suicide mission, so he quit for good. Mantu then jabbed at Trio Ong, asking why someone with his strength wouldn't dare to try it. Trio Ong flew into a rage, arguing that he was just too busy to go. He scoffed, "What's a little flood dragon?" and challenged Mantu to go instead. But just then, a few figures approached, interrupting them. Vuong Tien spoke up, asking directly, "Excuse me, are you gentlemen the captains of this port?" Trio Ong visibly frowned but still clasped his hands in greeting, his tone superficially polite. He asked in return what business the young master had with them. Bak Khan replied with perfect etiquette, saying that the two of them wished to go to Dragon Lake Mountain and were requesting passage. The moment he finished speaking, Trio Ong froze for a beat. He turned to look at Bon Loi, as if seeking confirmation. Then the whole group burst into raucous laughter. Bonloa teased Trio Ong that it wasn't too late to go, but the man said nothing, simply turning his back and walking away toward the sea. Seeing this, Baldy Kwong explained that currently, no boats from Dragon Gate Ferry dared to travel to Dragon Lake Mountain anymore. He advised the two of them to just go home for their own safety. Vuong Tien, not understanding the situation, rushed over to plead, saying money was no object. They just needed passage for one trip. Mantu said the problem wasn't money, but the flood dragon in the river. If you run into it, you're a dead man. Bonloa nodded in agreement, adding that they wouldn't risk their lives for coin. Hearing this, our hero shuddered. Bak Khan glanced at him and said that money was useless now, and that he would try another way. He took out a jade origin pill, explaining that it was a spirit pill that could extend one's lifespan, and offered it as payment, hoping the captains would help them. The pill immediately caught Mantu's eye, and he slowly stepped forward, but then he turned and walked away, leaving only a single word of apology behind. Kwang Dao Troc said he had to go check on the goods, and Bon Loi immediately followed. He used the excuse of being busy helping out and quickly retreated. The two young men stood in the middle of the dock as Bak Khan coldly told the kid he wasn't fated for cultivation. He insisted they part ways here, causing Vuong Tien to react fiercely, reminding him of his promise to Tran Nguyen. Annoyed, he yelled that without a boat, how were they supposed to cross? Was he supposed to turn into a turtle and carry him across the river? To his surprise, the boy's eyes lit up with admiration as he said Big Brother Bach was truly amazing, and that plan sounded pretty good. He was immediately bonked on the head and scolded, told not to dream of being carried, that he was getting way ahead of himself. Just as the two were arguing, a voice called out, asking if they wanted to go to Dragon Lake Mountain. Tuna, wearing a hat, spoke in a casual tone, saying it wasn't difficult, but their noise had woken him up. The old man even grumbled about his pleasant dream being interrupted. Seeing him, Vuong Tien felt like he'd found his savior, and he hurriedly asked if there was any way to get there. Tuna replied that he had all sorts of plans, both expensive and free, and asked which one he wanted to hear. Bak Khan looked at the old man, subtly warning him not to trick a child because the kid was still very naive. Tuna laughed heartily, saying a talented-looking man like him didn't want to go to Dragon Lake Mountain. This immediately made Bak Khan frown. Vuong Tien chose to hear the free method, and the old man replied instantly that swimming was the solution. If his big brother wouldn't carry him, he could just swim himself. A rolled-up map was tossed down in front of the boy. The old man said Dragon Lake Mountain was 8,000 miles downstream. Just follow this route and swim. If he got hungry, he could beg for food. And if thirsty, drink from the river. He'd get there in half a year, maybe a year. Hearing this, Bon Loa's group sneered, calling the old man. Old man hung the mad. They criticized the old man for teasing a child, saying he was truly improper. Mantu reminded them of the man-eating flood dragon, that they wouldn't leave without making some money. Bon Loa said to wait until after it was dealt with, and Bak Khan also declared he wouldn't bicker with the old man anymore. He called for Vuong Tien to leave, but when he turned around, the boy was gone. All he heard was the sound of water splashing behind him. The crowd shouted that the little kid had jumped into the water and to quickly save him. The great river of the southern continent of Dan flowed on as calmly as if nothing had happened. On a small boat, Vuong Tien lay motionless. He slowly opened his eyes, his head throbbing as if it were being split open. And then he looked around. The first thing he saw was the annoyed face of Bak Khan. The main character stammered, asking if there was an earthquake. His companion yelled back, an earthquake in his head. For 3 straight days, he'd been forced into hard labor, rowing this boat, and then had to jump in to pull him out. Tuna chimed in that he almost lost his life and was still getting scolded. He retorted angrily that the old man was the one who egged him on to jump into the river. Bak Khan stomped his foot and pointed at the large boat. saying this was the expensive plan. He had spent all his money to get this boat to take him there. He tossed 2 oars to Vuong Tien, then lay down and told him to just row slowly. They might get there in 3 months. Tuna casually mentioned his boat was famous for its speed and offered to help the kid open his spiritual meridians during the 3 months, since he was heading to a sect without even knowing the basics of water manipulation. That offer struck him like a bolt from the blue, and Vuong Tien looked over at Bach Khan, full of hope. He glared at Tuna, saying the old man just wanted to watch a show, but at that exact moment, the main character knelt down. He kowtowed and begged to be his disciple, but Bach Khan flatly refused, telling him not to listen to the old man's nonsense. He said opening one's meridians wasn't a matter of a few months. Even someone as talented as him had to train hard for 3 years. Vuong Tien then asked how long it took Bitch Lak. He slipped up and said about 1 year, then immediately realized his mistake. Bach Khan got angry, saying Bitch Lak was the senior sister, a rare exception, and shouldn't be used for comparison. Vuong Tien still didn't give up, saying he had already died once and was saved, so he would learn whatever he could, day by day, but he refused, because his master had never accepted the boy. He asked how he could possibly explain it to the sect if he accepted him now. The boy suggested that he only needed guidance and would consider him his master in his heart without telling anyone, but he still said no, because he had to row the boat. The boy said he was fine with just continuing to be the boatman. In his heart, Bach Khan worried about the dangers of cultivation. Having never taught anyone before, just then, Tuna offered to row instead. The old man grabbed the 2 oars and stepped forward, and the boat's speed picked up noticeably. Bach Khan asked in astonishment, "Didn't the old man say he was old, weak, and had shaky hands?" Tuna just laughed while rowing like a machine, saying he felt better after resting for 3 days. With the time, place, and people all perfectly aligned, Vuong Tien looked at him, waiting for an answer. Finally, he sighed. Bach Khan said all right, but he would only teach him this 1 time. He warned that if it wasn't a good fit, he shouldn't keep pestering him, and if anything felt wrong during cultivation, he must stop immediately because he wasn't sure he could save him. Hearing this, Vuong Tien was overjoyed and thanked him for the generous lesson. The boat glided forward, and the sound of Bach Khan's lecture echoed across the deck. He said that humans are the spirit of heaven and earth. In the mother's womb, primordial energy circulates through the 8 extraordinary meridians and then condenses into primordial essence. After birth, the primordial essence no longer circulates on its own, so the first step in cultivation is to get it flowing again, which is called refining essence into qi. Only by succeeding can one enter the gate of true cultivation. Although Dragon Tiger Mountain split from the 3 pure sect, the 5 villages temple was established on its own. But they are all orthodox Taoist sects, so their methods are similar. Learning a bit of the foundation now would make things easier when he went up the mountain later. After listening, Vuong Tien asked about the qi refining stage and wondered if there were even higher realms. Bach Khan patiently explained further to him. He said that for most cultivators, the qi refining stage was already the peak, enough to become a general in the mortal world or hold a position in the heavenly court. Higher than that are refining qi into spirit, refining spirit to return to the void, and then refining the void to merge with the Tao. These stages correspond to foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, and the major realms that follow. As for the Supreme Masters, they exist only in legends. Just hearing about them feels impossibly distant. Our master can no longer be measured by the label of the 4th level. His class is far beyond that now. Above the nascent soul realm, there are even those who call themselves golden immortals. Hearing this, Vuong Tien's face turned pale, and he turned to ask Brother Bach, "So what realm is that Monkey King really at?" He pondered for a moment before saying bluntly that even 2 core formation cultivators like him and his senior sister combined couldn't take him. He had to be at least at the nascent soul realm. But remember, a higher realm doesn't guarantee victory, strategy, intelligence, and counters also matter. You want me to say who's the most powerful? In the 3 realms, the most fearsome is still my master. It's a pity you didn't join the 5 villages temple, because if one of his disciples ran into trouble like this, the old man would definitely not let that monkey off the hook. After hearing this, the main character's eyes changed completely, his voice dropping to a dangerous low. Brother Bach, let's begin. Refining key. That expression startled him. For a moment, he felt an overwhelming spiritual pressure. Not a flashy display, but a kind of coercive force that made one's heart tremble slightly. This kind of aura makes an opponent unconsciously afraid, directly affecting their combat power, and it was a feeling he had only ever sensed from his master before. He coughed dryly, trying to maintain his composure. Let's save that for later. Right now, you still have a mortal body. You can't start refining ki immediately. You must first temper your body and open your meridians, or else you won't be able to circulate the primordial essence even if you refine it. Before you temper your body, I have to check your 5 elements affinity. The main character impatiently asked what the test was for, and the other man immediately snapped back lightly. Who's the expert here? Me or you? I have to teach according to your strengths. Haste makes waste. He handed him a talisman and told him to crumple it into a ball. The main character clenched it tightly in his hand, concentrating his spiritual energy in his palm, waiting for a change before opening it to see. If the talisman hardens, it's metal. If it sprouts, it's wood. If it gets wet, it's water. If it burns, it's fire. If it crumbles, it's earth. He followed the instructions seriously, while the other man stood beside him, secretly guessing, with that red hair, could he be fires? The air was tense. The main character's hand was still clenched tight. Tuna asked curiously, "Is anything happening yet?" But the answer was unbelievably vague. "It feels a little warm, but maybe not." This made him frown. "Open it. It's been long enough." Seeing that expression, the main character also felt confused. Tuna's eyes widened when he saw that the ball of paper was still just a crumpled mess. A gust of wind blew the paper onto the deck. The 3 of them stared at it, and the main character awkwardly guessed water because he saw a wet spot. The man immediately broke into a sweat. That's your hand sweat. If it were really water, it would be soaked by now. The main character suspected the talisman was a fake and got a sharp rap on the head for it. Would 5 villages' temples sell fakes? Tuna chimed in. What kind of man says it can't be done? In his heart, he began to feel that something was wrong. No matter how poor a person's aptitude was, someone with a soul should still have a natural 5 elements affinity, unless he was just an empty shell, without a soul. Tuna turned away, lost in thought, clearly considering the same possibility. The Great Spirit art wasn't wrong. The main character really did have a problem, and things were starting to get more interesting. He looked down with a complicated expression. Then, he propped his hands on his knees and sighed. Just forget it. It's not necessarily that you're incapable. It could be for other reasons. I'll teach you body tempering first. As long as you succeed in body tempering, you can still walk the path of cultivation. Hearing this, the boy immediately perked up and said, "All right, let's begin." The boat glided smoothly across the calm water. The man began teaching the main character how to gather chi. 5 hearts, facing heaven to devour the origin light. Condense the spirit and sink your mind into the dantian. Regulate your breath, stabilize your rhythm, and follow the process step by step. The main character listened to every word and followed the instructions perfectly. He took a long, deep breath. Then he exhaled, repeating the process with great patience. Ki began to gather in his abdomen, and his dantian started to glow with a blue light. The light grew brighter and more distinct. The man asked if he felt a swelling sensation like rising water, inwardly thinking to himself what a brilliant teacher he was. Just then, the main character whispered, "I can even feel it jumping." The man was stunned. Jumping. Essence was a sign of a nascent inner core, something that had taken him years of bitter cultivation to feel. A kid who hadn't even tempered his body achieving this on his first try at meditation? Impossible. It must just be a bloated stomach. The man immediately continued his instructions to confirm his suspicions. Focus your mind and control that flow. Guide it through the gate of life acupoint, then follow the meridian to the blood god gate, and the spiritual energy from the surroundings will also begin to enter your body. The main character's brow furrowed. He muttered that he had already reached the blood god gate, which startled the man. That fast. By now, you should feel as if there's a door blocking your path. Gather your strength like you did in the Dantian, then use a single exhale to charge through it. Break it down. The man thought nervously. Opening the God Gate is the very first trial. Many people get stuck here for a very long time. I wonder how many attempts the main character will need. 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times. But the main character spoke up with some difficulty. The primal essence has already passed through the Blood God Gate, and now it has returned to my Dantian. Do I need to try again? That question made the man freeze. His eyes went wide, and he was rendered speechless. He hurriedly checked the boy's Dantian, a cold sweat trickling down his back. The meridians were open. They weren't sealed at all, just a little rough, which was a normal phenomenon for a beginner. Could it be that this kid is truly a genius? The man gave a forced laugh and continued, using the same method. Turn the ethereal into the tangible, and follow the Ren meridian upward. Go as far as you can, and let me know when you reach the Baihui acupoint. In his heart, the man decided to go for broke. He wouldn't just have him break through acupoints one by one, but directly attempt to open the Ren and Du meridians. Once these 2 meridians are cleared, it means body tempering is complete, and it seemed this kid had more than enough talent for it. This was even better. All he had to do was sit and wait for the results. Tuna, who was rowing the boat, looked at the two of them and smiled knowingly. As night began to fall, the main character was still in a deep state of meditation, and his entire spiritual body began to transform. A strand of blue spiritual energy shot straight toward his sea of consciousness. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as the strand of spiritual energy drew ever closer to its target. He took a deep, sharp breath and exhaled forcefully. Spiritual energy pressed against his sea of consciousness. His face flushed red, and sweat streamed down. Tuna shouted, "It looks like your disciple is in trouble." The man looked over, his eyes widening in shock. The main character's face was brick red, his head swollen to an unnatural size. He rushed forward, his expression changing instantly. "This is bad." The moment his finger touched the boy's forehead, a terrifying force erupted from the main character's body as if a switch had been flipped. The main character convulsed, flinging Bach Khan away, as if to say, "Don't you touch me." His eyes widened as he stared at his fingertip, which was smoking and blackened with a hole burned into it, clearly scorched. The main character's steam could cause pain, but a burn like this was impossible. How could it be scorched? It was just steam. Water couldn't cause a wound like this. His mind raced. Could it be? Fire. No, that's wrong too. There wasn't enough time for a flame to form in that instant. This scorch mark was more like what an ordinary person could get from snuffing out a candle flame with their finger. Wait, a moment ago it felt like I was launched away. He hurriedly observed the main character. His mind kept guessing. Could it really be lightning? But how? A commoner who was still just at the stage of... A guy like him shouldn't have any chance of touching such high-level cultivation arts, especially the lightning arts, which weren't something you could just learn on a whim, unless, just now, he unintentionally struck me with a remnant of what was left inside him. That's right, he was once struck by heavenly lightning. After being struck, he immediately recalled the violet thunder that shakes heaven and earth technique he had created. For some reason, that energy was still trapped in the main character's body. So, he'd found the cause. And more importantly, the boy could still be saved. He placed his hand on the boy's forehead again, slowly channeling his spiritual energy. The boy's head gradually returned to its normal size. and his body stabilized. He gathered chi in his palm, thinking he had finally suppressed the inner core, but the boy's consciousness was still clouded. After checking his dantian, he was even more certain. The problem was at the crown. He had to enter his inner world to see. As soon as he stepped into that other space, he was hit by the sounds of wailing. Little sister, older brother, mother, father, everyone died so horribly. Looking at the black void ahead, he assessed the situation. That must be the crown. The voice continued to groan. Why, am I the only one left? He glanced to the side and saw a faint, hovering thread, a black tendril like a snake, resembling vengeful energy. The screaming repeated over and over, "That damned ape! Get revenge! Avenge us!" He frowned, looking at the main character. He never would have thought this innocent-looking kid was carrying so much trauma inside. "Young man, could this be the reason you've been unable to break through?" The black energy continued to gather. He thought grimly, time can't heal this kind of wound. It will be difficult for him to ever be the same, and even harder to live a normal life. This must be why the master refused to accept him. You can teach someone with hatred in their heart, but extreme hatred combined with talent can easily create someone who goes very far down the wrong path. He stood still as the resentful energy drew closer. Then he noticed something strange. It was all being pulled in the same direction. The closer he got to the crown, the denser the vengeful energy became. Taking another step deeper, he stared in astonishment at the scene before him. All the streams of black energy were converging in one place. The main character's divine sense was shouldering a giant skull, his bright white soul form struggling just to hold it up. He was stunned. His divine sense is being crushed by a mass of resentment this huge. A massive amount of vengeful energy was blocking the crown. No wonder he couldn't break through. This won't do. I have to wake his divine sense first. He shouted his name, reaching out to touch him and wake him up. But the moment he made contact, he was thrown back by that same force. He clutched his wrist, his mind in turmoil. Inside his consciousness. Inside. It's all. The dantian is stable now, but do I dare touch him again? Trapped within this mass of resentment, his divine sense was completely locked down, unable to awaken. The evil energy around him grew more intense. He cursed under his breath in frustration. Damn it! It's condensing as if it's about to. All of the consciousness here seemed to be feeding something. The spiritual energy in the area was being controlled, flaring up violently. The head of a beast materialized. He stated coldly, "It's just vengeful energy. The lightning arts repel all evil. It will be obliterated." As he brought his hands together, the spirit beast appeared, and a thunder cauldron erupted with power. The spirit beast charged forward, and the two forces collided with a thunderous shockwave. He unleashed a torrent of power, and the light around his body flared brighter than ever before. White light clashed with the evil energy, but it gradually weakened as if it were being swallowed. He was utterly bewildered. What is that thing? A small spark of light flashed within the black hole, then grew larger and larger. Before that power, he felt as small as an ant, his spirit crushed. He was so blinded that he had to shield his eyes with his hand. The space transformed again, suddenly plunging into darkness. He squeezed his eyes shut, only managing to come to his senses a moment later. It was pitch black all around, and a demonic laugh echoed from somewhere. Bak Chan, Bich Lak, Nguyen Tu, Truong Dao Lang, Trio Ong, Bak Dien. The names were called out randomly, like a haunting roll call. The main character's inner world. He glanced to one side, then looked down below. No, that's not him. The main character's consciousness is down there. His gaze locked directly onto the main character. A dark shadow shot forward. He flinched, his eyes flying wide open. He shouted, "Who is it? Show yourself," while muttering in his head, "Something's happening." His body trembled slightly under the pressure as black energy began to coil tightly around him. He looked up. a figure stepped out from the curtain of darkness. Behind him was a colossal dark shadow that, upon closer inspection, resembled a giant dragon. The evil incarnation bore the main character's face and called himself the Evil King. The two mains faced each other. He glanced back and forth, his heart pounding, and he saw his body begin to flare up as if it were being incinerated. The flame spread, consuming the entire surrounding space. He panicked. This is bad. It's an internal fire backlash. He's about to have a cultivation deviation. He gathered his energy and placed a hand on his dantian, but without a second thought, the moment he touched it, a backlash sent searing pain through him. Suppressing the pain, he roared, "Main character, wake up, you rotten brat." Outside, both of their bodies also began to emit terrifyingly hot sparks. Tuna remained silent off to the side, his gaze fixed on them. He watched the two of them grimly, as if he knew something but wasn't saying it. A sudden streak of light shot across the water's surface. The water rippled in response. The boat continued to drift for a while. The two banks remained unchanged, and everything was eerily quiet. At this moment, Bah Khan slowly woke up, his vision blurry, and heard Tuna whisper, "You're awake." He was startled by the old man's crazed expression. "Don't you come near me." Tuna gestured with his hand, his calmness unnerving. "Go on and row the boat. This time it's me and the two of you." He rubbed his shoulder, muttering in a daze, "Where am I? Did I fall into the water?" He suddenly remembered and frantically looked around. "Old man, where's the main character? What did you do with him?" Tuna just pointed slowly in one direction. "I already told you. I pulled him up." He rushed over to pick up the main character, only to see upon closer inspection that he seemed to be on the verge of. Please subscribe to the channel for more new videos. Time passed, but the scenery on the river remained exactly the same, without the slightest change. The water's surface was perfectly still, and the path ahead was hazy and indistinct, a frustratingly vague sight. Bak Khan's expression was heavy. He handled the two oars, rowing while chanting to himself in his head. "The thing I just saw inside. What in the world is the main character's inner form? It looks like some kind of mutation, and it even has wings sprouting from its back. According to the legends of the primordial era, when the Yellow Emperor fought Chiyu, the great Emperor Guchen who sealed Chiyu was the incarnation of the Ying Long, and the Ying Long had a pair of wings on its back. But that's just an ancient story. For tens of thousands of years, no one in the three realms has heard of the Ying Long actually existing. Wait a minute. Ying Long, the great Emperor Guchen, and the Fule Edict. A month ago, on Longevity Mountain in the West Nurai continent, he had asked, "Master, what is this Fule Edict that you have to go find yourself? Is it really that important?" His curiosity was obvious, because from the name, he thought it was just some magical artifact. Nguyen too calmly explained, "The Fule Edict isn't just a simple artifact. It exists more like a puzzle." Hearing this, both he and Bishlak let out an intrigued, "Oh." He continued, "Back then, Chu battled the Yellow Emperor at Zhuolu. The Yinglong used its great divine pillar ability to seal Chiu within a rift in time, and the Fule Edict is the lock for that very seal." Beachlak asked what her master wanted to do with it, and he frowned. "For me, it could help me understand a few things, but for the world, it's an object of misfortune. It's better to keep it hidden. For the common person, it's basically a cursed item. Best to lock it away for good." He still didn't get it. An object of misfortune. Master. To explain what he meant, Nguyen Tu recounted another legend. After the Battle of Zhuolu, the Yinglong was celebrated for pacifying the world and was deified as the great Emperor Gushen. But the Fule Edict that sealed Chiu, day by day, it began to corrode the Yinglong's mind. Finally, many years later, the Yinglong fell to darkness, and the heavenly court was powerless, having to join forces just to handle him. The Yinglong was separated from that object. The Fule Edict, along with him, vanished from the river of time. Afterwards, this treasure would occasionally reappear at different points in time within the mortal realm. Every time the Fu Li, it signaled that an age of chaos was coming. It was a major red flag. What's even stranger is that most who managed to control the Fu Li edict would eventually fall to darkness and meet an unpredictable end. And then, the Fu Li edict would vanish again, right on cue. The story ended there, and both he and Bishlak understood. Ah, so that's how it is. He then brought up the legends of Chiyu, asking his master if he'd ever met him, and if he was as terrifying as the rumors said. After hearing this, Nguyen, too, calmly replied, "I don't know for sure, but legends aren't always complete fabrications." That answer was quite a surprise to him. He asked again, "How could you not know? Didn't you say you witnessed the Battle of Juolu with your own eyes?" Nguyen too lazily told the truth. "It's not just me. No one in the three realms has ever seen Chiyu's complete form, not even the Ying Long." He grew even more bewildered. "So, the Ying Long didn't fight Chiyu." The master chuckled. "Chiyu is not something you can comprehend right now. Only when your cultivation rises another level will you understand how terrifying it is." The young man scratched his face. So the Fu Li edict was able to seal it. That thing really is something else. Bishlak asked another question. If most of the wielders fell to darkness, was there anyone who didn't? This hypothesis startled him. Nguyen too just frowned, not answering right away. He said, "I only know of one person who once controlled the Fu Li edict. Not only did she not die, but she became a famous figure throughout the three realms." She asked what that person said about the Fu Li edict. He grew pensive. "She did. Just 2 sentences, but I don't fully understand them." He flinched slightly. "Which 2 sentences?" His master's expression turned completely serious. "The first sentence, the Fu Li edict is not a magical artifact. The second sentence, that thing is a will." Both his and Bishlak's eyes went wide, goosebumps covering their skin. A will from another world. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Sweat started to bead on his forehead, and he swallowed hard. He asked, "So who was that person?" Nguyen Tu replied calmly, "His name is Duong Tien." Back in the present, the boat was still moving forward slowly. His head was throbbing with thoughts. The protagonist was saved by Fu Liquier's pillar technique. Is the thing inside his body related to the Yinglong dragon? Who did those red eyes belong to? And will this kid eventually? He quickly shook his head. No. Fu Liquier was taken by his master, and as long as he doesn't touch that unlucky item, he'll be fine. The protagonist stammered, "Brother Bach, it's been 3 days, and I don't think this drunken water body technique you set up is doing anything." He replied curtly, "Just lie still. Your internal fire is still raging. Last time you nearly burned yourself to a crisp, so soaking in water to cool down is at least somewhat effective. Stop complaining." But thinking back, it was so strange. The protagonist had clearly fallen into a state of cultivation deviation back then. He sighed and asked, "Old man, how did we end up in the water that day? What exactly happened?" The air fell silent, and Tuna began slowly, "Well, that's a long story. That day, you two were on fire, just as a huge storm with wind and lightning rolled in. Then, a celestial being holding a divine baton appeared, breaking through the void and treading on the waves, with white hair, a youthful face, and eyes like stars. He stood at the bow of the boat with his hands behind his back, looking at you two, and then his suspicion was immediately written all over his face. You crazy old man, on a vast river like this, where would you find some powerful master? Don't expect me to believe any of your ghost stories." The protagonist placed a hand on the boat, his face contorted. "This is bad. I can't even feel my dantian. Staying in the water like this won't work." He glanced coldly at Tuna. "Tell me the truth. What happened that day?" The old man laughed. "The great Tao is simple. The great master saw the danger, brandished his divine baton, and struck once, and you two deflated like popped balloons and splashed into the river. With a sizzling sound, the crisis was averted. At this point, he went quiet, and the air grew still again. He was dumbfounded. So, that's it. Then he lost his temper. "You crazy old man, you just keep telling these lies to us, and I've had enough of you. You say that celestial being stabbed through. Well then, why don't you have him stab me a few more times while he's at it?" Tuna quickly waved his hands. "Big brother, I swear on my life, I'm telling the absolute truth. It really was that simple. My hands are covered in calluses. Can't I call them divine calluses? That day, I saw you two engulfed in raging flames, so I gave you two a poke to push you into the water. Now the fire's out and you're alive. Doesn't that make me a great master?" He was about to explode with anger. He lunged forward. "You crazy old man, are you messing with me?" Tuna dodged in a flash, but he still growled. "You think a cultivation deviation can be fixed with just one poke?" The old man retorted, "Kid, why are you getting violent? Don't tell me you're one of those types who dines and dashes and then beats up old men." He thought irritably, "This old man is as slippery as an eel. I can't land a single hit. I haven't even used any martial arts yet. And for him to dodge like this, he's definitely no ordinary person." Suddenly, Vuong Tian's voice rang out. "Brother Bach, calm down." You could tell from his tone that some drama was about to unfold. He still remembered that moment clearly. Every single detail was etched in his mind. The moment his chest felt like it was pierced, with a pain that shot through his heart, the protagonist instantly snapped back to his senses as if someone had just dealt him a fatal blow. Bach Khan scowled. "You're saying that old man wasn't lying? You actually believe him?" Vuong Tian gave a bitter smile, called out, "Brother Bach," and said how could he not believe it? Perhaps it was because the old master and him had coordinated from both the inside and the outside. That's how they managed to strike at the crucial moment, saving him in the nick of time. Bach Khan clenched his fist in annoyance, uttering a threat. You could tell he was about to give someone a beating. His gaze froze, and he grabbed Vuong Tian by the collar, pulling him close. He immediately checked his chest, inspecting every inch of it. Sure enough, there was a bruise from being struck, and his expression changed instantly. The boy trembled slightly. He coldly told him to put his shirt back on, while his mind reeled in shock. Could such a coincidence really exist? If an external force had intervened at just the right moment, it was entirely possible to suppress the internal fire, but that force would have to be precise, down to the millimeter, hitting a single acupoint, the Shanzhong acupoint. This old man was getting more and more suspicious. He recalled how Tuna had boasted about the drifting river, and how he planned to help the kid open his meridians within 3 months. The old man had also said he would row the boat for him, and that he'd be healed after 3 days of rest, which sounded far too confident. The more Bach Khan thought about it, the more suspicious he became. It felt like the old man was orchestrating everything, not at all like a normal boatman. He was either a madman or an unparalleled master. But if he was crazy, how could his control be so precise? Hitting the Shanzhong point so precisely, he refused to believe it was a coincidence. There was definitely something wrong with this old man. He narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. The name Fei Zhong sounded strangely familiar. 800 years ago, when Jiangxia was enfeefing the gods, his title also seemed to be Fei Zhong. But for such a great figure to be working as a boatman, it just sounded wrong. What was his purpose in approaching them? Was he after the boy, or was it because of the Wuzhuang temple? Oh well, there was one way to find out. Bach Khan secretly activated a spell, and a beam of light shot straight at Tuna. The old man roared, "Kid, are you for real?" Vuong Tian's eyes widened as he mumbled, "Did he really just attack an old man?" Bach Khan awkwardly tried to explain himself, while Tuna clutched his chest, groaning in obvious pain. The old man snapped. "Using a spell in a sneak attack on a man over 70 years old, how was I supposed to dodge that?" The old man wailed, demanding justice. while the main character quietly corrected him. It was the Wuzhuang Temple, not Wudang. Bak Khan thought to himself that an unconscious reflex couldn't lie, unless the old man knew his intentions beforehand. Otherwise, his acting was just too convincing, without a single flaw. Or maybe he really was just a crazy old man. If it was all a misunderstanding, then he was truly despicable. He quickly tried to justify his actions, saying he only used 30% of his power to test him. Then he apologized profusely, a complete 180-degree turn. Hearing this, Tuna shot up, his eyes gleaming. In that case, I won't be polite. The old man demanded to hear their story, saying his favorite pastime was listening to other people's drama. The old man's voice rang out, concluding that some mysterious treasure must have saved the main character's life. He acted as if it was a real eye-opener. Bak Khan coldly told him to move aside if he wanted to listen. Satisfied, Tuna went inside to sleep, leaving the two of them to continue their cultivation. The deep, dark blue sea was enough to send a chill down your spine just by looking at it. Bak Khan rowed while complaining to himself about how exhausting it was to be a leader. On the other side of the boat, Vuong Tien was meditating. Suddenly, Bak Khan picked up his rowing pace. Seawater splashed directly onto him. The main character mumbled that every time he reached the Bai Hui point, he was blocked by that same force. He slammed his fist on the boat, cursing himself for being useless. Bak Khan reassured him, saying that cultivation doesn't happen overnight and that the most important thing is to overcome one's inner demons. But Vuong Tien still trembled with anger at himself. Tuna grumbled about the noise and advised him to just give up if he couldn't do it. Bak Khan immediately shot back, telling him not to make such careless remarks. The old man complained that his ears hurt from listening to them fail at getting past the Bai Hui point for days on end. Vuong Tien bowed his head and apologized for disturbing the old man's sleep. Suddenly, a chilling phrase echoed, "You are all going to die." The old man shouted that if you can't win, you surrender. It's that simple. Why so stubborn about confronting the Bai Hui point head-on? The old man criticized the boy's makeshift master for being too rigid. Bak Khan turned away, telling him that if he had a problem with it, he could teach the boy himself. Vuong Tien suddenly had a realization and suggested skipping that step to directly learn how to refine essence into qi. Tuna praised the boy for using his head. The main character then looked at Bak Khan with hopeful eyes. Bak Chan held up a hand to stop them, saying he needed to make one thing clear. He explained that the body is completely different after it's been tempered. If someone tried to forcibly convert primordial essence without tempering first, their meridians wouldn't be able to withstand it, and the consequences would be catastrophic. Tuna sneered, asking him just how much experience he had to be scaring the boy like that. Vuong Tien frowned, saying they shouldn't jump to conclusions without trying. He began to waver, wondering if the difference was truly that significant. What if his body could actually handle it? Tuna applauded the idea, goading him to try, saying who knows, he might just turn straw into gold. Bak Khan was so furious he felt like he was about to explode. He yelled that the old man just wanted to watch a good show. Vuong Tien was still muttering, unconvinced, but he was clearly tempted. Bak Khan proposed a bet to show him the difference tempering makes. He said he wouldn't use his energy, relying only on his tempered body. If Vuong Tien could land a hit on him, it would count as a success. Vuong Tien placed his hands behind his back and asked again, just to be sure. Bak Chan nodded, while Tuna stood by, silently observing. The main character focused intently and raised his weapon. Bak Khan thought to himself that victory was practically guaranteed. With his current agility, the kid would have a hard time touching him, even after being fully tempered. He was planning to let the kid admit defeat gracefully, but his expression suddenly changed. "This is bad. Move," he screamed. Right after that, something slammed hard into Bak Khan's forehead. He was stunned. That throw was way faster than the last one. Tuna clapped wildly, while Vuong Tien just gave a modest smile. Bak Khan quickly demanded a duver, insisting it didn't count because no one had yelled. start, yet. He demanded they prepare again, even making the main character back up further away. He had him stand right on the bow of the ship. Just to be clear, Tuna was given the honor of yelling, "Start," and the air grew thick with tension. Vuong Tien once again brought the dart behind his back, preparing to wind up. After a few breathless seconds, the call rang out, and the main character swung his arm to throw the dart again. Then Vuong Tien swung his arm with incredible speed. Bak Khan immediately leaned his head aside to dodge, thinking, "Here it comes." But wait a second. The dart was still in his other hand. It hadn't left his grasp at all. Bak Khan was dumbfounded. It was a fake-out. The main character had switched to his offhand, and that was the most insane part. And a dart cut through the wind, flying straight toward Bak Khan. Bak Khan locked his gaze on it, tracking every single detail of its trajectory. His body instantly leaned back like a spring coiling backward. He leaped high to dodge the attack in a split second, the dart whistling through the air as he landed lightly back on the boat as if nothing had happened. See that, kid? To do something like that, your body has to go through true tempering. Only when you've trained to the absolute limit can you pull off a masterful move like me in the blink of an eye. This was completely unconventional. He had accepted the challenge, but right at that moment, the dart suddenly reversed course, smacking hard into the back of the main character's neck, causing Vuong Tien to tense up for a moment. Tuna roared with laughter. What a clever kid. While Vuong Tien let out a sigh of relief, Bak Khan thought to himself, "This time, I can't blame it on carelessness anymore. I'm not so clueless that I don't understand what a returning dart is. The only thing that made me let my guard down was its return trajectory. A returning dart should only have one possible path. From the very beginning, I didn't believe it could actually come back, and even though the kid switched hands to throw me off, the force of the throw deviated from my muscle memory. The force line was off. The motion wasn't fluid. A dart thrown like that can't return on its own, unless there was a burst of force that defied its normal trajectory. A normal person's body, even if it did come back, that would be it. Its force would have weakened, and I should have been able to feel the disturbance in the air. Behind me, after eliminating coincidence and luck, there's only one answer left. He strode forward, standing directly in front of Vuong Tien. The boy's face flushed with embarrassment as his shirt was pulled up for an inspection, and he muttered, "Not this again." The main character channeled a stream of blue light into the boy's body, circulating the lightning cauldron's energy through a full cycle as his hands continuously probed the meridians. Blue lightning ran from the top of his head down to his neck as he carefully examined every single inch. Bowing his head and placing a hand on the boy's shoulder, he discovered that besides a strange concentration of power at the Baihui acupoint, all the meridians in his body were already clear. It turns out this kid had completed his tempering long ago. It wasn't a coincidence that he broke through so many acupoints on his first try. It was because all the meridians in his body were already open. There were no more acupoints left to break through. If it weren't for that strange inner demon, he wouldn't have had to suffer continuous failure, failing time and time again. It turns out it was all because of this person. He asked bluntly, "You've known for a long time, haven't you?" The boy nodded. After I was saved by the great immortal Tran Yen, I gradually realized my body was completely different from before. Walking felt as light as a cloud, my movements were more agile, and my physical strength was greater, which is why I dared to try using my left hand to see how well I could control it. The main character concluded that it was all due to the heavenly thunder seed detonating inside the boy's body. That terrifying lightning was potent enough for a full marrow cleansing and body tempering, while Vuong Tien promised to practice diligently so he wouldn't disappoint him. He snorted coldly, saying he might not even agree to teach him, but Tuna just laughed heartily, congratulating the red-haired kid on his successful tempering. The old man, full of excitement, began to sing, "The Immortals by the River. The great river flows ever east, its waves washing away all heroes. Success and failure, in a blink, turned to nothing. Suddenly, the main character's gaze froze, his expression one of shock as he sensed the space around him. What's happening? Goosebumps broke out on his skin, but Tuna continued to sing. The green mountains remain, as they have through countless sunsets. He roared at the old man to stop singing, but the song continued on. The fisherman, white-haired on the riverbank, watches the autumn moon and spring wind. Over a jar of fine wine, we meet again and laugh away all the stories of old. He grew furious because the deathly aura in the air was so thick, suspecting the old man had inhaled it, so he yelled for them to hold their breath and gather by his side. The surface of the water beneath the boat suddenly rippled unnaturally. He glanced down at the water, then his eyes darted forward. He then turned to look out over the stern. The world fell silent. As he closed his eyes to focus, he was suddenly startled by something beneath him. A colossal shadow rose from the water. The surrounding water surged and churned. It grew more violent with each passing moment. The gray scales of a flood dragon gradually emerged, and our hero cautiously realized this was the legendary evil serpent, and its size was unimaginably massive. A pair of blazing red eyes flashed through the mist. The dragon's body, shrouded in a spectral aura, made him genuinely start to worry. His guard went up to its highest level. He knelt on the bow, then launched himself into an attack, charging straight for the flood dragon. What kind of demon dares to be so arrogant before me? Lightning and spiritual energy coiled together in waves. The thunderbolt barrage rained down continuously, striking the beast with dozens of hits. It thrashed its tail and retreated, but our hero immediately gave chase without hesitation. But the water beneath the boat began to tremble again. Another flood dragon's head emerged, opening its enormous maw. He frowned. There was another one behind him. The old saying, "When it rains, it pours," suddenly came to mind. The new flood dragon chomped down on the boat. He spun around, horrified. Oh no. Vuong Thien and the old man were still on board. A few seconds stretched into an eternity. The monster shattered the boat, and he watched in horror as Vuong Thien was thrown off. His limp body plunged straight into the water. He immediately sank into the deep sea. Our hero shot forward, yelling, "Hold on." Beneath the murky water, another giant green eye appeared. He gasped. 3 of them. He gritted his teeth in anxiety as his body gradually sank deeper with the current. The swirling vortexes faded from view. The 3 creatures retreated with terrifying speed. He continued to dive deeper, shouting, "Vuong Thien, where are you?" The scene changes to a desolate coastline, where our hero stands silently, gazing at the distant water with a complicated expression. Watching the wreckage of the boat sink, he sighed, lamenting the boy's cruel fate and his own inability to explain what happened. He wearily walked along the shoreline, right at the water's edge. Suddenly, his gaze froze on a strand of red hair stuck to his wrist. Tears welled up as he realized it was Vuong Thien's hair. Remembering their time together, he trembled and began to sob. "My disciple, it is I, your master, who has failed you. I knew this path was dangerous, yet I wasn't careful enough. Now you're gone, without even a proper grave." He dug a small hole and buried the strand of hair, creating a makeshift grave, then quickly looked around and ran to a large boulder. Our hero carried the stone and placed it over the hole. A blue light enveloped his finger as he carved "The Grave of Vuong Thien" onto it. "You were a good kid. Rest easy here. Big Brother Bach will get justice for you. We'll meet again in the next life." Suddenly, Vuong Thien's bewildered voice rang out, "Big Brother Bach, what are you doing?" After a few beats of silence, our hero replied, "So you woke up after you were already on the shore." The boy nodded. "I just remember a thick fog, then being thrown into the air. After that, I passed out. When I woke up on the shore, no one was around. So I walked along the river to look for you, and then I saw you up ahead, wailing." He cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. "All right, then, let's get going." But the boy stopped him. "Big Brother Bach, wait a moment. The boy respectfully kowtowed several times. "Old sir, may you rest in peace." Our hero's eyes widened. "The old man nearly got you killed, and you're still grateful." The boy replied, "Actually, I don't think he wanted to harm me. He was just testing my resolve. If you ask someone to risk their life for you but are scared of death yourself, who would respect that? Besides, he wasn't just toying with us. He gave us a goatskin scrolla detailed map, not some doodle. I bet he was a capable man. Maybe he'd even made the journey before." Our hero was skeptical. He made the journey before but didn't know about the sea monsters in the river, and he gambled his own life. But he did help us, so it's right for you to pay your respects. The boy fumbled inside his robes. "Speaking of which, I just remembered the goatskin scroll. I don't know the way. Maybe this will be useful." Our hero leaned in close. "Let me see it." He immediately unrolled the goatskin. The boy asked, "Big Brother Bach, can you tell where we are?" He thought to himself, "How could a country bumpkin like him possibly read a map? He still has to rely on me." Then he looked at the scroll and froze. "Let me see. We have to keep going east. Yes, just head east. The sun rises in the east. Following it is the safest bet." Thien suddenly cried out, "Brother Bach, look here. What's this red mark?" The goatskin map mentions the Miao territory, West Yang, a special attention zone, saying the omen of the hidden abyss is the responsibility of the gods. He looked confused. What in the world is an omen of the hidden abyss? "Will we run into this place if we head east?" The main character replied, stunned. "I've never even heard of the Miao territory, but the map does mark a Miao territory island." He laughed. "How could we possibly run into it along a 1,000-mile river? We've probably already passed it. There will be landmarks along the way, and if we see them, we'll just avoid them. Let's go. Time to move out." The two men's footprints were imprinted on the sand, and behind them, something stirred. A long trail of sand following their every step. The scene changes. A crow flies over a roof and lands on a wooden sign, its eyes darting around warily. Carved into the wooden sign were two words, Miao Territory. The scene shifts back to Zia, who laughed loudly, risking his life to save that mutant kid. He wondered if he'd regret it later when it was too late. But those three flood dragons were definitely no ordinary creatures. And yet, the Astrological Bureau had absolutely no reports on them. Two subordinates appeared instantly. "Grand Duke, the great astral art has just produced two new omens." Zia replied coldly and concisely, "Speak." They reported an omen of chaos and disaster, and there are two of them. He was startled. Two, confirmed to be a Class B calamity, an omen of chaos and disaster. The subordinate nodded. The chief astrologer and the sun-gazing immortal officer have confirmed it multiple times. His Majesty has activated the combat alert and sent us to invite the Grand Duke to the palace immediately. He muttered, "Class B. It's been so many years since one appeared." He asked if the time of its appearance had been calculated yet. They replied, "One of them hasn't. It seems someone has concealed its heavenly secrets." Zia was surprised, not calculated. The great astral art is the divine power of the Astrological Bureau. Disaster often hides where people are most careless. The fate of the three realms is hidden within countless tangled details. Gather enough information, and clues will reveal themselves. By analyzing and deducing through numerology, we can nip troubles in the bud and handle them before chaos erupts. This is a top secret. An ordinary person cannot conceal heavenly secrets. If it happened, there's only one possibility. The opponent is an extremely powerful force that understands the great astral art very well. He sighed. The situation is truly dire now. He asked about the other omen. The subordinate knelt down. That omen is of a level that is far too high. Peeking into its heavenly secrets caused a severe backlash. The Astrological Bureau lost 3 diviners just to calculate that a great calamity will occur in the Heavenly Court's Golden Palace in a few heavenly days. Zia was stunned. What? He looked up at the sky before him. A storm is coming. He ordered, Recall all heavenly spirits and earthly fiends to the celestial realm. Search every single palace. Time is short. We must focus on one front. Yes, sir. This is a major issue. I will ascend to the heavens immediately to seek an audience with His Majesty. The subordinate bowed. What about Wang Thien? Does the Grand Duke still wish to monitor him? Zia slowly replied. That kid is a Class C aberration omen. I have already observed him. His personality is a bit stubborn, and there are some strange things about him. But for now, he poses no threat. See, 20 years ago, the Monkey King of Flower Fruit Mountain had a similar omen. Now he's in the Heavenly Palace, following the right path. If this kid is guided well, he will be useful to the Heavenly Court in the future. Send 2 earthly fiend stars to follow him for the time being. They replied. Understood. The 2 instantly vanished. Zia stood silently, gazing at the ocean before him. The scene shifts to a distant forest. A figure stood atop the tallest tree, observing. Xiao Demon King muttered, finally back. Then, 3 streams of black smoke suddenly rushed in from nowhere. The smoke gathered on a branch, and Xiao Demon King materialized from within the black mist. He stood firmly on the nearest branch. Xiao Demon King asked, Why are you back? Xiao Demon King replied, My mission was thwarted. I was too late. Someone else already took the Fuli Orb. He was stunned. Who else could calculate it faster than the master? Xiao Demon King replied, I don't know. It needs investigation. The Fuli Orb is extremely important, and we're running out of time. Xiao Demon King asked, How did things go on your end? You just made a move, and you already got such a prize. Xiao Demon King clenched his fist and said, A prime specimen. A pity I couldn't catch him, but he's still under control. Once he enters the Meow territory, he's trapped. I've already sent word. Someone will be there to collect him. Xiao Demon King muttered, Prime specimens are hard to come by. This must be the last batch. How many more sacrifices do we need? Xiao Demon King replied, Mr. New brought one, and with the one we just saw, we're only missing the last one. Xiao Demon King laughed. I can't believe there's someone you couldn't capture. Was it that lightning guy who stopped you? Xiao Demon King replied, No, he's just small fry. It was that old man. His identity is likely not simple. Xiao Demon King was startled. The Wuji apricot yellow flag, one of the 5 great divine flags. Are you sure you didn't see wrong? Was it Jiang Zia? Xiao Demon King replied, My master died under that flag, so I'd recognize it anywhere. Xiao Demon King asked, Is he still hiding here? He replied, He's probably been exposed and can't stay in the Great River region anymore, but I'm worried about something else. The other was surprised. He continued, For such a major figure to perfectly conceal his identity, only to appear and stop me. Don't you find that strange? Xiao Demon King muttered, He's definitely not a simple one. Is the body clean? Be careful not to get into trouble. He replied, It's clean, almost too clean, which makes me even more uneasy. Xiao Demon King looked up at the sky. Your worries are justified. It's exactly as you fear. 2 little rats have arrived. In the distance, 2 figures riding clouds zipped past and stopped nearby. Xiao Demon King glanced over at them and said, Let's go. We have business to attend to. Now is not the time. What's happening in the Meow territory absolutely must not be exposed. Xiao Demon King nodded. Right. We cut to the southern Tibetan prefecture, in the Meow borderlands. Vuong Tian was trailing wearily behind Bach Khan. He called out, Big Brother Bach, can we rest for a bit? The main character snapped, Rest again. The other day you ate some wild fruit, got poisoned, threw it all up, and were out for the whole day. The kid clutched his stomach. It's that fruit. I can still feel the poison. He responded coldly, Serves you right. I warned you that the deep woods are full of poison. You have to be careful even when you're starving. Luckily, the poison wasn't strong. 1 jade essence pill and you were fine. Don't forget to pay me back next time. The boy looked around. Brother, we've been walking forever without a place to stop. Something feels wrong. The map said there were lots of villages along this route, but the further we go, the more desolate it gets. Could it be? The main character muttered to himself. Full of nonsense after a full meal. I could be flying through the clouds, but instead I have to drag myself up and down these mountains with you just for the experience. He thought to himself, could we really have entered the Meow borderlands? It's really strange around here. Then he turned back. All right, fine. You rest. I'll go scout ahead. I'll also teach you the mantra for chi cultivation. You can sit here and figure it out on your own. The kid frowned. Figure it out on my own. He plopped down on the ground. All right, Big Brother Bach, I'm ready. The main character began. Before you can cultivate, you must understand the principles of refining chi. Otherwise, the mantra is useless even if you know it. Listen up. The first step is to transform your vital essence into ki. They are fundamentally the same but have different effects. It's like how cold water becomes ice, hot water becomes liquid, and boiling water becomes steam. Steam can expand infinitely, while ice is solid. A small piece of ice can turn into a large cloud of vapor, and a small bit of essence can be refined into a large mass of ki within a cultivator's body. Compared to vital essence, ki flows much faster through the meridians, allowing the internal organs to function more efficiently. That's why refining ki greatly enhances bodily functions and serves as the foundation for practicing movement techniques and magic later on. Serious? The kid asked. If ki is so powerful, why not refine it first and then use it to force open the meridians? Wouldn't that be better? The main character froze. That was indeed an annoying question. Luckily, his senior sister had asked their master the same thing years ago, so he had an answer ready. He smiled and praised him. Good question. Nothing is absolutely strong or weak. It all depends on how you use it. Feathers are light, but they can be made into fletchings. Iron and stone are heavy, but they make good anchors. Chi flows quickly and efficiently. But to break through the blockages in your acupoints, you still need the denser force of vital essence. See, the boy's face lit up. I get it now. Nothing is completely good or completely bad. The key is to play to its strengths and avoid its weaknesses. That's why solid, liquid, and gas all have their uses. The main character glanced at him. Is that all you understood? Then he nodded. Correct. Vital essence is still a flow, just with different densities. The goal for later stages is to either refine it into more ethereal chui or condense it into a denser inner core. Do you understand? Now, I will pass on the mental art and mantra to you. 5 hearts facing heaven, spirit calming the breath, eyes and mind sealed shut, mouth and nose holding stillness, will focused on the crown, essence returning to the source. Each word resonated directly in the boy's mind. His face tensed with extreme concentration. He ordered, comprehend it slowly. I'm going to check the surroundings. The main character hopped off a boulder and walked closer, observing the boy's face, which was scrunched up in concentration. He was a little surprised. He's already entered a meditative state this quickly, and with that, his figure vanished. Now, only Vuong Tien was left, sitting alone, deep in his meditative trance. The scene changes. 2 days later, Vuong Tien slowly opened his eyes. He cheered excitedly. I finally got the hang of it. But his stomach was growling ferociously, and he couldn't ignore it any longer. He turned his head and looked around. Where's Big Brother Bach? He stood up and took a step, then unexpectedly stepped on a brown swirl on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he plummeted into the earth, followed by a dry thud, signifying he'd hit the bottom of the pit. He lay there, panting, his body completely exhausted. It took him a while to sit up. As he glanced around, he froze. These caves were. He reached his hand out of the cave entrance, trying to pull himself up. This place is so weird. How can there be such a big cave out of nowhere? Just then, the delicious smell of meat wafted right to his face. The irresistible aroma of roasted meat. The boy mumbled, I'm about to pass out from hunger, and then climbed completely out of the hole. He followed the scent and saw someone roasting meat. Bach Can smiled. What are you just standing there for, waiting for me to feed you?" The boy shouted with joy. "Big Brother Bach!" His face lit up with excitement as he rushed forward. But after just a few steps, he collapsed to the ground. He quickly caught him. "Why are you running? It's amazing you can even walk after not eating for 4 days." The boy was bewildered. 4 days. I thought it was 3. He replied, 3.5, to be exact. It'll be the 4th day at sunrise. In your condition, you won't be able to travel. I found a settlement nearby. Come on, I'll carry you over there so you can get some rest. The boy grabbed a piece of roasted meat but stared at him with suspicion. He yelled, "What are you spacing out for?" Then, the main character hoisted the boy onto his back, and the two of them headed straight forward. The sky around them was still pitch black. He continued to carry the boy, while the kid's eyes were wide with a mix of shock and awe. A dense cluster of houses suddenly appeared in the distance. The boy asked, "That's strange. We haven't seen a single footprint for days. How did a big village suddenly appear here? How did you find it?" He shot a sideways glance and spouted nonsense. "I can search the heavens and the earth. There's nowhere I can't find." The boy chuckled. "Of course Big Brother Bach is capable. So why didn't you come back for me sooner?" He replied, "I saw you were so focused on your qui refining. What's wrong with waiting a bit? I also took the chance to rest for 2 days." Just as the boy was about to ask about his dantian, he was cut off. "Can't this roasted rabbit shut you up? Eat before it gets cold." The boy narrowed his eyes warily. "I want to eat too. I'm just afraid I won't wake up after I'm done. If something happened then, following you would have been a waste of time." The man immediately flew into a rage. He yelled, "You little brat! What nonsense are you spouting?" The boy answered right back, "You can stop pretending now." He leaped off the man's back, landing neatly on the ground. He stared at him, full of suspicion. "Carrying me this far must have been hard on you. Huh, I'm all rested now. So, don't trouble yourself. Just tell me, where are you taking me, and for what purpose?" The man's voice trembled. "When did you find out? Did I say something wrong?" The boy replied, "No, your performance was brilliant. Even your tone of voice was the same. It's just, when I asked about chi refining, you were completely stumped. Besides, the real Big Brother Bach isn't so tense, and he'd never be patient enough to carry me for such a long way. Even when he scolds me, it's not as obvious as you." The man's face immediately twisted and deformed. He asked, "So you've known from the beginning. Why did you still follow me, only to expose me now?" It was as if he was asking, "Were you just letting me put on a show for you?" "Asking so many questions is just a waste of my breath." The boy laughed. "You think you would have spared me if I hadn't followed. Besides, I was tired. What's wrong with riding a talking donkey for a while? Plus, it answered everything I asked. It revealed quite a few things to me along the way." The little insect said coldly, "Kid, you're barely half a cultivator. You haven't even taken one step into the chi refining realm, and you dare to be so arrogant." It gradually revealed its true form as a giant, disgusting-looking insect. The boy muttered, "A worm." It roared, "You're looking for death," he sneered. "Stop with the empty threats," and swiftly drew a blade. He plunged it into the ground. "Let's have a talk," the insect roared. "On what grounds? You dare act so high and mighty in my territory with that pathetic blade. I'll show you what happens now." The boy remained calm, raising the blade and pressing it against his own neck. "On the grounds that I don't want to live. Is that enough for you?" It opened its maw and lunged, but he immediately made a small cut, and a line of red quickly beaded on his skin. The little insect froze like a statue. He looked it straight in the eye. "Can we talk now?" It mumbled, "This kid has guts." The boy replied, "Of course I'm scared. But compared to me, I'm pretty sure you're more afraid of me dying. You could have killed me, but instead you disguised yourself as Big Brother Bach to lure and serve me along the way. That means my life is important to you." It quickly argued back, "You save the best delicacies for last. The flesh of a virgin boy like you is a rare treat in the Meow frontier." The boy lifted the blade, playing the gourmet. Are we? Fine. Then. He then slashed his arm deeply. If I don't give you a little taste, you won't talk. Right. Drops of red splattered onto the ground. It narrowed its eyes. Kid, I can't let you go. Don't struggle in vain. He replied, seeing how jumpy you are. Your master must be a tough one. Tell me, who is your master? Why do you need me? Where is Big Brother Bach? Tell me the truth, and I'll consider letting you go back and report this smoothly. It retorted, how would I know where your Big Brother Bach is? I don't even know you people. The boy's voice turned cold. You don't know us. Yet your imitation was so perfect. I deliberately said 4 days instead of 3, and you rushed to correct me so you wouldn't be exposed. In reality, I was testing you to see when you started following us. Back then, I said, it feels like 4 days. Why do I remember 3? And you replied, it's been 3.5 days. When the sun rises, it'll be the 4th day. That means you've been targeting us ever since we were at the shore. We've been side by side day and night for the past few days, and now you pretend not to know us. You even claimed you were only watching me and not him. You dared to impersonate Big Brother Bach because you knew he wasn't nearby. It clicked its tongue. If you knew all that, you must have also heard him say he was going to scout ahead, so why are you still asking? The boy laughed loudly. Before he left, Big Brother Bach told me a few things in private. It seems you really didn't hear what he said. When Big Brother Bach leaned in close, he whispered in my ear that something was following us from underground. He was going to drag it out and told me not to wander off. The boy narrowed his eyes. Big Brother Bach already had a plan. If I hadn't been stupid enough to fall into your trap, I would have met up with him by now. The insect laughed loudly. He can't even save himself, and he's worried about you. But as soon as it said that, it froze. The boy said coldly, you know where Big Brother Bach is. Right under where the boy was standing, a vortex suddenly appeared in the ground. The insect's tail shot out of the sand and seized him. Got careless, did you? You want to die? It's not that easy. Let's see what tricks you have left now. He growled through gritted teeth. I deliberately gave you an opening. You really thought you had me. It shouted, still talking tough. Looks like I'll have to give you a few more marks to make you behave. Fine. Dragging you back to Rays for a few days won't make a difference. Then it spat in frustration. So annoying. I was almost tricked into spilling everything. The boy spoke up. Perfect timing. The poison from the wild berries is about to kick in. It snapped. What are you pretending for? A little bit of that isn't enough to kill you. But then the boy coughed up a mouthful of red blood. The insect panicked. What the hell did you do? Wait, those wild berries you mentioned. It remembered what the imposter had said earlier. Still resting. The other day I ate some poisonous wild berries and threw up. Luckily, the poison wasn't strong. Taking an Azure Origin pill suppressed it. Remember to pay me back later, it muttered. Don't tell me you saved those poisonous berries and actually ate them. How irritating. You truly are a ruthless one. The boy gave a faint smile. Thanks for the compliment. If you don't want me to kick the bucket, then take me to find Big Brother Bach so I can get the Azure Origin pill. The scene changes to another location on Miaojiang Island. The market noise exploded like firecrackers. We've arrived at the market. Freshly baked cakes, crispy cucumbers for 1 coin a pair. Make way, make way. Nu Wai Tian remarked. This setup today is quite grand. He continued. It's a world apart from last time. And Nguma Vuong laughed. A big fish is about to be netted. A good time to watch the show. The two silently looked towards a distant tower, where a young man lay, stretched out in a high room, a beautiful girl beside him. Cheerful vendor cries rang out. Candied hawthorns here. Has anyone seen my son alight? He has a birthmark on his chest. My family's rice is more fragrant than any fine lady. Sayen spoke up. Young master, what are you staring at so intently? Am I not beautiful? This fine wine? You haven't even had a sip yet. Young master. She poured the wine into Bak Khan's mouth. It's getting late. Why don't we? Let me undress you. young master, and then we can perform a few other acts." Her hand slid quickly toward his belt. He angrily grabbed Sayen's hand. "You've got some nerve." But just after that, he went limp and fell backward. Sayen watched with a cold expression. He's finally out. Damn it. I've never met such a difficult target. 3 days of soul-bewitching soup could knock out 10 bulls. I'm exhausted. Tuha emerged. Isn't that the truth? That's why the boss set up such a big scene, even using the mirage escape. Thankfully, you handled it, my lady, taking down this cultivator without losing a single soldier. The boss will definitely reward you." Sayen frowned. "All right, fine. Go report to the boss, and then we can turn off this mirage-scape. It's hot enough to make me steam." Tuha immediately leaped from the tower to carry out her task. She turned back to stare at Bak Khan, her hand lightly brushing over the torn part of his chest garment. She clicked her tongue. "That's some enviable skin. The boss said not to touch him, but with such strong yang energy, it'd be a waste not to borrow a little." Then she caressed his neck, sliding down to his chest. Suddenly, her body froze solid. A torrent of blue and white demonic energy erupted, echoing throughout the tower. The main character glanced at the corpse of the insect that had been split in two, then looked down. What he saw was the mirage escape she had mentioned, an illusion so real. It was unbelievably vivid. It had imprisoned him for 3 days without him even knowing. He thought only a few hours had passed. He immediately drew his weapons. He launched himself from the tower, muttering to himself, "Right now." The 2 weapons in his hands began to swell. "It's time to settle the score, shopkeeper." The weapons in his hand shot out like a bolt of lightning. A flash of white light exploded, illuminating the entire area. Thick black smoke billowed up, rising straight into the sky. Then the smoke gradually dissipated, vanishing completely in the blink of an eye. He landed on the ground, muttering, "The dust and smoke is too heavy." Below, the market noise was still bustling. Freshly picked carrots. "We've arrived. Has anyone seen my son Elite? He has a birthmark on his forehead. Cowtrang persimmons here, sweet and delicious." He took one look and understood. That's it. A mirage-scape can't be broken by physical attacks. Everything is just an illusion of light and shadow. In that case, I just need to jump out of the mirage-scape's range of effect, and I should be able to escape easily. He leaped high into the air. "You think a mere illusion city can hold me?" So he flew straight toward the sun, his face taut with concentration, determined to break free from the illusion. But after flying for a while, the sun remained in the same position. He thought, "Strange. At this speed, I should be about to reach the celestial realm, yet the sun hasn't changed at all." He paused. "Wait, something's not right." He looked down, his eyes suddenly filled with panic. The scene below him was still almost the same. Could it be that after flying for half a day, I've only ascended a few dozen zhang? How strange. If this is a mirage-scape, why can't I fly out of it? And why does gravity still pull me down normally? A mirage-scape is designed to replicate a real scene, which is why it's so immersive that it's hard to tell what's real and what's fake. It's divided into sea mirages and sand mirages, which are the water mirage art and the fire mirage art. Both use water vapor and bone as a medium, but the fire mirage art specifically uses high heat to bake the air and create the illusion. Looking at this situation, my opponent is likely proficient in the fire element, or at least very skilled with fire, but a mirage art is just a trick of the eye. Jumping out of its range should be enough. So why is it so bizarre? Could it be that I've fallen for an illusion art? That's not right either. I have the spirit altar seal placed by my master. Ordinary illusion arts can hardly fool me. Plus, that demonic woman clearly said what I was seeing was a mirage-scape before she died. Then perhaps there's some kind of spatial formation added on top of it. Let me try one more time. He flew up again, but it wasn't long before he returned to the exact same spot by the old tower. He tried to keep flying, but then froze in shock as he looked down at the scene below. No matter which direction he flew, he ended up back where he started. It looked like a spatial art, But if his opponent was truly a master of space, then killing or capturing him would be as easy as snapping their fingers. Why would they play this game of trapping him in a loop? His master once said that the stranger the situation, the bigger the problem. They were definitely stalling for a reason. The Meow borderlands are so vast, and this was his first time here. Why was he suddenly being targeted? A wave of anger began to rise within him. He roared, "You cowardly turtle. If you've got any guts, show your face and fight me one-on-one." Suddenly, a cart rushed toward him. As it veered away, he quickly shielded his face, but his entire body was still covered in sand. He was startled. The cart had passed right through him. He squinted at the black layer on the ground. Sand. An illusionary landscape. Why was there sand? Then, a familiar-looking old woman rushed over. "Have you seen my son? Elite. He has a birthmark on his forehead." She passed right through him again, causing him to stumble and fall. Damn old hag. Why do I keep running into her everywhere I go? Suddenly, he stopped, looking closely at the fine black sand on the ground. Could it be? He saw white particles drifting away from his hands. It wasn't just his hands, but his feet too, just as he suspected. The black sand was draining his true essence. He quickly leapt into the air. Damn it! This is a deadly formation, the legendary sands of the Stygian River. No wonder he was getting weaker and weaker. If he let the black sand keep draining him, he wouldn't even have the strength to escape. This method of slowly boiling a frog was truly sinister, fitting for a coward. He couldn't stay here any longer. He had to find a way out now. An illusionary landscape, a ghost wall, the heat, and black sand that could be controlled to drain true essence. Controlling sand, I get it now. This isn't a spatial art. At first, I thought it was a fire element mage, but looking closely, this seems more like an earth element cultivator. In this mirage, not everything is an illusion. It's real sand mixed with illusions to create a sense of reality. I thought I was flying straight, but I was actually flying in a large circle. That's why I kept returning to the same spot, or flying to a place that looked exactly the same. This isn't a spatial technique, but a fire mirage art combined with the earth element to create an illusionary maze. His face tensed visibly. The opponent's methods were truly terrifying. The main character frowned, deep in thought. He knew it was a maze, but how could he break it? Logically, there were only two ways to maintain such a long-lasting technique. Either the caster was constantly maintaining it, or there was a formation-suppressing artifact in place. To catch the bandits, you must first catch the king. Right now, his only option was to find the caster or the artifact's location. He looked at the hundreds of shadows on the ground and felt overwhelmed. The area was too large, and the entire scene was a real recreation. The sounds of the market still echoed. Come and play. Let's kick the shuttlecock. Winter melons as big as boats. He gritted his teeth. Everything was too plausible. He couldn't see any flaws. But his gaze suddenly froze. The familiar voice rang out again. "Have you seen my son? Elite? He has a birthmark on his forehead." He frowned. He'd run into this old woman at least 3 times already. It was too strange. Was she just asking every passerby the same question over and over? "Have you seen my son? Elite? He has a birthmark on his forehead." He suddenly had an epiphany. If the illusion was recreating reality, then the characters and events should constantly change, even if it replayed an old scene. The people should be replaced at a similar frequency. But this old woman, no matter where he flew, he ran into her, wherever and whenever. She repeated the exact same action and said the exact same line. This woman had to be the flaw. He landed directly in front of her, blocking her path. The main character called out, "Ma'am," she asked robotically, "have you seen my son? Elite. He has a birthmark on his forehead." He was surprised. "Are you asking me?" There was no one else around. She lifted her foot and asked the exact same thing again. "Have you seen my son? Elite. He has a birthmark on his forehead." Then she passed through him just like before. His face darkened. Could he have been wrong? He yelled out, "I know where Eliot is." The old woman behind him instantly froze, her body trembling violently as if she were a puppet on a string. He thought to himself, "Got her." She turned back and mumbled, "You know." He replied immediately, "He's at the place where you last saw him," she repeated. The last place." He continued, "That's right. Elite is waiting for you at the old place." She murmured, "The old place. Elite," then stood frozen as if turned to stone. Immediately after, she vanished. The main character glanced around. She was completely gone. Suddenly, he saw her appear in the distance. "Wait for me," he shouted, immediately giving chase. She teleported to another spot, but he kept running, staying right on her tail. A moment later, he found himself standing before a tower. The tower was immensely tall. She had disappeared here. Could the key be inside? He touched the door. This tower wasn't an illusion. It was a physical structure. He immediately flew up to inspect the top. After observing for a while, it seemed the caster or the formation-suppressing artifact was hidden inside this strange tower. He sneered triumphantly. The cowardly turtle finally shows its tail. Every technique has a flaw, and I've found yours. What a waste of a setup. The show ends here. The mace in his hand immediately flared with a brilliant light. "Old turtle, take this mace strike from me." He hurled the weapon down forcefully. "Let's see if you can take this." The moment the mace struck the tower, a world-shaking explosion erupted, making the very space around them tremble. From a distance, the as-you-wish fairy clapped with delight. He broke it. This little Taoist is truly impressive, tearing through that illusion so quickly. Letting the fish slip through the net this easily. It seems that Fatso's skills aren't all that great. Big brother, was it a waste for us to rush over here with a gift to build connections? A hand emerged from a sack as the Bull Demon King scoffed. "What do you know? That technique is no ordinary trick. Having a flaw is almost unavoidable. Watch closely. The real show is just beginning." Behind the tower, a dark shadow slowly emerged. The black smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the massive thing hidden behind it. The as-you-wish fairy cheered. "There it is." Meanwhile, our main character had already retrieved his mace. The weapon flew back into his hand, and he gripped it tightly. He stared down below. What was that thing? A giant, dark silhouette was slowly coming into view. Through the smoke, its enormous foot appeared before his eyes. Then, a pair of clasped hands came into view, and finally, its bizarre form was fully revealed, a grotesque statue with twisted wings standing tall and imposing. A flicker of worry crossed his eyes. Perched casually on the statue's shoulder was Great Desolation. He was a gray, worm-like creature with a meticulously painted face. The as-you-wish fairy said excitedly, "Big brother, is that the Great Desolation divine statue you told me about? It's truly shocking." The Bull Demon King found it strange. Why bring out the divine statue? It's not his style. He doesn't need this much fanfare just to kill that kid. But the as-you-wish fairy just grinned from ear to ear. This trip is already an eye-opener. The Bull Demon King pondered for a long moment, then took a deep breath. He blew a powerful stream of air into the sky. A white barrier enveloped Great Desolation and the entire area. The as-you-wish fairy was surprised. There's already a Meow border concealment formation. Why waste your true energy? He replied. The divine statue has been revealed. We absolutely cannot let word of this get out. Now, not even a bird can fly in. That's more reassuring. The little Taoist's lightning techniques are pure. He's no ordinary rogue cultivator. Who knows? That Fatso might have to take action himself. At that moment, Great Desolation's face began to move. The as-you-wish fairy laughed. The fat worm is waking up. The Bull Demon King shook his head. That's not the Fatso I was talking about. Our MC observed closely. To erect a mud statue like this in an instant, he had to be an earth element master. The statue was neither human nor demon. with 3 legs planted deep in the ground like giant tree roots, a monstrosity he'd never even heard of. Great Desolation roared, "Hey, kid, weren't the beauties appealing enough that you had to make this great one come down here personally?" The main character paused for a moment. Then he burst out laughing. "I thought you were a cowardly turtle, but it turns out you're just a disgusting worm. If you don't want to fight, you shouldn't have shown such a huge weakness. It's not too late to turn back now. We can go our separate ways. Otherwise, I'll smash both you and that dirt monster to pieces." Great Desolation laughed heartily. "A dirt monster, you say? You truly don't know fear." The statue immediately began to move. One of the statue's legs rumbled as if trying to pull itself out of the ground. Great Desolation yelled, "Try a few moves against it first." The statue's leg lifted slowly, revealing a purple, fruit-like object swelling up from underneath. He frowned. "What kind of fruit is that?" But the purple fruit began to distort strangely. He was startled. "Wait, that's not right. That's a person." Great Desolation roared. "Blood origin vitality. Corpse child's advent." The round mass on the statue's shin slid down. A stream of red liquid flowed around it, and then a large cluster of fruit fell to the ground. From within, a child landed on the ground. It was the fire child. The kid stood firmly on the ground as our MC watched with extreme caution. Faint purple threads of demonic energy swirled around the child. He finally realized what this was, a manipulated child. He yelled, "You even dragged a child into this." Great Desolation just laughed smugly. He said, "It's just a defective product. Wait until you've fought it before you start complaining." The fire child stared at him coldly. The kid opened his mouth, and a fireball immediately shot out. He dodged back, casting fireballs without any incantations. Blue demonic energy enveloped his body. Our MC leaped out of the explosion's range. A puppet doll. Could it be that this child has already been sacrificed? The fire child spat another fireball, and he successfully dodged it again. The kid angrily spat fire everywhere, and watching the flames spread, he chanted the fire control art. His body was engulfed in the inferno, yet he remained completely unharmed. "I'm also a fire element cultivator, so fire techniques are useless against me. You're just wasting your energy." Hodong-tu then took a deep breath. The kid's chest swelled up, and a brilliantly glowing flame bullet shot towards him. He was slightly startled. He couldn't even get a clear look. He dodged to the side, but his eyes suddenly froze. This time he was hit, getting thrown a great distance. Just as he regained his balance, hundreds of flame bullets came raining down on him. The explosive force was terrifying, with flames pouring down like a waterfall. He chanted the fire control art once more, noticing that the intensity of the flames was starting to wane. Suddenly, the cries of street vendors rang out, and as he looked over, his eyes widened in surprise. Cries of soybean oil, scented oil, filled the air, sending a chill down his spine. These sounds were far too familiar. He realized he was standing in the middle of a market again. The main character sighed. Another illusionary realm. Thinking it over, he realized Hodong-tu must have created the illusion, while the worm demon was skilled in the earth element. It took their 2 divine abilities combined to construct this labyrinth of reality and illusion. The flaw he found earlier was likely because the demon worm was still inexperienced. "How long do you plan to keep me here this time?" he wondered. But then he suddenly grew cautious. Something wasn't right. There's no need to use a technique that has already been exposed, unless their purpose is different. He glanced at the ground, and then at a nearby man. He swung his mace at the man. There was no sand. It was a pure illusion. So the purpose wasn't to hold him here. As he thought this, a small figure lunged towards him. He spun around defensively, realizing they were using the illusionary realm as a smokescreen. Hiding a real attack within the illusion? Pretty cunning of him. He adopted an offensive stance. "You dare challenge me to close combat." He flipped through the air, sweeping both his maces powerfully toward Hoa Dong-tu. The figure flashed with an unusual light, and he was startled. An explosion sent him flying backward as thick smoke billowed up. He landed, sparks still crackling around his knee. He thought to himself, not only did they use the illusionary realm for cover, but they also hid a flame bullet inside an illusion to lure me in close. If his two maces hadn't blocked most of the impact, I'd probably be lying here unconscious by now. Using illusion arts to this extent, they really have a lot of tricks. He leapt into the sky. As long as he keeps his distance, that move is useless, and the lightning shield is the fastest way to do it. But then he saw something flash near the sun. Did I see that wrong? He wondered. Never mind. Defending against the flame bullets is more important. He looked down at the illusionary scene below, feeling that something was off. The figure of the child appeared on the street below, and he clenched his fists. Then, he flicked his finger, sending a bolt of blue lightning shooting straight towards Hoa Dong-tu. A loud explosion erupted. Hoa Dong-tu immediately leaped into the air. He was surprised to see the kid appear to his right, and immediately fired another bolt of lightning in that direction. Another explosion rocked the sky, filling it with thick smoke and dust. He instantly regretted it. His vision was completely obscured. From the left, Hoa Dong-tu launched a surprise attack. Bak Khan was terrified, shooting upwards as if he had just stepped on a landmine. Lightning gathered around his feet as he used the momentum to rocket upwards, his lightning shield already active. Another explosion filled the sky with smoke and dust. The main character understood immediately. That fire kid was using the smoke as cover for sneak attacks, but the power of this one was weaker than the first. He glanced behind him as his intuition screamed a warning, but just as he turned his head, the figure vanished. Hoa Dong-tu flickered in and out of sight in the distance. The main character frowned. What trick is he planning now? Is he attacking from above? He looked up, his eyes catching the hovering dark shadow. He frowned, the air thick with the smell of danger. Ngavu, this is bad. The opponent is gathering energy for a massive attack. The protagonist's heart sank. The ultimate flame burst bullet reappeared as a bright light flared from his neck, activating the central focus earthly branch life fire. Hoa Dong-tu opened his mouth wide, as if he were about to swallow the entire sky. Hundreds of fire bullets rained down like a meteor shower. Their speed skyrocketed, accelerating as they fell. High above, a glowing orb gradually took shape. Two smaller specks of fire circled it like satellites. The protagonist's voice rang out. Thunder shield. White-forged meteor. Too slow. Even your ultimate bullets can't keep up with me. Whatever else you've got, bring it on. Hiding and throwing firecrackers won't work on anyone. He launched a relentless counterattack, but Dai Huang just sneered. So, I still haven't finished you off yet. The protagonist stared at him in surprise. Dai Huang gave a faint smile. I didn't expect you to be so proficient with the Thunder Shield, he replied. In this world, all magic is defeated by speed. The creature laughed coldly. You think you're the only one with an ace up your sleeve. Look up. Something in the sky began to fade. The protagonist was stunned. The sun had vanished. What were those two orbs? Dai Huang roared. Hoa Dong-tu. Sacrifice your life soul. Burn your final flame as an offering to your divine master. A blazing red fire completely engulfed his opponent's body. The human branch life fire erupted. He took a deep breath, his chest swelling before the protagonist's astonished eyes. A stream of fire shot straight up toward the two orbs above. When the spark reached them, it transformed into a third orb. The three orbs began to spin wildly. Then, they merged, three becoming one. A chill ran down the protagonist's spine. Great desolation. Three souls gather. Divine miracle descends. Heavenly punishment. The circle of light was so dazzlingly bright that he had to shield his eyes. Fire is raining from the sky. The Bull Demon King exclaimed in shock. Is that Samadhi true fire? Nu Wai Tian couldn't believe it. Is this really the stuff of legends? The old man nodded. Light like the intertwined moon. brilliance like the blazing sun. It is indeed Samadhi true fire. The nearly lost divine flame has reappeared. Nu Ytn froze. He asked urgently, "Brother, what's so special about Samadhi true fire?" He explained, "Fire elements are divided into yin and yang, with 4 colors, black, blue, yellow, and white. But Samadhi is the purest yang, so white it's nearly transparent. It burns without end, and even a mortal who gazes upon it will be blinded. Samadhi corresponds to the heavenly soul, the earthly soul, and the human soul. Only when 3 fire geniuses merge their life fires can this ultimate divine power be forged." The old man sighed in admiration. "This technique is so magnificent. If you're going to have a son, have one like that little fire child." Nui Tien chuckled slyly. "Brother," he winked. "After this is over, let's go to the Rakshasa kingdom. It seems Princess Ironfan has taken quite a liking to you. Have a little fire child for me to play with. Name him Fire Sea Child. No, Red Boy." The Bull Demon King roared with laughter. "That's quite a name you've picked out." Nhu Y Tien tossed his head. "I have no need for women." The Bull Demon King's expression turned serious. But this time, the Samadhi fire was forcefully activated. The price for that is the sacrifice of the 3 souls. After this divine miracle, the little fire child's soul will be scattered to the winds. He'll become a one-time use firecracker. Is that fat guy insane? If this fight continues, someone else is bound to interfere, the protagonist thought, sacrificing the 3 souls just to deal with me. That's a bit of an overreaction. The flame-burst bullet was powerful because of the soul explosion. From the very beginning, it was all a sacrifice. He recalled how the heavenly and earthly souls were sacrificed one after another. The blinding light had prevented him from realizing it, and now that the 3 souls were gathered, it was too late. The heat was closing in. If he got touched by the Samadhi fire, he would burn forever. His only chance of survival was to go underground. Without a second thought, the protagonist dove straight for the ground. Dai Huang laughed, trying for an earth shield. Dream on. Suddenly, a swarm of black fish erupted from the ground below. He cracked his eyes open, and once his vision cleared, he froze. Yemchan was absorbing his true essence. He couldn't use any earth techniques. Going in there meant getting trapped for good. The lightning shield was useless. The flames were too dense, and even the fire evasion art was failing him. The Samadhi fire was burning away his very true kui. Dai Huang let out a hearty laugh. Nowhere left to run, is there? Time to die. Our hero clenched his fists, realizing there was only one thing left he could use. In a distant forest, a man was rushing forward when suddenly, a blade shaped like a gaping mouth appeared. It flashed through his body in an instant. The Zuo Demon King had cleanly disposed of the last man, while the Xiao Demon King sneered, "How weak." Recalling the flood dragon, they both turned to look at the brilliant pillar of light in the distance. They looked on in alarm. That was Samadhi true fire. Making such a scene, it would be difficult for the upper realm not to notice. The Jiao Demon King reassured them, saying that the heavenly court was bound to find out anyway. Those 2 were earthly fiend stars from the Shadow Guard. They were led by Jiang Zia, part of the Heavenly Emperor's personal army, and now they lay dead here. It wouldn't be long before Miaojiang became a hotspot for the heavenly court. The Xiao Demon King kicked lightly at the ground. Why were the Shadow Guard here? Did the heavenly court discover something? The Zuo Demon King replied, "Miaojiang's heavenly secrets were sealed with a top-tier magical artifact, so it shouldn't have been noticed. They might have been targeting that red-haired fellow." The Xiao Demon King said coldly, "Once the bow is drawn, the arrow must fly. Should we move the plan forward?" The Jiao Demon King said it wasn't necessary yet. If the heavenly secrets were truly exposed, they would have sent more than just 2 earthly fiends. He muttered, "But once they start investigating thoroughly, how can we possibly hide anything?" The Zuo Demon King mused, "If they want to investigate, let them. As long as we get what we came for, they'll leave on their own." The Xiao Demon King was stunned. You mean to say? The Zhao Demon King answered quickly. We'll sacrifice a pawn to save the chariot. Even if we leak the information and they don't fall for it, we still have a next step. He continued. At worst, we sacrifice the chariot to save the king. The Zhao Demon King sighed. A truly interlocking scheme. No matter how suspicious they get, as long as we give them a bigger result and a reasonable explanation, the game will end. Good. Yantai deserves an important position. Prepare yourselves. Time is running out. The two figures vanished in an instant. Back on the battlefield, Dai Huang let out a massive roar. To witness the descent of a divine miracle is a blessing from the heavens themselves. Our hero thought to himself, this is getting critical. There's no more. Time to hesitate. I have to use it now. The lightning crackling around his body began to surge violently. The moment Binan moved, the remnant of the attack activated, and the bracelet on Bak Khan's wrist immediately reacted. He gritted his teeth and bit down hard on his own thumb. And so, our hero decided to just use it. He smeared a streak of blood across the center of his forehead, then drew another straight line down the middle of his chest. He didn't stop there, continuing the line straight down his abdomen in a classic all or nothing gambit. Our hero clasped his hands, and a barrier sealed him inside. His master's limitless world ring was his last resort. Without it, he would have been turned to dust by now. But sacrificing this ring would consume a massive amount of his life-bound true essence. See, not to mention, once it's activated, he'd be frozen like a statue, unable to use any other divine abilities. Dragging this out would be the same as tying his own hands. The Bull Demon King watched in shock. That little Taoist isn't being consumed by the Samadhi true fire. The Rui Immortal argued. But it's supposed to burn forever once it touches you. How is that kid still in perfect condition? He muttered in astonishment. Could that be the limitless world ring from Wuzhuang Guan? The Rui Immortal looked lost, admitting he'd never heard of it. So, the Bull Demon King began to explain what the limitless world ring was. It's a spatial-type magical treasure. When activated, it erects a separate layer of space. An invisible realm surrounds the user, completely separating them from everything outside. But spatial artifacts are notoriously difficult to control. If a weak user maintains it for too long, the cost will far outweigh the benefit. The Rui Immortal mumbled to himself, the limitless world ring, Wuzhuang Guan. Then his eyes suddenly widened, as if he'd just remembered something. Brother, the master of the 5 villages temple, is he that guy named Tran? Ngzhu Ma Vuong shot him a cold glare, and Hu Wai Tian immediately shut his mouth, cutting himself off. Ngu Ma Vuong warned, that grub is too stupid. Pushing the little Taoist into a corner will only make things difficult. Remember, you and I have nothing to do with this, nor do we know his identity. Nui Tian obediently replied, yes, we don't know anything. Meanwhile, the main character calmly stood his ground. Dai Huang thought to itself, how is he not burned to a crisp yet? It ordered Hoa Dong Tu to go check. The boy immediately obeyed, darting forward. He flew right up to where the main character was standing. Seeing him charge forward, the main character's expression changed. The boy observed for a moment before reaching out. His hand passed right through him, and Hoa Dong Tu immediately became suspicious. Something wasn't right. The main character was also stunned. This puppet has feelings. The boy raised his hand to check again. He stared intently at the boy's forehead. The mark between his brows, was it a birthmark? The demonic energy around them gathered, and in a flash of insight, the main character understood. He remembered that woman. She had asked him over and over again, have you seen my son? Aliyah Tuva. He has a birthmark on his forehead. The main character thought, there's a discrepancy between the two illusions. The woman wasn't in the second one, likely because the boy's subconscious wanted to protect his mother from the battlefield. He is Aliyah. That woman had become the flaw in the illusion technique. In his remaining consciousness, the boy was still crying for help, desperate to be freed. The main character shouted, "Hey, Fire Kid, can you hear me?" Dai Huang's eyes widened. He's still alive. It roared, set him on fire, burn him now. The main character called out, "Aliet, your mother is still looking for you." But the boy remained unresponsive. He continued, "Aliet, wake up. Your mother hasn't given up." At this, the boy's expression flickered. The main character pressed on. "She has always been searching for you, everywhere." Instantly, Hua Dongtu flinched as if he'd been struck in the heart. Tears streamed down his face as he clutched his head, trembling. "Mo, there." Dai Huang roared, "You ungrateful brat." It bellowed another command, but the boy's tears continued to fall. The main character encouraged him. "Elite, you can do it. You can stop." The boy clutched his head again, racked with painful conflict. "Amao, everyone, the mountain village, it's all gone." He remembered Amao promising to buy him candy, but then the Mother God had said. Then he remembered the glowing red eyes scrutinizing him. Found him. "Boss, what do you think of this kid?" "Not bad. His constitution is tough. What about the rest? Clean them up. Leave no trace. The master is in need of blood food." And after that order, the people he loved fell one by one. Hua Dongtu let out choked sobs of agony. The tears flowed more and more freely. The main character immediately began to chant loudly, "The Supreme One grants a pardon for all wandering spirits born of delusion." Each word seemed to pull the boy back, gradually calming Hua Dongtu. The boy looked up, his face covered in tears, as the main character's voice rang out, "The Supreme One grants a pardon, liberating the lonely souls. For every demon and every ghost, for all four forms of birth, a shower of grace." The murderous glint in the boy's eyes slowly faded. Tu Genjaya, the main character focused and chanted, "Decree of the Nine-Vine Host. The 8 trigrams release their light, transcend and find rebirth elsewhere." See, the boy's face now was almost completely free of malice. The main character raised his hand. "Elite, I'll take you home. The Supreme One grants a pardon. Liberate this lonely soul, escape suffering, and be reborn as a human." Hua Dongtu looked at him with complete trust, then raised his hand as if in response. A moment later, the boy froze as a stream of light wrapped around his body. His eyes widened, his lips trembling. "You." The seal on his forehead gradually faded. The kid said emotionally, "Big brother, thank you." Then, the boy's body erupted in a layer of flames that enveloped him. His form blurred within the light as he gave the protagonist one last, radiant smiles. Specks of light danced around once before his soul gradually dissipated. Then everything vanished, leaving the protagonist standing there, silently gazing forward. Dai Huang exploded with rage, cursing. What a useless piece of trash. Sacrificing his soul, and he couldn't even burn a single little Taoist. Even the Samadhi true fire couldn't do a thing to him. The protagonist stood still, not even bothering to reply. The creature was bewildered, wondering who on earth he was, and its heart trembled with the fear of having run into a master. It lamented that it wouldn't have offered up the idol if it had known, while the protagonist looked up and said annoyedly, "Get lost. Little punk, you want to know which sect I belong to? You're not worthy." Dai Huang sneered. "Stop posturing." The protagonist replied, "Tired. Yeah, I am a bit tired. But compared to dealing with you, it's just a small drain of energy. Just look at your pathetic state. With that pathetic bit of skill, you dare to challenge me. Don't make me laugh." Dai Huang went berserk. "You insolent fool. Today, this old man will show you the descent of a divine master and the true meaning of a 3-soul sacrifice." Its body began to crawl into the physical form below. The monster's hands clasped together as its entire body convulsed. Dai Huang roared, "Blood origin life force. The corpse acolyte descends." A purple slime dripped down with a soft plop. Dai Huang summoned them. "Come out. Water acolyte, earth acolyte." See. Two acolytes materialized right in front of the protagonist. He froze, realizing there were still more. One fire acolyte was tiring enough, and now two more were joining the fight. The protagonist immediately taunted, "If you've got any guts, fight me directly. What's so great about using children as shields?" Dai Huang cackled. "Children? No. These are the ancestors you'll be worshipping today." The two acolytes stood still, awaiting orders. The protagonist muttered his analysis to himself. The larva summoned a water acolyte and an earth acolyte, so it must be related to the 5 elements. Aliat was a fire element, which means I might be facing a combination of water and earth elements now. But that's not all. He mentioned a 3-soul sacrifice, implying these two might be like Alit, and could possibly unleash Samadhi water and Samadhi earth. The protagonist was tense as a drawn bowstring. Dai Huang gloated. "Scared now, aren't you? Kowtow 3 times, and this old man might consider giving you a clean death," he scoffed. "That's hilarious. I've counted carefully. Your monster only has a total of 3 vines. The fire acolyte is gone, so the water and earth acolytes are all you have left. Right. You're betting everything you've got. Aren't you afraid of becoming a general with no army? If you want to fight, I'll gladly oblige. I have nothing to lose in this bout." See, as soon as he said that, Dai Huang's face turned purple with rage. The protagonist lamented internally. "Damn, I'm at a huge disadvantage. Using the limitless ring just now burned through my innate true essence. It hurts so much I could cry. I'm burning through my youth like it's pocket change. My stamina is completely drained. If I keep fighting, my acquired true essence will vanish, and that will drain my life force." That old man's lifespan. Wait a second. The illusion before him shattered. The protagonist suddenly realized, that's right, with the fire acolyte gone, the illusion should have disappeared too. He shot up into the air and said bluntly, "Why should I stand here and play this pointless game with you?" Then he launched himself away. "I'm out of here," leaving Dai Huang behind. The creature was still dazed, thinking, how is his body so agile? Suddenly, a shout pierced the air. "Master, we have a problem." Both the creature and the protagonist froze. The news, something had happened to the acolyte. Dai Huang quickly blew out a gust of air. An earth wall rose up to block the minion. The creature roared, "You idiot! Is this a place you can just barge into? Get lost." The minion knelt and begged, saying, "The acolyte has been poisoned and is in critical condition. You ordered us to guard him carefully, that you'd kill us if even a single hair fell from his head. My life is worthless, but I fear this will ruin your grand plan, so I dared not delay." The protagonist turned back and saw Vuong Tien lying limp on the ground. He was startled. "Damn it, they've taken him hostage. This is a tough situation. I can't just abandon the kid." The moment he landed, Dai Huang sneered. "Go on, run. Why aren't you running anymore?" The protagonist shot back. "Besides kidnapping children, what else can you guys do? Have you no shame?" After speaking, he glanced down. Vuong Tien struggled to lift his head. The protagonist was still confused. Why did they capture him to hold me back? The boy bit his lip, looking clearly uncomfortable. While the protagonist was still hesitating, he heard the minion plead, "Master," he said, "only Big Brother Bach can neutralize this poison. Please, consider." It dawned on him. So, Vuong Tien intentionally poisoned himself to force the demonic spawn to bring him to me. What a deep scheme. And his acting is pretty convincing. 2. Vuong Tien suddenly screamed, "Help me. I'm about to die." The main character glanced around, muttering, "The little guy's been poisoned. It's about to reach his organs. I have to neutralize it now." He pretended to be in a tough spot. Damn it. The fight was so intense all my medicine got burned up. Now what? Lying on the ground, Vuong Tien remained completely still, gritting his teeth through the pain. The main character forced a smile. "How about I go get some medicine and come right back?" Dai Huang was silent for a moment, calculating. In the end, it was still calculating. And then, it nodded. Go. Only then did the main character understand that from the very beginning, the larva had been targeting Vuong Tien, but he was just some nameless kid from the countryside. What was so special about him that he was targeted the moment he arrived, and hunted so relentlessly? Could it be that they wanted to turn Vuong Tien into a corpse child like Aliet? Even with his high talent, it wasn't worth all this trouble. Or was there a bigger purpose? If they needed Vuong Tien, then it made sense they didn't need to fight me to the death, which is why they let me go. I'll just head back to the 5 Villages monastery, call for backup, and then return. From its attitude, it probably won't harm him right away. And even if they want to make a corpse child, it won't be that fast. Vuong Tien called out weakly, "Brother Bach, are you planning on bailing?" Then he tried to suppress the pain. "You have to come back and save me." As the main character prepared to leave, he replied simply, "Wait for me." Suddenly, he heard Nguyen Tu's voice, "Deceiving others and yourself. Don't call yourself a disciple of my 5 Villages monastery." The main character froze. Why was he hearing his master's voice? Could it be that he'd overexerted himself and was now hallucinating? That voice rang out again. "You want to leave? Where do you think you're going?" The main character looked down. The sound was coming from below him. He felt a murderous intent so thick it was suffocating. Black energy spread out, and Vuong Tien lifted his head to stare in shock. A figure stood there motionlessly, exuding killing intent. Tui Dong Tu gave a cold command, "Recall the Earth Child." The main character said to Dai Huang, "My friend, it looks like this one doesn't listen to reason." It remained silent, as if it needed more time to think. Then it sighed. "I didn't want to fight either, but after thinking it over and over, you still are. Someone who knows too much." Its voice was noticeably colder. The main character threw his hands up and laughed. "Fine by me. I have no idea what this little act of yours was for, but as it happens, I don't feel like leaving anymore either." A single drop of black water fell right where the main character was standing. It landed on his cheek, and he felt a damp chill. Then, a torrent of other drops rained down. The main character looked up, thinking it was actual rain. The drops were falling thick and fast, but he was standing on the monster's shoulder right now. The ground below immediately became a muddy mess from the water. He frowned. Why was it suddenly raining? No, that's not right. The main character held out his hand to catch some. The water that landed in his palm had a slight tinge to it, and he recognized it immediately. This rainwater was faintly black, and it felt unusually light and cool. Could it be? The main character closed his eyes to feel it out. The true essence inside his body was being siphoned out and contained. The main character seethed. It really is weak water that devours true essence. A thief's nature never changes. Different tactics, but the same dirty mindset. You want to wear me down first. Fine. Then, let's make this a quick fight with a quick victory. The main character analyzed the situation. Tui Dong Tu has a weak body and is unarmed, so she's probably a mage type like the Fire Child, unskilled in close combat. The plan is to close the distance, avoid her specialty, and leverage my martial arts and speed. In the last battle with Aliet, I waited and watched for too long, letting him unleash all his fire techniques while I was on the defensive. I'll do the opposite this time. Use my movement technique to charge in and create an opening. The main character threw a mace forward. Then he immediately threw a second one right after it. The mace flew straight towards Tui Dong Tu at an incredible speed. She was unfazed, her eyes calm. A wall of mud rose up, stopping the mace dead in its tracks. At the same time, the main character circled around to attack from behind, but she detected him instantly and used another mud wall to block him with perfect accuracy. He stepped onto the slimy wall, puffed his cheeks, and gathered force in his mouth. Then he spat fire directly at the wall in front of him. And the result, the mud wall just swelled up even bigger, like he was feeding her armor. This time, the main character opened his mouth again. preparing another move. With perfect timing, the mace from before fell from the sky, right onto Tuidongtu's position. Mud and earth rose up, forming a shield that completely enveloped her body. Both maces failed to break through. The main character rushed forward to grab them back. He wielded both of them and charged straight at Tuidongtu. The main character noticed the mud was forming unnaturally fast. Something wasn't right at all. Every single swing of his maces was completely blocked by the mud wall. Tuidongtu stood behind the wall, watching him coldly. He thought to himself that she was barely moving, yet even his attacks from outside her line of sight were being blocked perfectly. It was as if the mud had eyes and was automatically protecting her. What was even weirder was Tuidong. How was she controlling Earth? Could it be the work of the demonic insect? It could see the entire battlefield. Another mud wall shot towards him, and the main character quickly retreated. His feet dragged a long trail through the mud beneath him. The main character looked up at the sky. Dai Huang was getting anxious. He was bewildered, but looking at that expression, it didn't seem like an act. The rainwater mixed with the earth to create mud, which was both as fluid as water and constantly changing shape. It was also as pliable as sand, a mixture of hard and soft, perfect for both offense and defense. A direct confrontation with this stuff would be exhausting. To put it bluntly, fighting like this, he was unlikely to gain any advantage. To win the war, you have to capture the general. It was time to show off his martial arts. The main character dove down from above, get a taste of Grandpa's newly updated move. He shouted the long name of the technique as the mace in his hand extended. He smashed the mace down next to Tuidongtu, unleashing martial form second stage, meteor mace. The next blow struck the mud wall directly in front of her, sending mud flying back as the mace hit the ground. The main character persisted, relentlessly swinging his maces as if he would never tire. But the more he fought, the more stuck he became. The mud was getting faster, and he just couldn't break through it. So this time, the main character activated his lightning shield. White-forged meteor. Lightning enveloped his body, and his mace crackled with electricity. He hurled an electric orb forward, and martial form fourth stage, meteor shower, rained down relentlessly on Tuidongtu's position. Yet she remained completely still beneath her mud shield, while he attacked furiously, the entire area blazing with the light of his lightning. Insectoid lightning beak, he thought. To spam attacks this densely and not land a single hit. Her defense is insane. But then she revealed an opening. The lightning slipped through and struck one of her shoulders. Smoke rose from the spot. He stared intently. Was that from the electric orb exploding? That's it. The physical weapons can be blocked, but the invisible light and heat are everywhere. How can she possibly dodge that? In that case, let's add another layer. Fire style. Earth-melting gold furnace. The orb was now cloaked in fire, and his entire body blazed with flames. Next move. Martial form 8th stage. Descent of the fire lightning star. Hot flames rained down from the orbs, illuminating the spot where Tuidongtu stood, as if it were set ablaze. Dai Huang was startled. High-level lightning style combined with fire style. It turned out this kid was no pushover. She tried to raise a mud wall to block the fire, but just then, a stray bolt of lightning shot out, hitting her shoulder again, and then her other shoulder was struck as well. She was also trapped from behind by an even larger current of lightning. Tuidongtu was being attacked from both front and back, like a sandwich. The main character grinned victoriously. A direct hit. Time to press the attack. The killing blow. Martial form 16th stage. Flying fire lightning meteor. This attack sent sparks of fire flying everywhere, and the veins on his face bulged from the effort of maintaining it. The intertwined lightning and fire threatened to engulf her, but a wave of sticky black mud rushed forward, forcing him to retreat. He thought it was all over and they could call it a day, but when he looked down at his feet, everything was covered in an unsettling, ashen gray color. The main character was startled. Why did he suddenly feel so exhausted? He looked up. The rain was still falling. He glanced down again and saw a faint figure in the thick smoke. Tui Dongtu looked as if she had been forged in iron. She was scorched to a uniform, ashen gray. He figured she probably couldn't fight anymore. The rain also seemed to be letting up, and the lightning fire around his body began to dissipate. But down below, she clawed her way back up, activating Earth formation, all-encompassing creation, as mud covered the entire area. The mud on her body gradually dissolved, revealing a body that had been regenerated by water and earth, returning her to her original form. Dark energy sprouted from her head, and though his face was covered in mud, he kept observing. The all-encompassing creation used Samadhi divine earth to regenerate her body. The strange thing was, she was a water child. When the mud completely vanished, he understood how she had managed to block his attacks from his blind spots. Turns out it was the divine ability of 3 heads and 6 arms, allowing her to see in every direction. But even so, this girl's speed at manipulating the mud was still absurd. Vuong Thien shouted, "Big brother Bai, on you." Only then did he look down and see that mud had already completely covered his body. He was stunned. His true essence was being drained from both of his hands. It turned out that while he was busy attacking, she had also been secretly making her move. The splattered mud had stuck to him, and this girl had used the environment to sink up and drain his true essence. To this extent, her fusion of water and earth was seamless. She wasn't just a water type, she was also a master of earth techniques, far surpassing even Alit. The strangest part was that she could have cornered him, yet she stubbornly insisted on secretly stealing his true essence. The water child's 3 heads glanced around, and she waved her hand toward Vuong Thien. Such a noisy little kid. Vuong Thien's body began to sink into the mud, and he yelled in panic, "Vuong Thien." He also felt something unusual about his own body as the water child attacked. A hand reached up from below with the grave earth, mountains crushing grip. He was completely immobilized. The mud was incredibly heavy, and the lightning around him was being suppressed. He struggled to break free. It felt like there was a life. A command was sealed onto his body, simultaneously draining his true essence and pulling him down. Even his lightning couldn't break it. The water child smiled smugly. He thought to himself, so this water child also has emotions. Could it be that she also possesses a sliver of divine consciousness? Like Olit, his body plunged into the mires. She spoke. Go on, use more of your divine abilities. The more you use, the better it feels to drain them. He sank deeper, his lightning completely swallowed. And it seemed he had no choice but to use his ultimate self-defense technique. Unleash a massive burst of power to blow this damn mud to bits. As he sank, he activated the lightning cauldron and the radiant body manifestation, and a corner of the gloomy swamp lit up with lightning. Maka was astonished. That kid's not bad. He's actually cultivated his lightning arts to the level of radiant body manifestation. Nu Wai Tien asked curiously, "What's that? Is it a big deal?" The man snapped. "I brought you to Kongdong Mountain to study for so many years, and now you're telling me you've never heard of radiant body manifestation. What have you been learning?" He gave a forced laugh. "I've heard bits and pieces." Maka replied, "That makes sense. With your shoddy skills, you wouldn't have come close to this ultimate art. This technique channels lightning inward, running it through every limb and bone to activate the body's strongest energy. In return for a short burst of power, the lightning glows as bright as day, which is why it's called radiant body manifestation. Along with the divine Empyrean heavenly thunder, it's a supreme Taoist art. Is it hard to activate? Extremely. Just the sensation of lightning burning through your insides is enough to make most cultivators unable to bear it. You have to temper your body for years and years to withstand the lightning and then refine it. Every second after activation is like continuous torture, so painful you don't even want to breathe. Nhu Wai Tien shuddered just hearing about it. Just thinking about it hurts. I think I'll pass on learning that, the man sneered, as if you had the time. With that pathetic form of his, this is just the beginning. The radiant body manifestation has 3 levels, and the 3rd level is only a legend. I've seen the 2nd level before. The lightning power boiled over, and the person couldn't handle it and died in a pool of his own blood. So that little Taoist is indeed a disciple of Wu Zhuangguan. The water child launched an attack. Radiant body manifestation. Not bad. You can escape my mud. Then let me add another ingredient for you to taste. Strange earth. Demonic frenzied python. A leg made of mud shot towards him. A chill ran down his spine. This thing looked bizarre. If it caught him, he'd have a hard time holding on. He'd be drained completely. He shot off, determined not to let it touch him. With the power of the radiant body manifestation, you can't catch me. The water child wouldn't accept that. 6-handed barrage, begin. The mud legs closed in. Strange earth. 10,000 serpents coil. The tip of the mud leg split into branches, and small pieces latched onto him. He was startled. This is bad. The mud snakes have got me. The small snakes coiled all over his body, squeezing tightly. He gritted his teeth and held on. This seems to be essence suppression. I'm done for. It seems I will fall here today. The words of Nguyen Tu echoed in his mind. Retreating in the face of battle is worse than... Don't even call yourself a disciple of Wu Zhuangguan. He was bewildered. Is this really a hallucination? Why do I keep hearing my master's voice? But master was right. If you're going to explain something, you have to do it properly. You can't be a coward in battle. The fight isn't over. And even if I die here, I have to keep fighting. If we're gonna do this, let's go all out. Senior sister, master, and even Vuong Tien, who would have thought that my life, the life of Bach Khan, would end in this desolate place. I figured bringing the red-haired kid to Dragon Tiger Mountain would be a cakewalk, but this mission is insanely hard. The protagonist roared, "This is my ultimate technique, the first and only time I'll use it, but I have to win with a bang." In the distance, Maka watched. Ka thought that once his opponent was stuck in the mud and caught by the entangling dust, there would be no escape, and the fight would be over. Nui Tien agreed. The kid was indeed a tough one. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from within the sphere. He was startled and thought, wait, that blood-red glow. Don't tell me this young Taoist. Inside, the protagonist unleashed the 2nd stage of his thunderclap, the luminous body manifestation. Maka's jaw dropped. The 2nd stage of the luminous body manifestation. Nu Wai Tien was shocked, never expecting him to dare shed the binding layer to escape the entangling dust. He was thoroughly impressed. This young Taoist was tough as nails. The protagonist formed a hand seal, gathering lightning and fire in the palm of his hand. The ball of lightning fire swelled, and he launched it straight toward Tui Dong Tu. Demon, be gone. Then, other streams of lightning fire shot out in rapid succession. The Thunder Cauldron's great lightning barrage rained down with a deafening roar. This display made both Dai Huang and Maka's group turn pale. From beneath the mud, a sky-shaking explosion erupted. The protagonist pressed his attack relentlessly. It's not over yet. A torrent of firepower spewed from his mouth as the Bing fire, heaven's scorching flame, wave poured down like a waterfall. The flames engulfed the area, even incinerating the monster near Dai Huang. The entire region was submerged in a sea of fire. Thick black smoke billowed up, but the brightest thing remained the protagonist's glowing body. A heavy rain began to fall, and the flames around him slowly faded. As the attack struck the mud, the smoke also began to dissipate. A body was revealed through the smoke. Tui Dong Tu had been burned down to a dry skeleton. Nui Tien was astonished. The combination of the 2nd stage of the luminous body manifestation and unified lightning fire was truly world-shaking. After taking a hit like that, the creature would have a hard time recovering. Maka continued, Even a top-tier expert would have been obliterated, but he didn't dare finish his sentence. Bro, are you trying to say it's still no? That's impossible. Manhwa stood frozen, his eyes glued to the scene below, as the protagonist's body glowed crimson. Blood trickled from all 7 of his orifices as the protagonist staggered and then collapsed, his mouth still trying to form words. The second stage of the luminous body manifestation was truly too much for him to handle. He fell freely through the air, landing with a splash in the slimy mud, his body motionless, his true essence nearly depleted. And his true essence was being siphoned back toward the skeleton of Tuidong-tu. The Wu Earth's all-creating genesis began to regenerate the body. A green light flickered around the protagonist's body as he whispered, "So this is the end. Huh. At least I got to shine brightly before I died. I guess I was cool for once." As true essence swirled chaotically, Tuidong-tu's form began to change again. The being inside thought, its life force has been shattered. The all-creating genesis can no longer save this body. In that case, I'll have to take matters into my own hands. Tuidong-tu's face began to crack. The outer layer of skin seemed to peel away. An arrogant and powerful aura erupted from the body. Beneath the skin was Marshal Thienbong, Fong Hai, who remained motionless, observing. Nhu Wai Tian couldn't believe it. Even after that attack, he was completely unharmed. Manhwa knew better. To someone of his level, that attack was nothing more than a scratch. He stammered in despair. Impossible. Nhu Ai Tian offered sincere praise, but forcing him to reveal his true form was already beyond my expectations. Let's go. It's all over. Come with me. I'll introduce you to this person. Nhu Ai Tian asked curiously. Could it be Marshal Thienbong? Why him? Why would he be here and even take action himself? Then the two of them left their spot. Fong Hai flew to where the protagonist lay, his feet landing in the mud, looking at the protagonist's blood-soaked face, who managed to open his eyes and was stunned to see him. He thought, is this a command from hell? Fong Hai gave a cold order. Are you not going to show yourself? The protagonist heard him but had no idea what he was talking about. Who is he talking to? His eyelids are drooping. He's getting sleepy. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Disciple, do not be afraid. Several thousand years ago, on Longevity Mountain in the western near lower continent, the main character curiously asked the person beside him, a closed-door disciple. Does that mean we literally have to close the door? Senior sister, what do you think Master is doing? Why is he being so mysterious all of a sudden? Is Master about to pass down some kind of peerless cultivation technique? Bichlak dodged the question. Master has his own plans. Junior brother, remember your manners. He scratched his head in frustration. It's such a beautiful day. Let's chat a bit. Why are you so tense all the time? Nguyen-tu watched the two of them. One was calm and the other was active. One was cautious. The other as straightforward as an arrow in interesting contrast. The main character said excitedly, Master, this is the first time in nearly 10,000 years that you've accepted a closed-door disciple. Why aren't any of our fellow disciples here to witness it? Is there some special secret? The old man chuckled, holding up 2 fingers in front of his face. The main character looked confused as the old man reached out, his index finger touching his forehead. Then, he touched Bishlak's forehead. He smiled and instructed, From this day on, you two are my intersect disciples whom I will teach personally. Follow me to cultivate divine abilities and practice diligently. I am very strict. It was getting late, and the discipleship ceremony ended just like that, leaving the two of them staring at each other in a daze. The main character grew anxious. Master, wait, is that really it? Nguyen-tu confirmed. Yes. What's wrong? Did you want me to keep you here for dinner? Intersect disciples don't need to worry about meals. When I touched your foreheads just now, I bestowed upon you the sect's life-saving charm. It will activate when you're in mortal danger. Remember, your master is always with you. The main character immediately asked, Master, if I may ask, what is the name of this charm? Nguyen-tu replied, It doesn't have a name yet. How about we just call it something casual for now? After saying that, his figure disappeared behind the door. Only the two bewildered new disciples remained. The main character felt let down. That was such a half-hearted ceremony. I feel like Master is trolling us. Bitchlock remained calm. Master has his reasons. He rubbed his chin, feeling like something was off. Master just said, he rubbed his chin again. That's not right. It only works when we're in mortal danger. But what happens if we're already dead? Or is Master planning to get rid of us? Senior sister, what do you think? Maybe Master wants to silence us, to destroy any evidence so his secrets aren't revealed. You mean, like a secret sect? She tapped him on the head for his idea, but then reasoned, that would be even better. It would prove that Master intends to pass on his secret techniques. After speaking, she turned to leave, the door wide open, her silhouette framed against the light. Back in the present, gray mud covered everything as Manhwa and the new YTN watched from a distance. Fong Hai was absorbing the true essence from the main character's body when the strands of essence suddenly began to glow. Manhwa's jaw dropped at the sight. The new YTN was also about to fly out, but then hesitated. Manhwa thought, he went over there. Could it be? The main character's body aged rapidly as a brilliant light erupted from the center of his forehead. On his forehead, the shape of a tiny child began to appear. The child expanded, enveloping the main character as their energies fused, regenerating and rejuvenating his body. He was restored to his original state. Fong Hai thought to himself, so the rumors were true. It's about to be revealed. Is this the spiritual platform seal that only appears at the brink of death, to be resurrected even when on the verge of depletion? It truly lives up to its name. The main character's body slowly began to rise from the mud. He shot up, golden light exploding around him. The sheer force of his presence pressed down on the land as he spoke with a cold voice. It took a lot of effort to get you to show yourself, but the price to be paid to the 5 Villages Temple is not as casual as the rumors say. Nguyen too thought, so it's him. It's no wonder Bach Khan lost. But why would he appear in such a desolate place? He then took the initiative to greet him. Marshal Tianpeng, it's been many years. I didn't expect to see you safe and sound. Fong Hai raised his hand, and a mass of dark energy gathered. A dark domain instantly enveloped them, a sphere of shadow swallowing them both and blocking all sight. Nguyen too understood at once that he didn't want his secrets revealed. He remained calm and brought up the past, saying that Fong Hai had even held the boy in his arms years ago. So what is the meaning of this now? Fong Hai froze. I held him before. A memory flashed in his mind, and he realized it really was that kid from all those years ago. He reached his hand out toward the old man, marveling at how much the boy had grown in the blink of an eye, but he stopped just before touching him, his expression suddenly growing complex. He pulled his hand back and spoke bluntly. Someone who shouldn't have been here trespassed. I only took a bit of genuine essence as compensation. Is that so unreasonable? But I have to admit, he forced me to reveal my true form. His fundamentals aren't bad. A great master truly produces a brilliant student. Knowing he was from Wuzhuang Abbey, I showed you respect by leaving his body intact. It'll be easier for you to handle things this way. Wanzi asked directly, why have you come here? If my disciple was in the wrong, I will accept the blame. But if he saw something he wasn't supposed to see, then he probably wouldn't understand it or even pay it any mind. There's no need for you to make such a big deal out of this. Marshal. The Marshal denied it. This mission is a top-secret order from the Heavenly Court. If word gets out, it will bring disaster upon Wuzhuang Abbey. It doesn't matter. This old Taoist has never been afraid of trouble. I'll only ask you one thing. In the name of Genuanzi, I will vouch for my disciple. Do you dare to make an enemy of Wuzhuang Abbey? The Marshal frowned, then forced a smile. It's good that the great immortal is willing to vouch for him, but just to be certain. His voice turned cold. Let's make a deal. If it succeeds, this will all be over. I won't just return him to you. I'll also recommend him for an official position in the heavens. The position of incursive strike general in the Thunder Ministry. Yuanzi laughed. In that case, I have a condition of my own, he said, putting his terms on the table and surprising the marshal. You have another condition. The red-haired boy who was with my disciple must also be handed over. From a distance, someone approached, laughing. I've come at just the right time. This play is getting quite interesting. Mohu smiled. I didn't just come to watch the show. What do you mean, big brother? He looked at the giant divine statue. I was worried I wouldn't get a chance, but now opportunity has come knocking. Fengxi glanced up at something moving on the statue. Dai Huang peeked its head out, then slowly slithered down, its aura heavy and oppressive. It feigned courtesy. Why would the marshal personally trouble himself with such a small matter? Why didn't you give me a heads up so I could prepare? The marshal's voice was ice cold. A small matter. You dare to bring out a divine statue for all the common folk to see. Who gave you the nerve? Dai Huang explained that it had been preparing the altar for many years and had calculated everything carefully. It was only because Aliette was unstable that it had to make use of the new fire child. It even chuckled. The dead tell no tales, but I don't understand why you let him go. Marshal. The marshal replied coldly. Does it sound like you're blaming me? The evil Emperor A used up all his usefulness. What if you still couldn't deal with the little Taoist after the sacrifice was complete? Were you planning to just move on to the next one? Weren't you so reckless because you were greedy to master that secret art? Your years of planning were just one final step away. He gripped its neck tightly. The divine statue had been destroyed, and all Dai Huang could do was struggle helplessly. He roared, You think you can replace me just because you have that Julong brat's name behind you? How many lives will it take to atone for your crimes? It growled, I am the Eastern Emperor, the heir of Taiyi. Besides me, no one can resurrect the Corpse King. The marshal scoffed. You dare threaten me. His grip tightened. He glanced at the onlookers. If you're not dead yet, get over here. The little bug trembled as it crawled over, lucky to be alive thanks to the divine statue. The marshal interrogated it. How many years have you followed him? You cultivated from the same lineage. You were so close. How much do you really know about his abilities? It stammered. This humble one would never dare. Can't or won't, Dai Huang snorted. Don't you dare betray me now that you've gotten what you wanted. Corpse refining is a secret art of the Eastern Emperor. What is he? After hearing this, the little bug fell completely silent. The marshal coaxed it. Your transformation arts surpass even your old masters. I'm giving you a chance. Tell me the truth. It trembled and answered, 50%. Its response was met with a scrutinizing gaze. Dai Huang gave a faint smile, looking smug even with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He yelled, Useless. Then you can die in his place. The little worm quickly begged, If I receive a boost of stabilizing essence, I can reach 70%, maybe even 80% certainty. He scoffed. Just listen to this so-called Eastern Emperor lineage. It seems you're not as irreplaceable as you claimed. I'll take your demon core and use it to help him, which will be the last of your usefulness. Yet, it remained defiant. I am one of the Corpse King's men. You're the one who invited me here. If you kill me, my future master will not forgive you. He paid it no mind, the pressure from his hand not lessening in the slightest. Dai Huang's body exploded under the immense force. His head fell to the ground, and everything went silent. He scoffed with disdain. You dare threaten me. Maka stepped forward, praising, so decisive, truly befitting of Marshal Thienbong. He retorted, What wind blew you here? Did you enjoy the show? He laughed. I came to deliver a gift, and to let my little brother get acquainted. Thanks to you, Marshal, I made quite a bit from those previous districts. Ngu Mo is grateful, he said, presenting a bag that made the Marshal slightly surprised. I heard you were looking for a pure 5-element body, and I just happened to find one. So I brought him here. A small child lay nestled in his arms, causing the Marshal to pause and stare. He warned, if there are any problems with the source of this product, don't blame me. I don't want any trouble. The man replied coldly, "The child's family has been taken care of completely. You can use him without any worries." He nodded. "So what do you want this time?" The man chuckled and said he just wanted to build a connection. He remained suspicious. "Really? Nothing else?" The man confirmed, "Nothing. And this is where it gets crazy." He smiled slyly. "If the marshal has any business in the future, just remember me. For instance, this great, desolate, divine statue. I know a thing or two about it." The marshal was startled. "You know about this," Manhwa said confidently. "Marshal, you follow the Taoist path, so you're less familiar with the methods of our Divine Lord sect. I won't brag, but just give me the statue, and in less than 1 year, I guarantee it will be fully restored." This news clearly pleased him, and he nodded in approval. "Excellent." On Dragon Tiger Mountain, Bak Khan slowly opened his eyes to find Vuong Thien lying collapsed beside him. The two of them sat up almost simultaneously. Bak Khan wondered to himself, "Strange. Why is my mind so foggy? It's as if my memories have been scooped out. Was it all just an illusion?" Vuong Thien stammered, "Big brother Bak, where are we?" Bak Khan looked blank. "Huh. Aren't we still in Mu Kuang?" Vuong Thien clutched his forehead. "It hurts so much. Why can't I remember anything? Did you take care of that monster?" Bak Khan mumbled, "I guess so. I'm not really sure myself." Vuong Thien's eyes lit up. "You're amazing, big brother." Bak Khan waved his hand dismissively. "It was nothing, just some evil creature. Now that we've escaped, let's rest for a bit before we continue." The two of them continued on their silent journey, crossing a desert and then plunging into a dense forest. The scenery flew by as if on fast forward as they followed the riverbank. When night fell, they built a fire for warmth and also practiced their martial arts, with Bak Khan giving him direct guidance. One day, Bak Khan stopped and pointed straight ahead. "After traveling for several months, we've finally reached the lands of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Let's go. Up the mountain. Once I get you initiated, my mission is complete." Vuong Thien swallowed nervously, feeling a bit tense. Bak Khan walked towards the gate. "Look, this is Dragon Tiger Mountain, the #1 Taoist sect in the world." He laughed. "What are you worried about? In the past 6 months, you've mastered the art of guiding Qi into your body and have even entered the foundation establishment realm of the great heavenly cycle. Your progress has been astronomical. Honestly, I've never seen anyone with talent like yours. At the foundation establishment realm, you'll definitely be welcomed here. Plus, my master will vouch for you. So, don't be nervous." Hearing the praise, Vuong Thien blushed. The two of them ventured deeper into Dragon Tiger Mountain. They walked in silence, neither one saying a word to the other. His eyes widened as he looked around at the bustling crowd, with disciples hurrying back and forth across the courtyard. He noticed a crowd gathering in the distance, where someone was shouting that after years of waiting, news of the Taoist martial arts tournament had finally arrived. The announcement board was covered in text, stating the goal was to glorify the Taoist path and nurture the younger generation. The 60-year period had passed, and Dragon Tiger Mountain was inviting all the Taoist sects in the world to attend the martial arts assembly, to participate in the spirit of development and to encourage the next generation. Whoever wins the Taoist martial arts tournament will receive incredibly abundant cultivation resources, and this will be the 99th tournament held. The disciples started murmuring amongst themselves, wondering what the point of going was since the slots were so limited, not to mention the top-tier disciples and that young master who only knows how to sleep. How would any of the good spots ever fall to them? But someone else argued back, saying anyone with enough points has a chance. Then another person laughed, pointing out that even that guy Doc Ko La at the bottom of the class was still grinding missions for points and hadn't given up. So why shouldn't they try? A burst of mocking laughter erupted. Points. Can you even eat points? If you have money, who would ever brag about points? Only a complete fool would care about them. He froze when he heard it. The Taoist martial arts tournament. "Are you getting ideas?" the older disciple asked. You want to join the Taoist martial arts tournament. It's filled with all the young elites from the major sects. It's not a playground for you. Maybe you should try again in a few dozen years." He asked curiously, "Brother Bach, what's so great about this Taoist martial arts tournament anyway?" "Of course it's great," he quickly explained. "It's a place for the younger generation of the Taoist immortal sects to interact and open their eyes to the outside world. But most importantly, the rewards are insane. I participated 60 years ago and even made it to the Final Four. My final prize was a peach of immortality. It instantly rocketed my cultivation from the early stage of core formation all the way to the middle stage of core formation. And that's not even the craziest part." He asked, full of curiosity, "The Final Four, so you were in 4th place. If 4th place gets a peach of immortality, then the prizes for the top 1, 2, and 3 must be even more incredible." His senior scoffed, "Pfft, go compete yourself. You'll find out if you make it to the top. Model." He immediately asked, "Brother Bach, when does the martial arts tournament begin?" The man answered nonchalantly that, as always, it was held once every 60 years on the spring equinox, which meant early next year. Hearing that, the time felt both far away and pressingly short. The minimum requirement to enter was to be a core formation disciple, but advancing from foundation establishment to golden core didn't just require talent, it also demanded immense resources. The man stated bluntly, "At this rate, it'll be hard for you to catch up." Vuong Tian's heart sank at the mention of the core formation stage. This cultivation assembly was on a massive scale, with hundreds of sects participating, more than ever before. It seemed like anyone who could make it was coming. He wondered what was going on that made all the sects place so much importance on the assembly this time around. Tian grabbed the man's arm and urged him on. "Stop looking. Brother Bach, we have to hurry. Let's go." The man just shook his head and said, "What's the rush? Even with the greatest talent, going from foundation establishment to core formation in a few months, that sounds like a daydream." The boy led him to a residence and called out loudly, "Taoist Master." Inside was High Minister Ta Lang of the guest hall. The two of them bowed in greeting. Ta Lang returned the gesture and then asked directly, "What business brings you two believers here?" The man introduced himself as Layman Ngu, making no attempt to hide his identity. He explained that he came from the West Rao Xia continent, had friendly relations with their esteemed sect, and had brought this little brother of his to pay respects and seek tutelage. The token of the Dongquan army was presented, and upon seeing it, Ta Lang's brow furrowed, his entire expression changing. The old man held out a hand, asking, "Since you've come from so far, did you bring an entrance gift? Take it out, and then we'll discuss admitting you." The man frankly admitted that he hadn't had time to prepare anything. Ta Lang looked annoyed and started listing all the various costs of cultivation. Finally, the man took out an Azure Origin pill. After inspecting it, the old man's face broke into a wide smile, and he accepted the boy on the spot. Tian looked at his companion with gratitude. The man just smiled and said it was nothing, that his mission was complete, and that the boy should stay and focus on his training. With that, he departed from Dragon Tiger Mountain, walking straight ahead without a single glance back. Tian watched him go, unable to hold back his tears as he collapsed to his knees. He kowtowed in thanks, his voice choked with emotion as he promised to repay this kindness once he became successful. The man rode away on a cloud, waving a final farewell, but in his heart, he still held a silent, unspoken worry. As dusk fell, the boy was left all alone on the vast Dragon Tiger Mountain, and here came the most mundane part of his new life. He'd been holding it in for hours, and now desperately needed to find a restroom. While scrambling to find a place to relieve himself, he heard voices discussing something in a nearby room. It sounded like they were talking about him, so he crept closer to listen in. Inside, someone was complaining. "Why are we letting just anyone into the sect?" But another person defended the decision. pointing out that the boy was already at the foundation establishment stage. Ta Lang spoke up in frustration, saying that foundation establishment disciples were a dime a dozen, and cultivation costs a fortune. Judging by the boy's clothes, he didn't look like he came from money, so he doubted any elder would want to take him. Someone suggested making him a menial worker, but then another reminded them that he was recommended by Tran Yun too, and they couldn't afford to cause him to lose face. If the sect master found out, it would be big trouble. Ta Lang snapped. So what are we supposed to do then? Which elder could they possibly assign him to? Someone then remembered the eccentric old man on the back mountain. All the other disciples actively avoided him, and so they decided to dump the boy on him. Standing outside, Thien heard everything, and a chill ran down his spine. He quietly slipped away, his small figure disappearing behind the gate. A short while later, he was summoned back to Ta Lang's room, just as the elder was stepping out. The old man called over to a young attendant named Dong Ni, who was sweeping the courtyard. Learning that Elder Tat had returned, he pointed at the boy and ordered, "Take this red-headed kid over to him. Tell him he's a new disciple of the Guy class." Night fell, and Dong Ni led him along a pitch-black mountain path. The young boy leading the way was trembling with fear, but the main character behind him was strangely excited, filled with curiosity about who his new master would be. Would it be a stern old man, a dashing middle-aged Taoist master, or perhaps a gentle Taoist priestess? Dong Ni stopped in front of a secluded residence. He stammered, "We're here." The trees were gnarled and bare, casting distorted shadows that were unsettling just to look at. Dong Ni stumbled backward in terror, as if he saw a face hidden within the trunk of a tree. He let out a scream and ran for his life, leaving our hero to enter by himself. Thien just stood there, completely baffled as to what the other boy could have seen that scared him so badly. He pushed open the wooden gate and cautiously peered inside. In the main courtyard, a figure flickered under the lamplight for a moment before vanishing. He stepped inside, ran to the central room, and looked in, trying to see what was there. Someone was lying on the bed with their back turned to him, and he leaned in, trying to get a clearer view. His heart sank. Could this person really be his master? The figure turned around, revealing the head of a beast. The boy's eyes widened, his heart leaping into his throat. The creature stared directly at the young man in the doorway, its gaze sharp and cold. The boy's entire body trembled, and a single word echoed in his mind: monster. The figure inside stood up, its voice booming. "Who is that child at the door?" The door creaked open, and the creature slowly advanced. He broke out in a cold sweat, his heart pounding like a war drum. He stammered, "Why? Why is there a monster on Dragon Tiger Mountain?" He instinctively backed away, step by step. His back hit a table as he frantically searched for any sign of his real master. As he spun around, the fruit on the table went scattering to the floor with a loud clatter, and a severed head fell to the ground with a sickening thud. Staring at the head, he recognized the face of Ta Chan Nan, and his voice trembled uncontrollably. As the creature approached, he demanded, "What did you do to my master?" Though shaking with fear, he managed to ask, Is he gone?" The creature stuck out its tongue and raised its hands in a monstrous pose, trying to scare him. The boy turned and fled, screaming for help at the top of his lungs. Just then, he collided with someone holding a lantern. The person sighed softly, "Master, you're scaring him again. It was hard enough getting a new disciple, you know." He turned back around, stammering, Master." It turned out this man was the real Tat Tran Han. The other figure changed back to his normal form and retorted, "Did you really think Dragon Tiger Mountain would assign a monster to be your master?" He used a control art to levitate the severed head back into his hand. His voice grew cold. "Or perhaps you'd rather take that head as your master?" The question left the boy speechless. Kola quickly intervened. "Master, please stop scaring him. It's rare for the Guy class to get a new member, and we'll need his help later on. At the very least, he can help out with the chores." The boy immediately dropped to his knees to apologize, properly asking to be accepted as his disciple. The master tossed the head back onto the table with a faint smile. All right, enough joking around. Then, he turned to Kola and asked about his latest mission. Despite his bruised face, Kola reported, I've dealt with the venomous bees and collected all their honey. It should sell for a good price, which I planned to offer to you. Master. The master praised his business sense, then clasped his hands before an altar, joking that worshipping the god of wealth seemed to be paying off. Kola asked curiously why he'd worship an old friend. The master replied nonchalantly, We might be friends, but business is business. He told him to pick some dandelion flowers, mix them with honey, and apply the paste to his stings to reduce the swelling. The master mentioned there were no major missions nearby, so tomorrow they would descend the mountain to cultivate, and he would take the new disciple with him. Hearing this, the boy was both nervous and excited. His journey was about to officially begin. Kola reassured him, Junior brother, don't judge him by his antics. The master loves to joke, but he's not what you think. And that head, it's not what it looks like. That head belonged to a village tyrant who bullied the common people relentlessly. The master took care of him and used the head as an offering to the gods. To put it bluntly, it was both a punishment and a way of taking out the trash. As the boy picked up the scattered fruit, he asked, Senior brother, if our master is so playful, how skilled is he really? Kola paused for a moment, then burst out laughing. Oh, so that's what you're worried about. He stated plainly, Our master is an elder of Dragon Tiger Mountain, a nascent soul realm cultivator. He's more than qualified to teach you. Each realm is like a mountain. To overcome one requires not just time, but also talent, resources, and destiny. Right now, you've barely reached the foundational stage, so you have a lot to learn. But our master is obsessed with money. If you want him to teach you anything, well, you get the picture. You'll have to earn some coin. The boy's face fell. Even cultivation costs money. So, what happens if I don't have any? He asked naively, Does the sect give disciples an allowance? This question made his senior brother nearly choke with laughter, as if thinking, Oh, this poor, naive kid. An allowance. Are you begging the sect to teach you, or is the sect begging you to stay? He went on a long spiel. When you join a sect, you have to follow the rituals, and that includes showing proper respect and filial piety. If you want to rank up, you need spirit pills, immortal fruits, fine wine. Everything costs money. Cultivation is a long river, and silver is the boat. The kid stood there like a lost lamb. He thought hard work was all it took, never imagining money would be so crucial. How was he supposed to earn any within the sect? Did he have to go down the mountain for missions? The senior disciple nodded. That's right. Dragon Tiger Mountain has the duty of guarding the realm and protecting its people, which is also how we gather resources. Then he clapped the kid on the shoulder. Keep it up, junior brother. Hope you can lend me a hand soon. A month later, the main character was planting in the fields while his master sat on the bank, muttering about him being stuck in body tempering for half a year before reaching foundation establishment, even pulling out a recommendation letter to mock Gen Yuanzi. As soon as he finished speaking, the letter in his hand was burned to ashes. He glanced down at the field and declared, That poor brat doesn't have a single coin to his name. The kid just ignored him and kept planting diligently. Kola spoke up for him. Junior brother is very hardworking. He was forced to farm, but he never complained, and he even secretly watches the other disciples train. The other disciple thought it didn't matter, since at such a low cultivation level, it would be difficult to understand anything just by watching without guidance. But just last night, he happened to see the main character practicing an intermediate movement technique on his own, and he executed it smoothly from start to finish. Master, you've taught me so much, but that kid learned it all just by watching. Hearing this, the master was a bit stunned. He squinted at the boy. That just means we have to be more careful. For them to just give away such a good seed, There must be a serious catch. He was still annoyed. Don't let Wuzhuang Temple do a good deed only to dump a hot potato on my lap. After he spoke, the rice paddy where the boy was planting suddenly began to churn violently. The earth force surged like a wave, and the main character's entire body was swallowed by the mud and water. He struggled, desperately trying to get his head above the surface. Spitting out a mouthful of water, he asked, "Master, what is the meaning of this?" Up on the bank, his master laughed with delight. "This is fun, so much fun." Then he threw out a new task. "Keep going. You have to finish this field today." The main character looked at the scattered seedlings floating on the water as the other two casually walked away. He buried his head in his work, planting until the sun went down. Covered in mud from head to toe, he was catching his breath, thinking, "Finally, I've replanted it all," when the mud began to heave up abnormally again. The earth force surged once more, and he slipped and tumbled back into the paddy. On the bank, his master roared with laughter. "That was great. Let's do it again." The main character was speechless. He just wanted to ask one question. He pushed himself up, his face grim. "Before you destroy it again, Master, can you at least tell me why?" His master roared, "Insolent! I told you to plant, so you plant." Then he raised his hand and swiped a claw of energy toward the boy. "What right do you have to question me?" A giant hand of spiritual art, glowing with golden light, descended from above. The force of the blow sent him flying, splashing mud everywhere. The hand struck again, tossing him around like a sandbag. He was thrown from one paddy to the next, tumbling so hard he couldn't even catch his breath. With his head bowed in the mud, his face a mess, he gritted his teeth and endured it. His master's voice was cold. "As my disciple, you don't get to have an opinion. If you want to listen, you stay. If not, you can leave." And at that very moment, a corner of the aura around the main character flared crimson. A vague, giant dragon appeared, and something inside him urged, "Strike him down." His master felt waves of killing intent wash over him, so palpable it made his skin crawl. He smirked. "This power has some flavor to it. Very good. Let me peel back your true face." He said it plainly. "I have no other hobby besides tormenting people. For every day you stay, you'll suffer for a day. I won't teach you anything else. But in return, your endurance will improve." After saying that, he threw a punch without hesitation. The main character was sent flying, and the voice in his head echoed again, "Strike him down." His master stood waiting, his voice taunting, "Come on, unleash it. Let this old man see what you really are." The boy held back, ignoring the call that rose continuously within him. He forced himself. "Calm down. Don't let him lead you on." He pleaded with genuine earnestness, "If you wish to push me, Master, I will accept it. But please, let me finish planting this field first, and then you can continue. Is that all right?" That level of self-control made his master pause, and he even praised him silently. This kid's resilience is incredible. Night fell, and the moon rose high in the sky, but the main character was still diligently planting rice. Kola stood at the edge of the field and said, "I told you, whatever you do is pointless." But he was focused on just one thing. Today was the season for planting seedlings. If he waited past tonight, the rice seeds would not develop well, and it would be considered a failed harvest. Model. He waved it off. "That doesn't matter." The main character shook his head. "Of course it matters. This plot of land belongs to Mrs. Truong. Her son died at the beginning of the year. The family has no one left to work the fields, and someone is about to give birth. How will they survive without a harvest? He's a farmer's son. He knows that the fields are their lifeblood." Hearing this, Kola stood frozen, not expecting the boy to have thought so deeply. Tatsa, sitting behind a tree, also paused for a moment. The boy continued planting as he spoke. "I have no power. I'm not a smooth talker, and I don't know how to make money. But if it makes my master happy, he can beat me all he wants." He asked quietly, So what if your master doesn't want to accept you as a disciple? Why should I worry about that? He replied directly. The mountain sect assigned me to you. Master, you found it hard to refuse, so you're trying to force me to leave. But this is my only chance. Even if you kick me out, I have to hold on. Kola was about to say more when the master stepped out and stopped him. Little La, that's enough. He sighed. You heard him. This kid is really stubborn. I give up. Suddenly, the old man began reciting a cultivation chant, telling him to close his eyes, calm his mind, and form a hand seal, speaking each word with conviction. He recited a long series of incantations, emphasizing each rhythm clearly, demanding that the boy memorize every sequence and every movement. It was dizzying just to listen. The master concluded, walking, standing, sitting, or lying down, it's all part of cultivation. Integrate this chant into your daily activities to find enlightenment. With enough practice, you will naturally understand. The main character felt as if he had a breakthrough and replied joyfully, Understood, Master. He followed the two back to their living quarters. Kola asked quietly, Master, you didn't want to take him in at first. Why the change of heart? The old man replied, Someone who can endure what ordinary people cannot, can achieve what ordinary people cannot, but his extraordinary talent is accompanied by a deep-seated thirst for revenge and a cunning mind. It's dangerous, but he can still be saved. Kola fell into deep thought, while the main character behind them muttered the cultivation chant, memorizing it as if he were afraid to forget. The old man chuckled. A barefoot man fears no one with shoes. He's just like me, afraid of no one. If the 5 Villages Abbey doesn't want to lose face, then let this old man take a gamble. Who knows? We might uncover something big, and I can forge him into a great guardian of the faith, a paragon of righteousness and strength. The main character rejoiced internally, so he gets to stay after all. Suddenly, a small bird flew up in front of them. The blue bird seemed to be made of water. The moment it touched the old man's hand, it delivered a message. The mountain sect has a new mission. The water bird dissipated, and the old man stood stunned for a moment before shouting with joy, It's a big order. My goodness, how did a sweet deal like this fall into my lap? We've got a paying job. A man-eating demon has appeared in Mukwang, and the mountain sect has ordered me to set out immediately. We'll go back to the mountain, pack our things, and we can cultivate along the way. Kola replied concisely, Understood. When Vuong Thien heard Mukwang, he was startled and stammered the name. Just hearing it sent a chill down his spine. Early the next morning, the master and his 2 disciples set off. Tatsa rode ahead on a cloud, while his 2 disciples ran on foot behind him, a true cardio session for cultivators. The master hurried them. Faster. If you can't ride a cloud, then run faster. If we're late, someone else will finish the job. The main character asked curiously, The mission doesn't have a time limit, so why the rush? The master explained, The mountain sect divides missions into 4 levels. Crank and Drank are for regular disciples, and the reward is paid in points. A rank can only be accepted by celestial level elders, and they have to give 30% of the earnings to the sect. The rewards for A-rank missions are high, so the elders fight over them like it's a free-for-all. This old man is too lazy to compete. As for legendary rank missions, the rewards are insane, coming from both the mountain sect and the celestial court. But we're humble. We don't want to be famous. Kola turned and whispered, The truth is, he can't compete with them. Tatsa glanced back and yelled, What are you muttering about? You've been practicing the fire escape for 2 years, and you're losing to your junior brother who just started 2 days ago. Run faster. The 2 of them put their heads down and chased after him. The master continued, Only Brank missions are manageable for us. A master and disciple can do them together, and we even get half the reward. For you 2, it's a chance to train. For me, it's a chance to make money, understand. And the best part is, this time, it's a Brank mission. But the client is paying an R-rank reward. Everyone has their eyes on this juicy piece of meat. so we have to get there and snatch it first. The next stage was the water escape. The two disciples dived into the water and swam, finally crossing the river in a state of cultivating while trying to breathe. As soon as they stopped, they immediately used the wind escape to run again, like they were changing maps without a break. Tatsa sat on a tree branch, resting and giving pointers to the two of them like a demanding coach. When it came to the earth escape, both of them drilled into the ground like augers. The main character carelessly slammed his head into a hard rock. Just hearing the sound was painful. It was a long time before the two of them crawled out of the ground, their faces covered in dirt, looking like they'd just been digging graves. Oh wait, I mean cultivating, Tatsa announced. We've arrived. The southern continent, Mukwang. He took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. There's the smell of blood in the air. You two, be on your guard. Be ready to use an escape art at any moment. Both of them walked slowly, one step at a time. The atmosphere was gloomy and chilling, the kind of silence where you can hear your own heartbeat. The three of them stopped in front of a village, and the sight was shocking. Inside, many people had already collapsed. Bodies littered the ground in a tragic scene. Tatsa ordered, "Little La, check if you can find anything." He replied, "Yes, sir." Kola observed carefully. Their faces are withered, their bodies are depleted, and their skin looks like it's been drained of everything. It's clear that something sucked their blood and vital essence. It's most likely a man-eating demon. The master turned to the main character and asked, "What do you think?" The boy nodded. Just as senior brother said, the villagers were drained dry by a demon. He pointed to the bite mark on the neck, noting that based on the teeth marks, the attacker wasn't large, small but deadly. Sounds like a real pain. If these were mountain spirits or wild beasts, there would usually be signs of a struggle. But here, most of them still have their clothes intact, and besides the bite marks, there are no other external injuries. Their method of attack is more like a snake's. No limbs, no claws, just one bite to end it all. It's terrifyingly efficient. There's another strange thing. If this were a surprise attack, people would have died one after another, and there'd be signs of them trying to escape in groups. But there's none of that here. One person was chopping wood, another was carrying things, some were playing. It's as if they all fell at almost the same time, in an incredibly short period. Tatsa stroked his beard and asked, "So, what's your conclusion?" The main character replied, "The victims were taken down simultaneously, without any time to react, which proves the attackers are skilled at ambushing and coordinating. The only wounds are bite marks, so it's likely they are small monsters that only use their teeth. As for what they are exactly, this disciple's knowledge is limited." Kola frowned. "Sounds like the flying head fiends." Tatsa nodded. Just as the report said, it's the flying head fiends causing this chaos. The main character heard this and looked blank. The flying head fiends. Tatsa began to explain. In ancient times, there was a mysterious tribe in the Miao borderlands, called the Head-Dropping Clan, who specialized in a bizarre supernatural art. They could detach their heads from their bodies and fly around, devouring the vital essence and blood of humans and beasts to survive. The heads fly in swarms. Their movements are stealthy, and they're extremely fast, making it difficult for ordinary people to defend against them. The main character swallowed hard. Are they really that powerful? His master denied it. For mortals, yes, but for cultivators, not so much. At most, this would only be a crank mission. But he found it strange. For flying head fiends, they could have just hired some nearby wandering cultivators to deal with them. Why would a remote place like this pay such a high price to summon me all the way from Dragon Tiger Mountain? Just then, a strange clattering sound came from a house in the distance. Tatsa glanced over, and with a flick of his wrist, he sent a talisman flying toward the sound. The house exploded, and a fierce fire erupted, with smoke billowing up as if it wanted to swallow the entire village. A figure emerged from the smoke, quickly calling out, "Don't attack! Chief, I am the mountain god of this place." After hearing this, Tatsa concluded. So you're the one who posted this mission. The mountain god replied, "These flying head fiends are truly not to be underestimated." He said, "Let's go to my temple to discuss the specific reasons. It's not convenient to talk out here." The mountain god led them to the temple. Along the way, they saw people lying motionless with their eyes closed, and the main character frowned, his eyes scanning the surroundings. A sense of unease washed over him, and he called out, "Master!" But Tatsa raised a hand to stop him, signaling that the mountain god had arrived. The god invited them into a small, dilapidated temple, apologizing for the humble reception, his voice both polite and trembling. He sat by the fire and explained that last year, 2 shadow guards from the celestial court died here while on an investigation. At the same time, disasters struck the Miao borderlands, and villages were wiped out by the flying head fiends. A scene just like today's. Tatsa asked bluntly, "This has been going on since last year. Have you reported it to the celestial court?" The mountain god stammered, "I haven't had the chance." His master scolded him in a cold voice. "Protecting this land and its people is your responsibility. If you were powerless, you should have reported it. You've dragged this out for so long. How many innocent people have suffered? Or should this humble Taoist report it for you?" The mountain god begged in a panic, "Don't. The case of the shadow guards can't be blamed on this lowly god." He took full responsibility for the fiend infestation, but said that this year was the year of calamity, and reporting it now would result in a poor evaluation, causing everyone, from his superiors to his subordinates, to look down on him. Tatsa narrowed his eyes, looking at him as if weighing his words, trying to see if there was some trickery involved. The mountain god continued, "The Miao borderlands have always been isolated. It can't be a coincidence that 2 strange things happened at the same time. I've invited mages from all over to exorcise the evil, guessing that the flying head fiends were the culprits in the shadow guard's case. If I solve this, the merit will offset my crime." The main character asked curiously, "You've already hired mages, so why isn't it peaceful yet?" The mountain god confessed, "More than 10 groups have come already. They found a place called the Flying Head Pond, but every one of them went missing after entering. I had no other choice, so I gritted my teeth, raised the price, and sought help from Dragon Tiger Mountain." After hearing this, Tatsa switched into business mode. "Over a dozen groups have gone missing. This mission isn't as simple as your letter suggested. Fork over all the silver you have, or I'm reporting this to the celestial court." The mountain god held up 3 fingers. "As long as you help, great immortal. All of this is yours as a sign of respect, and I'll triple the reward when the job is done." Tatsa shot to his feet. "It's a deal. Just wait for good news from this Taoist." The mountain god saw them off, stammering, "This lowly god's magical power is weak, so I can't escort you far. I wish you a swift and successful mission." After leaving the temple, Kola scoffed. "A so-called mountain god, yet he's such a coward." The main character chuckled. "Oh, his guts aren't small at all." Tatsa winked as he walked ahead, and the boy immediately fell silent. Back at the temple, the mountain god sat before a box, slowly opening the lid. Inside was a bald, severed head. Its eyes were squeezed shut, then the whites of its eyes slowly rolled open, a horrifying sight to behold. Someone was hiding in a tree outside the temple, muttering, "So, people from Dragon Tiger Mountain have arrived, but these 3 won't be enough to feed on. Still, it doesn't take much energy to resurrect the Corpse King. Anyone who comes will do." The master and his 2 disciples arrived at the Flying Head Pond. Tatsa didn't let his guard down for a second, his eyes constantly scanning their surroundings, while his 2 apprentices followed behind, tense as drawn bowstrings. Both of them were on high alert, barely daring to breathe. He stopped, stunned by the sight. Bodies covered the ground, and the air was as heavy as lead. All 3 of them were speechless. Among the dead were bald sorcerers, their eyes wide open in an unpeaceful death. Kola inspected the scene. They were indeed sorcerers who came to vanquish demons, and their bodies showed signs of a struggle. The strange thing was, the flying heads weren't top-tier demons, so why were there only sorcerer bodies left, without a single head to be found? Or had they all been cleaned up already? Suddenly, a faint whisper came from the distance. "Help!" The main character whipped his head around. There was a survivor over there. Tatsa walked over and knelt down, getting close to the man's face to hear him clearly. He asked, "Fellow cultivator, what school are you from? Did you encounter the flying heads?" The man weakly repeated, "Flying heads." Then he stammered, "In packs. They're up ahead. Be careful." Tatsa couldn't hear him clearly. "They're in what? Say that again." The man only managed to whisper, "In," so he leaned in closer. And this is where things got crazy. The head snapped around, revealing the chilling face of a woman, a sight that could stop your heart. The head lunged forward and bit into Tatsa's neck. In that instant, his life force was completely drained, and his body froze as if it had been hollowed out. Kola screamed in horror. "Master!" Immediately, other heads shot up into the air from all directions. He shouted, "It's an ambush! Are these the real flying heads?" Kola immediately shielded the main character. "Junior brother, get back. Stand behind me." Kola slashed one of the flying heads right across the face, but it was useless. He was shocked to realize these things were immune to blades. His attack was pointless. He grabbed the main character. "Run. If a flying head bites you, not even the gods can save you. Don't just stand here and test your luck." He shrugged off his hand just as a flying head charged at him. The main character dodged it, then snatched the head out of the air as easily as catching a ball. He changed his stance and tightened his grip, and then plunged his hand straight into the base of its neck. Kola had a sudden realization. So that's it. The base of the neck is their vital point. The main character tossed the head aside and yelled, "Let's go." The two brothers charged in together, grabbing their targets like they were catching fish. They both struck the weak spot. After a chaotic and intense battle, they finally managed a temporary escape. Panting, Kola asked, "How did you figure out their weak spot?" The main character answered calmly, "Just a guess. A head has to connect to a body, and a connection point is bound to be made of flesh and blood. So I gave it a shot. If I was wrong, it wasn't too late to run." Kola was impressed. "You're so calm. Let's go check on Master. These things are just heads. As long as we avoid their teeth, they're not so scary." He nodded. "Right. You're always the level-headed one. Junior brother, checking on Master is the priority." Suddenly, there was a strange noise behind them. Kola turned back, confused, and saw a glow ignite in the distance. It was torchlight. Countless people holding torches were approaching, looking like an entire village had come out for a hunt. The group closed in, their numbers overwhelming. The more they looked, the more they knew something was wrong. Laksonthan was leading them, a smug grin on his face. "Surprised. I was going to give you an easy death, but you just had to do things the hard way," Kola stammered. "Then, those villagers are..." The main character had suspected it all along. "Yes, they're the flying heads. There's something wrong with old man Sun Than." The man snarled. "Tonight, we'll devour you both to avenge our clansmen." The main character tilted his chin defiantly. "If you've got the guts, then come and get us." Kola pulled him back. "Wait, we don't know if Master is dead or alive. How can the two of us handle this? A few flying heads are manageable, but a swarm is harder to deal with than a grade A demon outbreak. We're no match for them right now." The main character clenched his fists, his gaze hardening with a "we have no other choice" expression. Laksonthan laughed. "I like your nerve." He waved his hand and gave the order, "Get them." A swarm of heads took to the sky, as dense as a dark cloud descending upon them. They all dove towards the two of them at once. The pressure was suffocating. Kola held his twin swords in a crossguard, taking a defensive stance. The main character just smirked slightly, as if he already had a plan. He wasn't panicked at all. Just as the heads rushed in, They were struck by a wave of fire and stopped in their tracks. The next wave of flying heads also froze in fear. Kola was bewildered. Why are they suddenly hesitating? But the main character let out a sigh of relief. It worked. And just like that, the heads all fell to the ground. Lak Sonthan's eyes went wide. How is this possible? These two were on the verge of death just a moment ago. A cold voice rang out. Your bones aren't nearly as hard as your heads. Tatsa appeared. He asked nonchalantly, My dear disciples, did you have enough fun with that little warm-up? Kola was overjoyed. Master, I knew you were okay. He glanced over. You knew. But you were still that scared. Kola could only manage an awkward laugh, too embarrassed to say a word. The main character stood beside them, his face practically screaming. Wait, that's the plot twist. Tatsa smiled. If I hadn't faked my death, would that mountain god have revealed himself? He began to recount. A few moments ago, when Kola left, he said, Master, I need to use the restroom. He took that chance to tell the main character, You've been hesitant to speak up until now. With little law gone, say what's on your mind? The main character asked in return, Master, why did you hide this from my senior brother? The master answered bluntly, He's fine with everything, except for he's too soft, a bit faint of heart. I wanted to give him a good scare to toughen him up. He then urged, Tell me your suspicions. The main character said, If someone could transform to look exactly like another person, from their face to their identity, would you be able to tell, Master? The master nodded. If the opponent's transformation was flawless, it would be hard to spot. But that mountain god, he's suspicious. The main character analyzed. This whole village is a problem. The flying head demons have been rampant for a long time, and the surrounding villages have been wiped out. Yet this place is still singing and dancing at night, acting completely calm, even with the temple's protection. It's impossible for them to be this unaffected. Then there's the issue of refugees. The mountain god's temple should be the safest place, so refugees ought to be flocking here. But I've been here for a while and haven't seen a single one. It makes no sense. And one more thing. Their clothes. It's early summer, yet everyone here is wearing high collars, while the other villages don't have this custom. What are the high collars hiding? If they're the head-dropping clan, it would make perfect sense. Tatsa nodded. Precisely. If he knew too much, his acting would have been stiff. The main character understood immediately. You were prepared from the start, which is why you didn't tell my senior brother. He chuckled coldly. A brank mission that pays like an rank one. Something was definitely fishy. I just wanted to see what kind of monster dared to pull such a stunt. After speaking, he flung talismans from his sleeve. The talismans scattered through the air like a flock of paper birds hunting for prey. When Kola returned, the master asked the main character, Knowing the danger, do you still dare to follow me? He replied excitedly, Of course. It's a chance to get some practice, and I've got my master to back me up. Why would I pass that up? The talismans shot towards the village, aiming straight for the villagers inside. One talisman pinned itself right onto a person's collar. Another slipped beneath someone else's belt. One pierced through a chest garment, and one even slipped right into a shoe, silent but deadly, waiting for the most crucial moment. Tatsa recited the incantation, and the entire horde of flying head demons instantly exploded, as if triggered all at once. The fragments of their bodies rained down, a sight chilling enough to make your blood run cold. The swarm of heads didn't even have time to react before they were wiped out. The Lac Mountain god trembled with fury, roaring. The head-dropping clan has existed for 10,000 years, and now only a few hundred of us remain. Yet, today, you people, I will take your lives as payment. He slammed both hands onto the ground, his aura gathering as if he were about to open a portal. Immediately after, a head emerged from the ground. Not just one, but countless heads erupted from the earth, soaring into the sky like a disturbed swarm of bees. These heads looked far more ferocious than the previous ones. Tatsa became vigilant. These things are bad news. He launched a talisman straight at one of the heads, its speed so great it tore through the wind. A massive explosion erupted, the flash of light brilliantly illuminating the entire night. But the head remained looming within the flames, completely visible. It was completely unharmed. Tatsa frowned. This one is really tough. Disciples, prepare to retreat. He placed a hand on each of his disciples' heads, pulling them close as if preparing to hit an eject button. As the swarm of heads charged at them, he yelled, "Earth escape technique. Let's go." Tatsa seized the opportunity to slap a talisman onto a head that had just drawn near. The head was sealed, freezing in an instant. It fell to the ground with a thud like a discarded object. The Lac Mountain god's eyes widened in shock as he hastily turned to form a new battle formation. The heads broke formation and flew higher, adopting a surround and conquer strategy. Tatsa began to struggle, as he was now being attacked from multiple directions at once. He had to continuously apply talismans, his hands never getting a break, essentially spamming his life-saving skill. He thought to himself, these multi-directional attacks are making it difficult for me to perform as I wish. They're constantly forcing me onto the back foot. He continued sealing one of the heads, his eyes still locked on something in the distance. His true target was the Lac Mountain god. He was just waiting for the right moment. Just then, two hands shot up from the ground, grabbing the man's legs and dragging him down as if the earth itself was swallowing him. Tatsa laughed with amusement. This kid had guts. Thanks to him, the master had a free hand to clean up the remaining heads. The head of the Lac Mountain god was sent flying from his neck, thudding to the ground like a discarded toy. His little show was over. At that exact moment, the swarm of flying head demons around the master all dropped to the ground with a sickening thud. It was as if their life force had been completely drained, leaving them motionless, their flying days over. Main and Kola emerged and asked, "Master, is it over?" The master walked straight to the body, saying, "To catch the bandits, you must first catch their king. When creatures like this coordinate their attacks, there's always a leader." He continued, "These heads are tough to damage with swords, but they have almost no consciousness of their own. Take out the leader, and the whole flock becomes a bunch of headless chickens." Kola asked, "So the fake mountain god was also a flying head demon. Why didn't his head stay alive after being detached?" Tatsa chuckled, "Because this head..." He pulled open the man's collar and stated bluntly, "Doesn't belong to him at all." He explained, "The reason it was so hard for me to see through his disguise as the mountain god is because he wasn't using a transformation spell. He was using the real mountain god's head to trick everyone. I suspect he's the chief of the Falling Head clan, and the real mountain god was dealt with by them long ago." Kola was speechless, using someone else's head to stay alive. What a bizarre and twisted power. Only they would think of something so grotesque. Main quietly walked towards the back, his eyes never leaving the scene. Kola sighed. "If the mountain god is dead, then no one in the Miao frontier is safe. Just thinking about it gives me the chills." Main walked over to one of the heads on the ground. The moment his hand touched it, a ripple of energy spread out. Immediately, he was surrounded by several other heads, which all began to glow as if entering a self-destruct mode. Tatsa's expression changed. "Watch out." He lunged forward with lightning speed, pulling the boy out of the epicenter. And just as he predicted, the surrounding heads exploded in a chain reaction. Tatsa created a protective barrier, shielding Main completely. It was a close call this time. His heart was pounding like a drum. The master remained vigilant, his gaze as cold as ice as he watched the splatters of blood. Main apologized guiltily. "I'm sorry, master. That was reckless of me." He waved it off. "Failure teaches wisdom. Self-destruction is a last ditch. Take you down with me kinda move. It was my mistake. I was too slow with the seal." Kola added, "Well, at least flying head demons can't live without their heads or bodies. Once we clean up this mess, we can report back to the mountain sect." Main glanced at the remaining head and shook his own. But just going back like this, something doesn't feel right. Kola was surprised. What's not right? Everything is clear. The Falling Head clan killed the mountain god, took over the Miao frontier, and when the Shadow Guards found out, they silenced them. Then they faked a call for help to eliminate whoever came. This mission should have been harder than a prank, but we got lucky and solved it. Main replied, "That's how it looks on the surface." "Yes, but the Falling Head clan has been missing for a long time, and the Flying Head demons aren't that strong. How did they manage to kill the mountain god so discreetly, then repeatedly kill shadow guards from the heavenly court, and set up this banquet to slaughter cultivators from all over? Not to mention, the heads controlled by the fake mountain god earlier had a grotesque appearance. With skin like bronze and bones like iron, they were unnaturally fast, completely different from normal flying head demons. And the fact that they all self-destructed together is highly suspicious, as if they were intentionally hiding something and destroying the evidence." The image of the exploding heads flashed in Main's mind, and the more he thought about it, the more a chill ran down his spine. Kola said worriedly, "But now the Falling Head clan is completely wiped out. It'll be hard to investigate anything else." Main said, "I'm not so sure," Kola suggested. "Junior brother, if you want to investigate further, shouldn't you ask Master first?" Main thought for a moment, then turned to look at his master, his eyes seeking permission. He searched his memories, and the faces of those who had lost their lives appeared vividly before him. In a room, bodies were piled on a bed, and a broken voice could be heard, "Mom, Dad, love you, sis." Main rushed after Tatsa. "Master, I have an idea, I think." The master turned back. "Look, the sun is rising," Main replied urgently. "The sun may be rising here, but the sky for the people of the Miao frontier is still dark." The words were simple, but they carried a heavy weight. Main continued, "The real culprit might still be out there. If we turn a blind eye, who will stand up for them?" He said bluntly, "If we return to the mountain, who knows how many more people will suffer? As cultivators, it's our duty to wield our swords for the weak." Kola tried to pull him away with a forced smile, telling him to just complete the mission. But Tatsa's face darkened. "Little La, why would you say that?" He asked, "If the real killer hasn't been found, do you want to continue the investigation?" Kola was worried. "But Master, if we keep investigating, there's no money in it." He nodded. "Correct. If we stop now, we'll make a profit. If we continue, we'll likely lose money." He laid out his condition. "If you want to continue, give me all the money you have." Kola frowned at his master's ridiculously greedy act. He glanced over and saw the unwavering determination on Main's face. Kola relented. "As a disciple of the Dragon Tiger Mountain sect, I cannot push my responsibilities onto others." Tatsa asked again, "Even if you lose money?" Kola pressed his lips together. "Yes." The master changed the question. "Then what if you have to pay with your life?" That question made them both freeze, their hearts skipping a beat. Because, in truth, they hadn't even considered that possibility. He spoke bluntly. "This journey is dangerous, and in the worst-case scenario, even I can't guarantee your safety. If you want to be heroes, you must be willing to pay the price." He called him out by name. "Tian, are you willing?" The main character lifted his head, his eyes burning with intensity. He clasped his hands, his voice firm. "Your disciple, Wang Tian, will not shrink from this duty." La clasped her hands as well. "I will not shrink from my duty." Tasa was pleased. "Good. You have spirit, truly worthy of being my disciples." He then shouted, "La, Wang Tian, hear my command. Today, the three of us from the Gui Longhu Mountain sect will immediately undertake a supergrade mission. The target is," Tasa declared, "Xing Tian." His two disciples froze in shock. A supergrade mission for Xing Tian. By morning, they were taking a brief rest, but the atmosphere remained as tense as a drawn bowstring. The main character asked quietly, "Master, What is a Jingtian? La's eyes widened in disbelief. You seriously don't know that? Tasa began to explain. In ancient times, there was a war god named Xingtian. He was 60 feet tall, with unmatched martial arts skills. He commanded 3 armies, possessed a noble character, and was beloved by his soldiers for standing with them through life and death. After he was beheaded in battle, people used a secret art to keep his body from decaying, binding a remnant of his soul to it. The corpse itself didn't move, but it ignited the fighting spirit of the soldiers. The soldiers and their generals sang war chants, treating him as a spiritual totem. And then, after many years, a miracle happened. One day, as they were once again chanting the Xingtian war song in unison, Xingtian came back to life. He was headless, his soul incomplete, but he used his nipples as eyes and his navel as a mouth, relentlessly driving his men to fight on. King Rongshuan, unaware that this was due to the power of their collective will, used the flesh and blood of countless corpses for his research, eventually developing an incredibly sophisticated technique for crafting undead soldiers. The headless corpses he created were impervious to swords and spears, immune to fire and water, and were just absurdly tough. Their sinews were flexible, their muscles powerful, and they were eternally indestructible. And more importantly, he also used a gyu worm called the Ji Chong. It was headless and acted purely on instinct. By keeping the mother worm inside his own body and implanting its offspring into the corpses, he could control the entire horde. And that is how the art of Jiangshi necromancy was born. It became one of the 3 great ancient dark arts. King Rongshuan created vast numbers of these headless Jiangshi to serve as his puppet soldiers, leaving a trail of devastation wherever they went. That army of immortal warriors was called the Jingtian army. The main character guessed aloud. So those bizarre green heads, they're the heads of the Jingtian army, Tasa replied. Legend says King Rongshuan learned the secret arts of the Luotu clan and cast a spell on Xingtian's heads. When we fought, I smelled a strange medicinal concoction. Judging by their appearance and fighting style, I'm 80 to 90% certain. La added, this army is also known as the Silent Reapers. Their strategies are on a completely different level from ordinary flying head savages. The main character emphasized, on top of that, we still have no idea how many Xingtian there actually are, Tasa added. And there's more. The creation of a Xingtian is a high-level dark art that takes an extremely long time. It requires harsh conditions and immense resources. The Yingtian disappeared when the shamanic sect collapsed, but now they've reappeared. The power behind our enemy could be far beyond our imagination. La started to panic. A mission that's even harder than supergrade, and it's just the 3 of us. Tasa shot back. What? Are you scared? It's not too late to back out. The main character stood up. What's there to be afraid of? If we can't beat them, we'll just quietly investigate the truth and report back to the Immortal Sect. La chimed in. That's a good plan. Investigate quietly, and if things go bad, we retreat fast. La asked, so, what do we do now? The main character gave a one-word answer. Wait. In the distance, the headless body of the Luo mountain god pushed itself to its feet. La whispered, you were right, junior brother. The main character explained. The head and body of a flying head savage can't be separated for long, since their leader was using the mountain god's head. His real head must be hidden somewhere safe or being held by someone else. Since his body is still intact, he has to reattach his head within a 2-hour window. If the head is hidden, it will fly to the body. If someone else is holding it, the body must go to the head. All we have to do is follow it to find their lair. The main character concluded, so, we'll tail him secretly, no matter what. We're bound to find their nest. The 3 of them silently trailed the headless body, their footsteps as light as a cat's. The body marched straight toward a vast, bottomless pit. When the master and his 2 disciples reached the edge of the chasm, they all froze at the sight below. Beneath them was a sprawling, immense area. like some kind of colossal hive. Structures were packed tightly against the rock walls, looking like a secret underground base. Right in the center sat a hulking, white mountain, and that mountain was a pile of bleached white skulls, stacked so high it formed a peak. Down below, the black sand began to shift, and a horde of corpses churned like water in a boiling pot. The sight alone was enough to send a chill down your spine. Alongside them were rows of perfectly aligned coffins, silent, yet radiating an ominous energy. The other head slowly rolled towards the sea of white skulls, a scene straight out of a living nightmare. The body tripped and fell flat on its face, but still desperately tried to crawl forward. The sight of the separated head and body was utterly horrifying. Atop the mountain of skulls, a figure silently appeared, its oppressive aura so powerful it was suffocating. He opened the wooden box, lifting the head out as if it were a familiar toy. The bald head immediately shot towards its waiting body. A perfect fit. Its eyes snapped open, as if it had just escaped the jaws of death. Loxonthan gasped for air. He was so close to death. It felt like he'd literally just snatched his life back. The man crawled before Tumavwang, calling him, "My lord," while trembling like a leaf. He tearfully recounted how his entire head-tossing clan was wiped out by 3 Taoist priests from Dragon Tiger Mountain, begging for his master's protection, but was only met with scorn for being a useless fool who couldn't even handle 3 cultivators. Tumavwang's voice was cold. "Your clan is extinct. What use do I have for you anymore?" He looked down on him, asking bluntly if there was any reason he shouldn't be killed. "Is this life of yours even worth sparing?" With a single swing of his sword, the freshly reattached head was sent flying once again. Loxonthan's eyes went wide, his mouth agape in pure terror. The head shot towards a cabinet behind it, but Tumavwang threw his sword after it in the same instant. The blade pinned the head straight to the cabinet, immobilizing it completely. He then lifted the remaining body as if it were an inanimate object. He drove swords through its 4 limbs, pinning it securely to the ground, leaving no chance of escape. Tumavwang slowly approached, each step crushing what little hope was left. The man screamed, reminding him of his service, of sacrificing his own clansmen and bearing a blood debt for him, begging him not to just cast him aside now that he was no longer useful. Tumavwang scoffed, telling him it wasn't a matter of burning a bridge, but of slaughtering the donkey once the milling is done. He then asked if the man knew the difference between the two. Slaughtering the donkey means you can still get some final value out of it before it dies. With that, he leaped away and vanished. He left Loxonthan's head to face a cold sea of skulls. The head began to smoke, its screams for help echoing in the terrifyingly silent space. Tatsa's group approached, and he stood before the man with a grim expression. He looked at the man's pathetic state, listening to him, begged to have the enchanted blade removed to save his life. Tatsa demanded that he confess all his sins first, then he would consider it. But the man tried to bargain, insisting the blade be removed first as he was about to die. Tatsa turned to leave, and the man frantically called him back, agreeing to confess everything. He explained that 10,000 years ago, his clan was hunted for drinking human blood, forcing them to flee to the Miao borderland and swear an oath to never harm humans again. Forced to drink the blood of animals, the entire clan grew weaker and weaker. A few years ago, a mysterious figure promised to restore their clan in exchange for them committing massacres and handing over their strongest members. Last year, 2 Shadow Cloak guards died in the Miao borderland, which drew the attention of the Heavenly Court. He tried to cover it up, but was forced to pose as a mountain god to lure cultivators into an ambush, all on his master's orders, never expecting to run into such powerful experts. Tatsa understood now. Those headless fiends were created from the heads of the head-tossing clan. A body separated from its head could survive for a long time, increasing the success rate of creating the headless fiends, while the useless heads were given to the clan to boost their combat power. So he used them to commit atrocities, got his sacrificial offerings, and was ready to throw the entire clan under the bus to take the blame. A single plan that killed 4 birds with 1 stone. But the mastermind was also hunting cultivators, likely needing the resentful energy of their souls to forge the headless fiends. Tatsa asked further what happened to the sacrificed clansmen and the dead cultivators. He said that those who were taken never returned, and the heads that came back were disfigured, with green faces and red teeth, completely devoid of consciousness. As for the cultivators' corpses, they were all brought here and thrown into the black sands. A thick white mist covered the sea of black sands, and Tatsa exclaimed with suspicion. He used a control technique, causing some sand to fly into his hand. His face paled when he realized it was consuming his true essence. It was Dust Devourer. It was clear they were targeting cultivators for their pure, true essence. That energy is far beyond what ordinary people possess, so why collect so much of it? Even for cultivation, you wouldn't need such a colossal amount. The more he thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. He asked the man if he knew the identity of the mysterious figures. He had never seen the guy's face before, but he knew he was massive, like he had 3 heads and 2 eyes, definitely not human. The old master sneered that for a clan leader to cause such heavenly sins, failing both the people and his own clan, he deserved to die. The master said he would give him a quick end, and that threat truly sent him into a panic. A desperate "don't" echoed throughout the entire space. Tatsa's attention was drawn to a bizarre circle inside the black coffin, from which a dark aura began to seep out. He moved closer and recognized a suspiciously familiar smell. With a single punch, he shattered the stone statue, only to find it completely hollow. He instantly realized he'd been tricked, and the color drained from his face. Meanwhile, his 2 disciples were still waiting up above, completely oblivious to the danger. The sand beneath them began to shift in an unnatural way. A headless, shadowy figure silently materialized right behind them. They turned around to see a horde of mangled, headless corpses closing in on them. From the spot he had punched, plumes of dark energy swirled upwards. Realizing the danger, he quickly fell back to dodge the attack. The dark aura spread rapidly, enveloping the pile of white bones at the center of the room. It then transformed into countless small snakes, and by the time he realized what was happening, it was already too late. Tens of thousands of snakes lunged forward with their mouths agape. The sight itself was breathtakingly terrifying. The entire space went dark as the yin-yang reverse mirror formation activated. He felt a chilling aura rise up and looked down at the scene unfolding before his eyes. The water's surface reflected the cold, pale light of the moon. A palanquin slowly emerged from the watery veil. It all happened so quickly that he was left completely stunned. 4 ghouls carried the palanquin, while another struck a gong to lead the way, creating a scene so eerie it made his skin crawl. And on that palanquin was the Zhao Demon King himself. He stepped out smugly, explaining that he had deliberately kept the Luo mountain god on the brink of death just to lure the old master into his trap and squeeze out his final bit of use. He reached up, grabbing the round hat on his head. He ripped it off to reveal his true face, finally exposing his long-hidden scheme. He boasted that he'd lured plenty of Taoist priests from the Miao frontier, but the old master was the first one to actually reach this place alive. He chuckled, asking if that deserved some praise. Then, he grabbed 2 of the ghouls beside him and devoured them whole as if for sport, his aggressive aura becoming suffocatingly intense. Tatsa quickly deduced the signs. 5 demons carrying the palanquin, adorned with white fur. This was the classic Ghost Shao ritual. Could this guy be the final boss causing all the chaos in the Miao frontier? The old master spoke in a cold tone. Creatures of the night like you fear the light. You refuse to stay in the underworld, instead crawling into the mortal realm to hide inside a water mirror. You're just bringing disaster upon yourself. The Shu Demon King retorted arrogantly, "In the vast 3 realms, might makes right. I go wherever I want. I'm bored of eating lesser demons. Mortal cultivators are much more to my taste. I have hundreds of thousands of heavenly punishments at my command. Who would dare to challenge me? Tatsa simply brought his hands together for an incantation, calmly asking, "Is that right?" before unleashing streams of lightning from his palms. But as soon as he unleashed the lightning, it simply dissipated in his own palm as if it were being devoured. The Xiao Demon King, however, remained completely unfazed, his voice dripping with condescension as if he were teaching a child. He told him not to waste his strength. Inside this barrier, all energy is reversed. Yin thrives while Yang decays. The spiritual arts of mortal cultivators are rendered almost completely useless here. The old master gave a cold smirk. Don't be so sure, because the one thing this old man excels at is the six-path talisman, and just hearing the name, you know it's gonna be good. He immediately began writing, controlling every talisman in his hands as if he were unleashing an entire arsenal. Countless talismans shot out from his sleeves as he declared, "If my spiritual energy is restricted, then I'll just have to fight without it. Let's try a different approach." The Xiao Demon King hit him where it hurt, mocking him. Wow, all those talismans must have cost a fortune. Huh. He taunted him. "Are you really planning to burn through your entire family fortune just to kill me?" It was true. Normally, spiritual artifacts like the six-path talismans required activation with one's own spiritual energy to work. He shook his head in disdain, calling it the same old trick and expressing his utter disappointment. He mocked the Green Talisman sect for its decline, mentioned that the Black Talisman Heavenly Master had vanished, and then taunted. "What else can you people do besides catch minor demons? Do you really think these pathetic scraps of paper can take me down?" Tasa remained completely unfazed, simply replying, "Why don't you try and find out?" He lowered his brush and roared the command, "All demons, submit and hide. By law and order, swiftly obey." A whirlwind of green talismans swirled forward, plastering themselves all over Tu Mavuang's body and wrapping him so tightly that only part of his head remained visible. He was still contemptuous, offering a sarcastic compliment. "Not bad, old man. Your talismans actually have some bite." Then he raised his hand and continued, "I did warn you." He nonchalantly peeled off the green talismans obstructing his vision, as if he were just plucking off a sticker. With the talismans on his face stripped away, he scoffed at the useless straw paper. Tasa prompted, "Straw paper, you say? Take a closer look." Only then did the man see the green talismans on his hands bursting into flames. Red cinnabar characters appeared as blue flames erupted, and Tu Mavuang cried out in shock. "A blue talisman. It's a dual-layer talisman spell." The blue flames coiled around his entire body, emitting a chilling aura that seemed to seep from the underworld itself. This was a netherworld flame. Tasa stated calmly, "Netherworld flames are specifically for dealing with demonic entities. If they can't burn you, who can they?" Meanwhile, Vuong Tien and his group were facing an equally tense situation. Several headless corpses loomed before them, drawing closer, a sight so horrifying it could stop your heart. With a talisman on his face, Kola asked worriedly, "Can it see me?" The younger one replied, "We have the invisibility talismans our master gave us. It should be fine." The first creature landed with a heavy thud right where they were hiding, forcing both of them to hold their breath and remain perfectly still. As it drew near, the tension was so thick they could hear their own hearts pounding, and they only dared to risk a glance upward. Suddenly, its fist came crashing down like a sledgehammer. Vuong Tien shoved Ko La out of the way, and the fist slammed into the earth instead. A shock wave erupted from the impact, sending dirt and dust flying everywhere as if a bomb had just exploded. Ko La ripped the talisman from his face, panicking. What the heck? How could the invisibility talisman fail? A shadow fell over him, and Vuong Tien urgently warned, "Senior brother, behind you." Vuong Tien dodged while shouting, "Hurry!" But Ko La remained frozen on the ground, paralyzed as he watched the massive fist rise for another strike. He stammered, "This is the legendary Xingtian. It's too powerful. My body is frozen. I can't even move. Vuong Tian leaped into action, using his Earth Shield technique to instantly switch places and appear behind the Xing Tian. Just as it prepared to bring its fist down again, he slapped an immobilization talisman right onto it. The creature froze instantly, but another punch still grazed past his face, narrowly missing him. He gasped in disbelief. Impossible. Does it have eyes on its back? A powerful blow sent Vuong Tian flying, but he landed still clutching a talisman and charged right back in without a moment's hesitation. He slid between the creature's legs, seizing the opportunity to leap up and get close to its body. With its back now exposed, he slammed the immobilization talisman right onto the Xing Tian. This time, it froze like a statue, completely motionless in its current pose. Vuong Tian was overjoyed. It worked, but just at that moment, another one of the creatures charged toward them. A furious barrage of 5 punches swept out, sending him flying straight into a nearby cliff face. Vuong Tian's face was swollen, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious he had taken a severe beating. The Xing Tian raised its arm to deliver the finishing blow, and the immense pressure in the air became suffocating. He was on the verge of despair as the fist closed in, now just inches from his face. But suddenly, the Xing Tian froze mid-swing, stopping dead in its tracks as if someone had hit a pause button. Behind it, Kola had managed to slap on a talisman, and he sighed in relief. Thank goodness. The immobilization talisman still works. Vuong Tian quickly thanked him. Then his eyes darted to his senior brother's waist. There was a fresh wound there, as if his senior brother had deliberately injured himself to break free from his paralyzing fear. Another Xing Tian rushed them, this one targeting Kola, who pulled Vuong Tian up, shouting, "Let's go. More of them are coming." He helped his junior brother to his feet, and they leaped high into the air in a narrow escape. Kola carried Vuong Tian to higher ground to temporarily lose their pursuers. Down below, the remaining creature ripped the immobilization talisman right off its companion. He turned back and his face went pale. The talisman had been broken. Half of Vuong Tian's face was swollen, and Company La found it strange. The Xing Tian were supposed to be mindless, controlled by parasite worms, yet this group coordinated like living people. It was too weird. He added, and that's not all. They also share a field of vision, making sneak attacks useless. Kola was about to ask more about the immobile, but the biggest question remained. The invisibility talisman clearly worked before, so why is it useless now? As the Xing Tian on the ground drew closer, Vuong Tian warned, "Let's drop that for now. The fact they aren't chasing us proves we're not their target. We need a strategy, and right now, all we can rely on is the immobilization talisman." Kola pondered. What's the point if one of them just rips it off the other? Vuong Tian asked how many talismans were left. Kola searched his robes. "I've got 3 left. The ones in your hand are all you have." Vuong Tian also had 3, but there were 8 Xing Tian. Having wasted 2 talismans earlier meant the odds were not in their favor. Watching the creatures approach, Vuong Tian suddenly noticed a strange talisman in Kola's hand. "Senior brother, what kind of talisman is this?" Kola explained that it was a purple talisman. Talismans have 4 tiers: yellow, blue, purple, and black, with higher tiers being rarer. Last year, their master gave him a divine movement purple talisman, which could sustain lightning escape for a few breaths for an emergency getaway. His expression grew serious as he handed it to Vuong Tian. "Junior brother, you take it. I've been with Master for a long time, so I have to risk it all. Use this when the fighting starts." Vuong Tian shook his head and refused. "It's not time to admit defeat yet." Those words struck Kola, and memories of his master came flooding back. 1 year ago, he had gone to find him, calling out with a trembling voice, Master, it's been 3 years and I still can't even dodge 100 arrows, let alone 3,000. Tatsa replied, 3,000 feathers is just for kids. Only when you can dodge 3,000 iron rods and 3,000 silver needles like you have 3 heads and 6 arms can you be considered on the path. It's only been 3 years. You're not allowed to admit defeat yet. Silver needles rained down on him, and iron rods stuck out of the ground all around Kola. The pressure was suffocating. In the face of adversity, he learned to move forward instead of staying rooted to the spot. Vuong Tian continued, "If we lack the right conditions, we create them. If we don't have enough immobilization talismans, is there a way to substitute them?" Kola frowned. "You mean crafting talismans in the middle of a battle?" Kola shook his head. "There's no time. Crafting talismans takes too long. The magical principles are profound, and it requires special talisman paper and incantation patterns. An image of a completed talisman formed in his mind. He explained that the school of talisman arts had declined because it consumes a lot of magical resources and relies heavily on pre-made supplies. In a fight, you constantly have to calculate which talismans and items to use, which can leave you on the defensive. For over 1,000 years, it has gradually become a support discipline. Young cultivators usually prioritize practicing offensive, defensive, and movement techniques. Vuong Tian held up 3 talismans. "Don't be discouraged, senior brother. We still have the ink. Now we just need the paper. But seriously, what's the talisman paper for? Why not just draw the talismans from thin air to be faster?" Kola explained right away. Talisman paper is a container made from special materials to seal magical arts. The higher the level of the art, the more you need something that can bear its complex energy. The difficult part is that the incantation patterns are incredibly intricate. If you draw a single stroke wrong, the energy gathering fails, and it drains your spirit. The immobilization talisman isn't too picky about paper, but right now, we're completely out of blank talismans. So remembering the pattern is pointless. An idea sparked in Vuong Tian's mind. If talisman paper is just for holding true essence, can we replace it with something else that can store true essence? Kola nodded. In theory, yes. Vuong Tian sealed the deal. Perfect. Then I have a plan. Let's give it a shot and see. Down below, a Xingtian was probing the cliff wall, its hand reaching into a pitch-black corner as if digging into an anthill. Then it raised its fist and slammed it straight into the wall, sending up a thick cloud of dust and smoke. From the shattered opening, Tatsa was revealed, sitting cross-legged inside, as calm as if he were meditating in the middle of a storm. Kola broke out in a cold sweat watching this. It's over. Master's true body has been exposed. A brilliant flare of true essence ripped through the darkness, and the blue flame within began to break apart into pieces. Countless soul fragments poured out, and their wails echoed, sending a chill down the spine. As the blue flame was gradually extinguished, Tuma Vuong sneered, "Old man, you've got some skills, but that's not nearly enough to impress me." He boasted that he had the 100 Heavens demon inside him, which could turn anyone into a clone. A tiny bit of phantom fire only damaged a few sacrificial demons, which can be easily replenished. Then he opened his mouth wide as if to swallow Tatsa whole, saying that his nourishment would start with him. Tatsa let out a provocative laugh. "You want to eat me? Come on, then. Let's see you try." Just as Tuma Vuong closed in, he froze. Tatsa taunted him. "Why'd you stop?" He looked down, shocked by how fast it had happened. His body slowly sank downward. He growled, "I've caught your real body, so stop the act. Your weak shell will stay here. I'll drain it dry, then come back to savor your spiritual soul." Tatsa praised him. "Not bad. So you saw through it." Tuma Vuong snapped, "Stop underestimating me. You already destroyed my paper clone before." He cursed him for using old tricks, saying, "Don't think I'm as stupid as the Luoto tribe chief. You think you can trap my spiritual soul with a barrier and just slip away. My lair is a one-way street. I was just stalling for time. Now, both your soul and body are locked down from all sides." Outside, as the group of Xingtian approached the cliff face, something was suddenly thrown directly at them. Standing up high, Vuong Thien taunted them. "Hey, you monsters." Then he beckoned with his hand provocatively, as if to say, "Come on, let's see who's scared now." The Xingtian that were digging into the cliff immediately stopped, and upon seeing their new target, they all turned and charged uphill in unison. In no time, 3 of them closed in. He brought his hands together to perform the Earth Seal, his face as hard as steel. The Earth Shield activated at full power, raising a defensive line on the spot. Behind them, Kola sprang into action, casting Lightning Shield, White Forged Meteor, and Earth Shield. He remembered Tatsas' words, "Little La," the most difficult part of the 3 heads. 6 arms technique is achieving perfect multitasking. Throughout history, plenty of cultivators have been able to manifest 3 heads and 6 arms, but using the technique fluidly and at will is as rare as gold. It's an extremely high-level Taoist art. Succeeding means you have eyes and hands in every direction. You don't have to worry about sneak attacks from behind, and you can still fight even when surrounded by a massive army. Vuong Thien coordinated by using earth evasion to burst from the ground, his dagger aimed right at a Hin Thien's legs. He spun for a quick slash, then urged his senior brother on. Meanwhile, Kola instantly targeted its flank, drawing blood from his own fingertip and dabbing it onto the Hin Thien's back. They had already agreed on a plan beforehand. "Senior brother, we'll stick to this plan. 1. You'll be the main attacker while I use Earth Shield to create diversions and draw their attention. 2. Use the purple lightning talisman to speed things up, shortening the time it takes to draw the seals so they can't coordinate against us." As he unleashed a bolt of lightning, Vuong Thien continued. 3. Master taught us that blood is the root of our essence, so we'll channel our true ki into our blood. 4. We'll use our blood directly. By using our blood as the medium instead of paper talismans, the seals will be harder to remove and will hold their power much better. Kola drew with incredible speed on its body, and as the final stroke was completed, the Hin Thien froze in place, completely immobilized. The 2 of them shouted in unison, "It worked. We got it." They immediately started doing the exact same thing to the other monsters, picking up the pace of their attack. Kola channeled lightning to pin one of the creatures down while drawing a seal, causing a glowing red inscription to appear on its back as if it were carved into its flesh. Several of the surrounding creatures were immobilized, standing frozen like robots that had run out of power and shut down completely. Just as Vuong Thien burst from the ground, a massive fist came flying, slamming down right where he had just emerged. Kola cried out in alarm, "Vuong Thien!" His junior brother was surrounded by 3 of them, and with 3 more Hin Thien to deal with. He knew he couldn't handle them all by himself. The creatures coordinated their attack on Kola, their fists raining down relentlessly. Vuong Thien shakily got to his feet, wondering if their plan had been seen through, then lunged forward and wrapped his arms tightly around one of the Hin Thien's legs. It turned to look down at the boy clinging to its leg, then unleashed a merciless barrage of punches, giving him no room to breathe. Vuong Thien gritted his teeth and refused to let go, and the sickening sound of cracking bones echoed as his body began to give way under the assault. Kola was struggling too, trying to keep his focus as he yelled, "Junior brother, hang on." But the remaining 2 creatures continued to overwhelm him with their attacks. Kola was thrown to the ground, gasping for air like he'd just run a marathon. Knowing he was out of time, he shot back to his feet and charged the 2 creatures that were still moving, roaring, "Let my junior brother go." He dodged around one of them as it threw a punch, blocking the blow. With his other hand crackling with lightning, he slipped behind its back, and the intricate lines of a seal began to form. Vuong Thien was beaten to a bloody pulp. His face was swollen shut, and he could barely open his eyes. He saw Kola rushing to his rescue, circling behind the creature and relentlessly drawing the blood seal. Finally, the inscription was complete, and the Hin Thien froze solid just as it was about to land another blow. One by one, they managed to handle the rest of the creatures around them, leaving them all completely motionless. On Kola's chest, the talisman that had been glowing with lightning flickered and faded, its power exhausted. He was completely exhausted. He staggered for a moment before collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. Kola could barely breathe. His body was pushed past its limits. Lightning arts weren't something you could just use recklessly, and on top of that, he'd lost a lot of blood. It would probably take him over a month to recover. He muttered to his master in his thoughts, "For my first real battle, I didn't disgrace you, did I?" He dragged himself over to his partner, calling out, "Junior brother, junior brother." But Vuong Thien was still stubbornly clinging to the Hin Thien's leg. Kola checked his pulse and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he's still alive. This junior brother of mine is so stubborn, he wouldn't let go for anything. He figured that since he had refined his true essence into his blood, the blood seals, while not as powerful as a proper immobilization talisman, should be enough to stall them until their master returned. Otherwise, the two of them had completely lost their ability to fight. If anything else happened now, they'd be done for. Just then, the ground began to tremble violently. Startled, Kola looked toward the source of the tremors in the distance. His eyes widened in sheer horror. A massive army of Hin Thien was advancing toward them, kicking up a colossal cloud of dust that blotted out the sky. They marched steadily toward them, so numerous that he couldn't see where the army ended. The thundering sound of their footsteps made the ground shake like a war drum, and Company La felt a wave of despair wash over him, an army of Hin Thien. He couldn't even move anymore, thinking it was all over. Just then, a cold, sinister laugh echoed, making him jump. Who's there? Across from him, a dark figure was slowly rising to its feet. It was Vuong Ak. His body was steadily regenerating, and his entire aura had changed. Dark energy poured out of his body as he let out a triumphant laugh. Finally, I can come out for a breath of fresh air. Kola sensed that his junior brother's aura was all wrong and stammered his name. Junior brother. Vuong Ak gazed at the distant Hin Thien army, excited. Starting off with such a grand formation. Huh. Interesting. Very interesting. Over by Tu Ma Vuong, he uttered. All right, old man, you just wait here obediently for my return. Tat Sa wouldn't allow it, immediately focusing his firepower on him, trying to run. Where do you think you're going? As the firepower rained down on the head that just poked out, Tu Ma Vuong grew furious. You? It seems you refused the easy way and chose the hard way. A swarm of pitch-black, ghostly souls rushed towards Tat Sa like a gathering storm cloud. A wail echoed as Tat Sa's soul was violently pulled from his paper doll body. He was stunned. These ghosts can pull a soul out of a paper body, and they even dragged my own fire to burn me with it. This Ghost King truly had some tricks up his sleeve. The flames flared up, enveloping Tat Sa before spreading out wide to both sides. From his body, streams of energy radiated outwards, chaotic as if being stretched to their absolute limit. Tu Ma Vuong watched with cold contempt. You don't know your own strength. I was planning to keep your divine soul for my own use, but I never thought you'd be in such a rush to dig your own grave. Tu Ma Vuong sneered. In the end, you've just become bait for dead ghosts. Your soul shattered and scattered. You truly are a disappointment to me. The fire blazed hotter and hotter, devouring the space around them as if trying to burn away every possible escape route. Within the sea of flames, Tat Sa's figure gradually reappeared, not vanishing as he had expected. Then, deep within the dense darkness, the firelight began to fade once more, as if something was drawing it inward. The embers were pulled toward a single point, revealing a talisman that slowly materialized, bearing a brilliant golden sigil within it. The entire talisman flared with a light so brilliant it was blinding, like a spotlight turning on in the middle of hell. Tat Sa charged straight into it, his aura vanishing as the entire space seemed to power down. Instantly, outside, the sky grew heavy and ominous, with streaks of lightning leaking out, heralding that something big was about to happen. A colossal dragon appeared, high above, diving down accompanied by a ferocious vortex. The gigantic vortex swirled, filled with flashing bolts of lightning that writhed like a nest of snakes. Vuong Ak stood in the center of the vortex, controlling the entire storm with a mere lift of his hand. His eyes glowed crimson as he laughed with manic glee. Kola worriedly asked if Vuong Tien was still okay. Vuong Ak snapped, "Hey, you clueless girl, let me make it clear. I'm not that weakling Vuong Tien." He then proclaimed, "After I'm done with these headless corpses, I'll send you on your way, because without you, the old man will only have one disciple left me." And for the cruel finishing blow, actually, Vuong Tien feels the same way. Hearing this, Kola's face turned pale. Vuong Ak raised both hands high, lifting the entire swirling vortex. "Bring it on." The vortex expanded, its suction force increasing terrifyingly, as if it intended to pull the very heavens down to the earth. The entire sky was swallowed by the vortex, and one look was enough to know there was no way to run. A massive pillar of lightning shot directly from his body up into the sky. Launch. He focused his power inward, a sigil beginning to appear on his forehead as his entire presence changed. He laughed. "Not bad. This is the power I've wanted." One of his feet stomped down, cracking the ground as he used the force to launch himself forward. Vuong Ak's speed was shocking. Kola watched the deathly aura fly towards her in terror. Deathly aura. That color. That's something only a golden immortal should possess. He charged straight at the Hinthien creatures, as if he intended to solo the entire horde. Hun Hot spun around and delivered a kick at them, kicking off the beat-down review. The Hinthien was completely unharmed. Vuong Ak gave a cold smile. Muscles of steel. Hey, interesting. One of them threw a punch, and he simply leaned aside, blocking it cleanly with one hand. He slammed it to the ground, then said calmly, "Let's see if your joints are as tough as your flesh." True to his word, he felt around and found the Hinthien's joints as if he were reading its anatomy. The moment he touched a specific bone segment, the creature's knees buckled. He twisted its wrist, a smirk on his face. "It's working. This is the way." Without hesitation, he aimed straight for the joints, delivering a swift knee to its elbow. The rest of the horde swarmed him, but he was fearless, relentlessly kicking their weak points like a machine. One took a kick to the stomach, another to the back of its knee, while another's hand was bent backwards, before he focused all his strength into his legs and lunged at the Hinthien's foot. Vuong Ak just kept on methodically exploiting their weak spots. By hitting them right where it counted, their toughness turned into a liability. Kola was in deep shock. "He's so strong. What kind of divine ability is my junior brother using?" "No, he's not even forming any hand seals. This is the basic movement technique I used to practice. He must have learned it by watching, and is just improvising with pure instinct and internal energy." Master always said that true mastery lies in the fundamentals of martial arts, and looking at him now, he's living proof of that. The Hinthien monsters were sent tumbling through the air, but just as he was getting into the groove, Vuong Ak suddenly froze. Vuong Tien had regained control of their body, and Vuong Ak was furious. He woke up that fast. How dare he hold me back like this? He leaped back to dodge an attack, then landed on a high vantage point to get a better view of the battlefield. Looking down, he figured there were still 8 or 9 of them left to deal with. If he couldn't clear them all out, he could forget about holding his ground. Master's body. That old geezer still finds it useful, so I have to end this fight as quickly as possible. Inside his sea of consciousness, a voice echoed, "Vuong Ak, you're receiving aid from the power of 10,000 gods again." He frowned, warily eyeing the spiritual form before him. Big Tongue stammered, "You're helpless without any divine abilities. Fine. Out of the kindness of my heart, I shall bestow a great one upon you." Vuong Ak was on high alert. Big Tongue. Normally when I call for you in the prison, you just play dead. Why the sudden act of kindness today? What are you scheming?" Someone burst out laughing, the sound echoing throughout his sea of consciousness. You could just tell there was drama brewing. Cao Nunan spoke up, telling Big Tongue to stop messing around before he disrupted the flow of the void. Vuong Ak was surprised. "You're here too. Did you all gather today just to watch me make a scene?" She teased him. "Come now, little Vuong Ak, just call me Big Sister once, and I'll teach you an incantation that's guaranteed to work, and feels incredible to use." His voice turned cold. "Enough with the games, just tell me what it is." Cao Nunan brought her hands together to form a seal. "Listen closely now. Heaven and Earth Mystic Sect." An immense pressure, as heavy as a mountain, suddenly slammed down right where Vuong Ak was standing. A bizarre vortex immediately swirled up around him, bending the very air itself. Shards of power flew towards him, forcefully cramming energy into his body. Vuong Ak clutched his head and screamed. The pain was unbearable. He roared in fury. "Cao Nunan, what the hell are you doing?" Tanha's voice interjected. "She has nothing to do with this. This is the Pula Forbidden Word seal." Vuong Ak was startled by the newcomer. "Who are you? I've never seen you before." Big Tongue was also shocked. "This person is here too. The last time I heard them speak was 300 or 400 years ago. Something important must be happening today." He immediately recognized the presence. "I know who you are." Big Tongue mumbled a half-remembered name, a somethingzy. Tanha cut him off. "That's not important. Vuong Ak, end this fight quickly. Don't resist, and I will grant you power for 100 breaths." Vuong Ak laughed amidst the pain. "Excellent." The manifestation of the heavens appeared on his body as his aura exploded outwards. It was the Dharma body of the heavens, the heavenly thunder god. The guardian spirit spread its wings behind him, and with a single flap, it unleashed waves of air that shot forward like razor-sharp blades. A strange, pitch-black object suddenly shot towards Vuong Ak's position. He frowned, shielding himself. "What is that?" he muttered, raising his arms to defend. The guardian's wings also closed in, completely shielding the person within. The black sphere slammed into the wings, and the resulting shockwave made the entire space tremble violently. Souls were flung out from the impact, the souls of those small insects. They flew about chaotically before being pulled toward a single point, as if an invisible force was gathering them all up. Tiuma Vuong was startled by the sight. Vuong Ak was now enveloped in a brilliant golden light. He was forced to his knees, unable to stand, and lamented to himself, "This technique is too powerful. It hasn't even been 10 seconds, and my spirit already feels like it's about to shatter." Tiuma Vuong asked curiously, "A celestial Dharma body. Kid, who in the world are you to be able to use an ultimate technique of the Buddhist sect?" Hanfong unleashed a palm strike. "None of your business. Get lost." The guardian spirit stood firm once more, its presence as imposing as a pillar holding up the sky. Then it flapped its wings again, and countless sharp blades of air shot out, piercing through Tiuma Vuong like a downpour of rain. His body dispersed into mist and then reformed, still as arrogant as ever. Lightning blades can only destroy small fries. "This king won't die from little knives like these." Vuong Ak snorted coldly. He replied curtly, getting cocky already. Then, the lightning around him flared up violently once more. A stream of dark energy burst forth from Vuong Ak's chest. Han gritted his teeth and cursed, "Vuong Thien. Damn it." The energy continued to pour out of his body, until his energy completely depleted. He staggered and fell straight down, shutting off like a phone on red battery. Kola screamed in terror, "Vuong Thien, junior brother," watching him plummet to the ground, her heart dropping with him. Just then, a man appeared. A beam of light tore through the darkness, flashing like a bolt of lightning. Vuong Thien fell right into the horde of Xing Tian, but luckily, Tat Sa managed to catch him. Otherwise, it would have been a painful landing. He spoke in a cold voice. Skull demon. The debt between us isn't settled. Tomb of Wong's eyes widened in shock. Impossible. How are you still alive? How did you escape the barrier? Tatsa scoffed. Did you really think trapping my divine soul to buy time was enough? You planned to use my disciple as bait to destroy my physical body, didn't you? I deliberately let my spirit leave my body to play mind games with you, hiding in the mountains to lure you out of your hole and stall for time. The Demon King refused to back down. Stop trying to scare me. Tatsa raised his hand and pointed to one side. See for yourself. The one who wants to take your life has arrived. Tomb of Wong turned his head in suspicion. A radiant, spinning ring was thrown, flying through the air like a cutting blade. It shot from a distance and struck him squarely, which wasn't so much painful as it was humiliating. As his soul reeled from the impact, Tomb of Wong roared in fury. Who dares to strike this king's head? Flames erupted with intense heat as a figure appeared, riding on two wheels of fire. Nacha stood with his arms crossed, looking down on his opponent with an aura that was off the charts. Tomb of Wong was stunned. Why is it him? His opponent was none other than the legendary Nacha, and one look was enough to know he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Tomb of Wong couldn't believe Nacha was here, even calling him the Grand Marshal of Slaughter. He turned to Tatsa and asked, "Who in the world are you, old man, that you could summon this god of death?" Realizing this was bad, he decided to retreat, but just as he turned, a brilliant red sash shot out from Nacha. It wrapped tightly around his body, and he couldn't break free. Tomb of Wong was completely bound. Why? He panicked. Why is my demonic clone technique useless? There's something wrong with this sash. Nacha glanced down and observed, these Xingtian aren't being controlled by tatterbugs. He gave a faint smile. Quite the demonic trick, and there's a good number of them too. Over 100. Right. Well then. Nacha took out a magical artifact, raising a small bell into the air. The light from the bell was blinding, and from within it spewed brilliant streams of fire. The bell unleashed a torrent of flames upon the Xingtian, and in an instant, the ground below turned into a sea of fire. The massive blaze engulfed them all, and the Xingtian horde was completely purified in the scorching light. Kola's eyes went wide. This fire can even incinerate the immortal bodies of the Xingtian. Am I dreaming? From the headless bodies of the Xingtian, the sealed souls began to escape one by one. They floated in the air as if a heavy burden had been lifted, a sense of relief spreading among them. A lotus flower materialized in Nacha's hand. The flower bloomed, its aura radiating out like a rescue beacon in the chaos. The drifting souls were drawn into its center, and Company Law finally understood. The Xingtian were possessed by ghost souls. Demonic bodies can interact with souls, which is why the invisibility talisman had no effect. And that's why they had their own consciousness and could coordinate like living beings. Truly terrifying. Tomb of Wong was still struggling, streams of light emanating from his palms as he tried to turn the tables. A black talisman formed as he cursed under his breath. Sacrifice the pawn to save the rook, and the rook to save the king. A truly vicious move. Lucky for me, my master left me a backup plan. Golden characters appeared on the black talisman as its power began to activate. But before he could celebrate, the characters flickered and died. Tomb of Wong panicked. Wait, why isn't the black talisman reacting? What the hell is going on? Tatsa immediately recognized it. That's not. And with a wave of his hand, he sent a blast of energy toward it. The black talisman in Tomb of Wong's hand was pulled away, flying steadily into Tatsa's grasp. Tomb of Wong screamed in frantic disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As the Xingtian below were being burned to cinders, Tomb of Wong suddenly recalled a prior discussion with Nguyen Tai. He had talked about using the headless sorcerers as pawns and the Xingtian as rooks, a plan of sacrificing the pawns to save the rooks, which came at a great cost. The headless sorcerers had followed him for years, and to lose such a potent weapon was a real pity. Meanwhile, the Qingtian were vessels for combined demon spirits, and he was reluctant to use them as cannon fodder. Nguyen Tai had replied, "Don't be so certain. If the Heavenly Palace fails to react in time, things will be different, even if you lose your base in the Miao borderlands. As long as the plan succeeds, our master will not treat you unfairly." Tuma Vuong was still worried. If the Heavenly Palace sends high-level forces to intervene, the risk is still huge. If we fail, not only will we not achieve our goal, but we'll also suffer heavy losses. Nguyen Tai had shot back, "Jiao Ma Vuong, Bok Tran, you're just afraid of being implicated and bringing disaster upon yourself, aren't you?" He had reassured him. "Relax. Our master has been preparing for this for a long time." Nguyen Tai presented a talisman, claiming it was an escape route that was absolutely foolproof. Back in the present, just as Demon King 2 was starting to piece things together, Nacha's voice cut in coldly. "What are you muttering about? Demon, it's time to face your end." Demon King 2 refused to accept it. "I'll be damned." The bell in Nacha's hand was raised again, and an irresistible force began to pull him in. It was only then that Demon King 2 finally understood. So I was the pawn they were sacrificing all along. As his soul was sucked into the bell, he managed one last curse. "You bastard. Nguyen Tai. You son of a bitch." Before vanishing, Demon King 2 uttered a chilling curse, promising they would never know peace. Vuong Tien didn't wake up until much later, his eyes opening slowly as if from a very long dream. He saw Kola's back in front of him and called out weakly, "Senior Brother Dugu," which made the man jump. Kola recoiled in fear, not yet sure who was standing before him. Vuong Tien reached out his hand. "Senior Brother, are you all right?" Kola still couldn't bring himself to believe that it was really Vuong Tien. He remembered the threat Vuong Ak once made. "After I'm done playing with that headless slaughter squad, I'll come back and finish you. Without you, the old man will only have me." And then came the haunting final line. Actually, Vuong Tien thinks so, too. But Kola forced himself to believe it wasn't true. No way. "My junior brother isn't that kind of person." He finally took the boy's hand and said everything was fine. He explained that fighting Xingtian earlier had nearly depleted his true energy, but their master had just performed a healing treatment, so he was okay now. Vuong Tien nodded wearily. "Is that so? That's great." At that moment, Nacha descended beside them, landing as lightly as a feather. He said he'd received the message 2 hours ago and was surprised to see Master Tat, who had been missing for so long. The cloud riding summons couldn't be faked, but he asked, "How did you manage to summon me?" Nacha greeted him politely. "Celestial Master Tat, it's been many years since you left the Heavenly Court. Have you been well?" Faced with the question, Tatsa remained silent, not rushing to answer. Hearing the words, Heavenly Court, and Celestial Master, shocked his two disciples. Isn't Master an elder of Dragon Tiger Mountain? Nacha was also surprised. Master, he blurted out. You were actually willing to lower yourself to become a priest on Dragon Tiger Mountain. You always avoided things like that, Nacha explained. Your master was once one of the 4 great celestial masters of the Heavenly Court, a high-ranking official of the 2nd rank. A few dozen years ago, he suddenly hung up his seal, resigned from his post, and vanished without a trace. Tatsa turned back and asked playfully, "So, little Nacha, are you planning to drag a certain Tat back to the heavens?" Nacha waved his hands dismissively. "How could I? I admire you more than you know, but I came down because I have a mission. I don't want to be a useless celestial god, either. Still, with a demon king causing such a huge mess, how did the Celestial Bureau of Investigation not notice?" He said that if a former member of the Bureau hadn't appeared, there's no telling how long the chaos would have lasted. Luckily, the Demon King was now eliminated, and the people could finally be at peace. Tatsa sighed. One can only hope, but from his tone, Nacha knew things weren't that simple. He held up a talisman. "Here, take a look at this." Nacha was surprised. "The famous black talisman celestial master. Isn't this talisman your own handiwork?" Tatsa replied, "Yes and no. The golden elixir cinnabar and the formation array on the talisman are my own creations." He explained that the talisman array was so exquisite that any expert would recognize it. Without the accompanying true talisman, it's hard to spot a copy, even one replicated down to the finest detail. But this one was a fake. The materials and inscriptions were identical, but it lacked any spiritual energy inside. Like a beautiful but empty shell, it would have been impossible to tell until the very last moment it was used. "And this black talisman, I just took it from the Demon King when I captured him." Nacha was puzzled. "The talisman was created by you? So how did it end up in the Demon King's hands? And a fake one at that?" Tatsa paused for a beat. "About that," he said with some embarrassment, "it's shameful to admit, but I got used to the good life in the heavenly court. When I came down to the mortal realm, I was short on cash, so this old man sold a few black talismans as goods from the heavens. He even hawked them like a street merchant. Step right up, don't miss out. High-grade protective talismans, selling them cheap right here." After hearing this, Nacha understood immediately. It was no wonder the black talismans were circulating in the outside world. Tatsa stated frankly that he had sold quite a few back in the day, but of the type with this specific symbol. There were only 2. They were a limited edition. He recounted a story from 600 years ago when he faced off against the spiritual treasure Taoist sovereign. In the end, this old master won by a landslide, and then the 2 of them joined forces, using a special technique to create this very item. To execute the void-shattering martial technique needed to craft the talisman required an enormous amount of true essence, so he developed the black talisman specifically to contain that energy. He even used golden elixir cinnabar as a medium to condense the spiritual energy, step by step, to inscribe the complex formation onto a tiny piece of paper. Just hearing about it sounded exhausting. It took the 2 of them over 100 years to produce 6 finished talismans. After the spiritual treasure Taoist sovereign went into seclusion, these 6 became one-of-a-kind items, and only 2 were ever sold to the public. Hearing this, Nacha cursed inwardly. To think he would actually sell a treasure of this level. This old man really did value money more than his own life. He concluded that this was a priceless escape talisman, but after passing through so many hands, how could they possibly track it? Following the trail now would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Tatsa analyzed the situation like a detective. The Demon King couldn't have stayed in the mortal realm for long without consequences, so raising Xingtian in the Miao borderlands must have been for a long-term goal. He even carried a void escape talisman, clearly planning his escape route in advance, only to be tricked by a fake. The best-case scenario is he ran into a master scam artist. The worst case is that he was silenced, and that's the most insane part. Nacha was speechless. "If you had said something sooner, we might have had a chance, but the Demon King is already ashes now." Hearing this, Tatsa froze like a statue. Nacha reassured him that it wasn't strange for a villain to meet such an end. But this business with the fake talisman was too suspicious. He would return to the heavenly court to report it and investigate. Since the talisman originated from him, he asked Tatsa to let him know if he found any clues. Tatsa nodded but whispered a warning, "Do not reveal my whereabouts." The boy just laughed it off. "Don't worry, this young master's lips are sealed." Nacha suddenly remembered something important. The Jade Emperor had issued a decree to prepare for the martial arts tournament next year at Dragon Tiger Mountain. The top 10 contestants will all receive rewards, and just hearing that smells like a fiery competition. This time, the Jade Emperor is taking it especially seriously. Unlike in previous years, it could very well be a stepping stone to select future heavenly officials. He looked at the old man. "You've already come to Dragon Tiger Mountain and even took on disciples. Are you planning on testing your skills?" Tatsa's eyes lit up. "The top 10 get big rewards. I bet it's more than just a few peaches of immortality." His two disciples looked at each other as he sighed. One hasn't learned enough, and the other is still too green. Relying on them would truly be a gamble with fate. Nacha said he was just repaying a favor by passing on the news. Whether he participated was up to him. Hearing this, the old man decided to give it a shot. Just then, a pillar of light descended from the sky. He glanced over. A heavenly messenger had arrived to deliver an order. Within the light, Anjiao appeared, his presence stern and imposing. He landed in front of everyone, and the atmosphere immediately became as tense as a bowstring. Anjiao relayed the decree. The Jade Emperor commands Nacha to immediately cease all duties and return to the Hall of Miraculous Mist for a council. There shall be no delay. The boy cupped his hands and accepted the order, crisp and decisive. But our main character still had to ask, what on earth happened that required a heavenly messenger to deliver the order in person? And Jiao scoffed coldly. The protector of the horses smashed the southern heavenly gate and rebelled against the heavenly palace. The moment they heard that, they knew it was serious trouble. Nacha and Tatsa's jaws dropped. It was only then that the heavenly messenger noticed a stranger standing beside them. He stammered, calling out, "Celestial Master Tat." The old man quickly and vehemently denied it. "You've mistaken me for someone else." Anjiao didn't linger, urging him to carry out the order, as he had other decrees to deliver. With that, he was gone in a flash, not even glancing back for a second. Nacha looked at someone's darkening expression and knew something was up. He grinned. "If your cover gets blown later, don't you dare blame it on this young master." Then, using the urgent summons as an excuse, our main character dipped out first. As he left, he muttered under his breath, "Truly shameless." Tatsa stood there, watching his receding figure. He became lost in distant memories. Vuong Tian asked curiously, "Who is this protector of the horses to cause such a ruckus in the heavens? Is he really that strong?" The old man replied, "The word strong isn't enough to describe him, and the story behind it all is far more terrifying." He then asked them, "Do you two know why I left the heavenly palace?" It was because of that so-called protector of the horses. His two disciples were stunned, speechless. He told them they could talk as they walked, and they'd make a stop at Flower Fruit Mountain along the way. Riding on a cloud, he explained that over 300 years ago, he was the director of the Celestial Bureau of Astronomy. Using the great astral art, he calculated that the three realms would face a calamity of the highest level. But his report was suppressed by the Jade Emperor. Afterward, he was reassigned, promoted, and then demoted, and ultimately removed from his original post. His successor claimed it was just a miscalculation and that there was no such calamity. But he knew he hadn't made a mistake. Vuong Tian asked worriedly, "Could it be that you were really wrong?" The old man stated with absolute certainty, "Absolutely not." Following his memories, he traced the source of the calamity to Flower Fruit Mountain in the East Sea, where a monkey had leapt out from a stone. Appearing at the same time was something called an umbral mass. The name alone sounded ominous. Vuong Tian was startled. That thing appeared over 300 years ago. His master grew suspicious. "You know of it." The boy quickly denied it, and the old man continued, "The umbral mass can corrupt a person's mind." The Celestial Bureau of Astronomy had made many predictions of disaster that were all related to it, and no matter how they tried to seal it, it would always vanish mysteriously on its own. He warned them to stay far away if they ever encountered it, and Vuong Tian could only nod in agreement. Kola asked, "That monkey, could he be?" The old man nodded. "Sun Wukong. He is the protector of the horses who rebelled against the heavens." Everyone was shocked to hear this. Could he be the very incarnation of the calamity? His master said that at first, he only suspected it and planned to observe him secretly. But 16 years ago, this monkey suddenly mastered a set of heaven-defying martial arts. Then he proceeded to stir up trouble in the Dragon Palace and the underworld one after another. What was incomprehensible was that the Jade Emperor didn't punish him, but instead granted him a 5th official rank, breaking all precedents since the three realms were stabilized. He feared the calamity would soon come to pass. If it truly happened, the world would fall into chaos. He loses sleep just thinking about it. So he resigned from his post, changed his name to Tatsa, and went into hiding on Dragon Tiger Mountain to continue his investigation. But without the resources of the Directorate of Celestial Observation, his progress was crawling at a snail's pace. Vuong Tien speculated that the Jade Emperor was covering up the results and breaking protocol to grant an official post, thinking perhaps the monkey was one of the Jade Emperor's own. Tatsa shook his head, explaining that while the Jade Emperor did intend to cultivate him, the two of them were neither close nor cooperative. By rebelling against the Heavenly Palace this time, Sun Wukong had caused the Jade Emperor a huge loss of face. Vuong Tien wondered, if he broke protocol to promote him, why give him such a minor position? He said that was precisely the strange part. Before descending to the mortal realm, he had met him and saw that his nature was pure, suggesting he was likely being used as a pawn by someone else. Kola thought it might just be a misunderstanding, and asked what would happen if they explained things clearly to the Jade Emperor. He gave a wry smile, saying what's done is done. Sooner or later, the Heavenly Palace would send its grand army to Flower Fruit Mountain, and a great battle was inevitable. His only worry was what the mastermind pulling the strings behind the scenes ultimately wanted. Elsewhere, a brilliant streak of energy stretched across the sky. The genuine power enveloped the area before erupting into a powerful blaze. It finally condensed, and Fong Hai emerged, remarking how far the Samadhi true fire had spread. He thought to himself that little Neja was certainly extravagant in battle. Seeing all this genuine energy converging at the center, he mused that the Jade Emperor had sent him to quell the rebellion and then to suppress the monkey, instead of using a general from the Ziwei constellation like himself. For years, the Ziwei Emperor had fought campaigns in every direction, yet now the Jade Emperor didn't dare to entrust him with military authority. His wariness had clearly reached its peak. The Zhenyuan contracted into a small mass, which he caught in his hand as he called for Tu Trung. Tu Trung appeared respectfully and asked the marshal for his orders. Fong Hai immediately asked about the revival energy for Nung Tuyen Vuong. He asked if this amount was enough to awaken him. Tu Trung estimated that it was about 80 to 90% sufficient. It asked to go gather a little more, adding some flattery about how miraculous the demonic soul-suppressing, origin-devouring grand technique was, to be able to absorb even Samadhi true fire. Fong Hai brushed him off. Enough with the flattery. Nung Tuyen Vuong must awaken within this month, or you will answer to me. Trembling, Tu Trung replied that it would be done, and he commanded, go. Tu Trung burrowed into the ground, and Fong Hai looked up, letting out a soft humph. His lips curled into a smirk. The goal is to prevent you all from helping each other. We'll see if the Jade Emperor still dares to let Neja's avatar appear. Then he called for Nuan Tai and Lao Jiao. The man appeared, clasping his hands in a brief salute and saying, Marshal. He reminded him, we won't be able to hide what's happening here for much longer. We have to hold out until the end of the month. Nuan Tai puffed out his chest. This time, the Demon King is dead in his tracks. My plan is going off without a hitch. He continued, the whole incident with the Keeper of the Heavenly Horses will keep the Celestial Court completely swamped. Miaojiang will become a lawless zone, and they won't have time to prepare. By the time they realize the truth, it'll be too late. No one will be able to stop the awakening of the Jiangshi King. And that's not even the craziest part. Fong Hai nodded in satisfaction. We made it just in time. Well done. Nuan Tai clasped his hands and said, it is my honor to cooperate with you. Marshal. Fong Hai sized up old Jiao. I know you are wise and extremely cautious, but after cooperating for so long, the four marshals still can't figure out your true intentions, and that displeases me greatly. He gave a faint smile. For the world, chaos is a catastrophe, but for us, it is a stepping stone. The marshal achieves his goal, and I complete my plan. If the three realms were always at peace, Where would heroes like us find a stage to perform? Fong Hai's voice was grim. When King Nung Tuyen is revived, it will no longer be convenient for me to show my face. You must personally direct all the drama that follows. Nguyen Tai immediately bowed. That has always been this humble servant's duty. He asked further, have all the demon kings been contacted? The subordinate reported that everything was ready. All that's missing is the final push. We're just waiting for that monkey to win this battle. Fong Hai whipped around in astonishment. He can actually win. He replied, in this humble one's opinion, that monkey's abilities are in no way inferior to the marshals. Hearing this, Fong Hai burst out laughing. His interest was clearly piqued. In all the 3 realms, only Erlang Shen from the Guanjiang estuary is worthy of my respect. If that monkey truly has such power, I must meet him at least once. The subordinate immediately flattered him. Of course. The marshal is still a cut above. He clapped him on the shoulder. All right, this marshal must return to the heavenly court. I'm leaving everything here in your hands. But remember to make it a real spectacle. The grander, the better. The man bowed and accepted his orders. On the other side of the Bronze Kettle continent, at Flower Fruit Mountain, the entire mountain was tightly guarded by troops of monkeys. A grand banquet was underway inside the cave when suddenly 2 figures entered. The Great Ghost King and the Little Ghost King clasped their hands in greeting. We have missed you terribly during these long years of separation. Great King, as soon as we heard you had returned from the heavenly palace, we came to visit immediately. Wukong waved them to their seats. The mortal realm is much freer. Today, brothers are gathered. We must drink until we're completely drunk. Once the 2 were seated, the Great Ghost King asked curiously, you were in the heavenly court for so long. Great King, what position did the Jade Emperor bestow upon you? Also in the cave were Tio Kong, Loi Thu, Tui Lu, and Ma Liu. He gave a forced smile. It's hard to say. It was a complete humiliation. The old Jade Emperor appointed me protector of the horses, which turned out to be just a stable boy, with no official rank. Upon hearing this, the Great Ghost King slammed his fist on the table. The heavenly court is outrageously insulting. The Little Ghost King chimed in. That's right. The Great King's divine power is vast and profound. How could you be expected to serve as a mere stable master? He continued. In my opinion, this insult cannot be tolerated. The Great King's power shakes the 9 heavens and commands the moon. His might subdues the 4 seas and captures dragons. His ability rivals the heavens themselves. He deserves the title Great Sage, equal to heaven, so why shouldn't he be granted it? Hearing this, our hero was immediately thrilled. The whole cave erupted in praise. That name is incredibly powerful. He decided on the spot. Good. From now on, I will be known as the Great Sage, equal to heaven. My children, quickly change the flags. Write the 4 words, Great Sage, equal to heaven in large letters and hang it at the mountain's peak. By the time the 3 masters and disciples, Sat Sa, flew to Flower Fruit Mountain, the flag was already fluttering on the summit. The wind whipped it back and forth, making the 4 words, Great Sage, equal to heaven, stand out against the sky. They landed on an adjacent mountain, and looking from a distance, they saw dark clouds gathering. The heavenly soldiers and generals had indeed arrived. The sky was thick with brilliant light, and Kola frowned. It looks like a great battle is about to begin. Over on his side, a monkey scout hurried back to report. Great King, the heavenly court has brought a large army to attack Flower Fruit Mountain. They are already closing in on our front lines. He leapt to his feet with a loud laugh. They've come at the perfect time. He gave the order to prepare his armor and immediately set up formations to meet the enemy. Tien, observing from the outside, couldn't help but marvel. The scene is truly astonishing. The entire sky is dyed a golden hue. The heavenly soldiers and generals formed a massive net-like formation, completely surrounding Flower Fruit Mountain. From the center of this formation, a majestic figure stepped forward as the spirit god parted the clouds and descended. He advanced straight toward the cave entrance. As soon as his feet touched the ground, A tremendous tremor echoed throughout the mountains. The monkeys gulped. He's enormous. The spirit god looked coldly at the army before him. He bellowed, "You audacious monkey! You dare to cause such chaos. Come out and surrender at once." Inside, the main character remained seated on his high throne, observing. Tuilu and Malu hadn't expected the situation to become so tense. One of them stammered, "Gee, great king, don't worry. That divine general is probably just a common-ranked fighter." The little demon king clasped his hands and faced him. He requested to be sent into battle, to bring back the head of that man as an offering to the great king. Let him kneel before you and confess his crimes. He nodded in approval. Good. If you go, you will surely capture him. Just as the words were spoken, a figure shot out from the ranks. The great demon king suddenly remembered that this man was a fierce general of the heavenly legions of the West, renowned for his superhuman strength. He landed with an intimidating presence. The great demon king added that he had followed the heavenly king on campaigns in all 4 directions, earning glorious achievements. If he went to the celestial realm, he would at least be a Star-Lord Marshal. Looking into the distance, he was startled. That commotion, is it over already? A monkey messenger came running back in a panic, bearing bad news. The little demon king had fought for less than 3 rounds before being defeated on the spot by the divine general. The great demon king was thunderstruck. "What did you say?" The giant spirit god roared, "I've come to capture you." He immediately charged forward, determined to settle the score. "Eat this." 2 swords shot out from the great demon king's hands. But the spirit god effortlessly blocked them both, and the swords bounced back. The great demon king caught his weapons, gritted his teeth, and charged again. The spirit god used his own weapon to stop the attack dead in its tracks. He laughed arrogantly. "Think you can handle this?" The great demon king's face paled. This guy's strength was far beyond his imagination. A terrifying force washed over him, and he realized with despair that he was completely outmatched. A fatal blow landed, and the great demon king collapsed. The entire crowd was stunned into silence. The main character frowned, his expression darkening. Malu's voice trembled. The great and little demon kings were the masters of the 72 caves of Mount Fangzhang, yet they were defeated in less than 3 rounds. Tu Kong suggested cautiously, "Perhaps we should close the gates and rest our troops for now, then make a new plan and fight again tomorrow." He scoffed. "He's just one coward. What's there to be afraid of? You all are losing your nerve before you've even seen what old son, can do. As I see it, he's no different than some street performer selling his wares." Tu Kong raised a cup of fruit wine, a toast to the great king's might. He waved his hand. "Not yet. Leave the wine. I'll be back in a moment." His subordinates watched as his figure soared away. The spirit god stood casually and called out, "You monkey, do you recognize me?" The main character sneered, "What kind of god are you? You're not even worthy of my attention." The spirit god introduced himself. "I am the giant spirit god, under orders from the heavenly court to capture you. Surrender your celestial robes and submit peacefully, or this entire mountain will know no peace, and you will not escape my weapon." He burst out laughing. "You've got a big mouth. If you want me to surrender, fine. Take a good look at the 4 words on that banner. If the Jade Emperor grants me that exact title, I will cease hostilities. Otherwise, I will fight my way to the Hall of Miraculous Mist and take the dragon throne for myself. And this is the craziest part." Upon hearing this, the giant spirit god looked where he pointed. The banner reading, "Great Sage, equal to heaven," flew proudly in the sky, and his face immediately darkened. He bellowed, "How dare a wild monkey call himself the Great Sage, equal to heaven?" With that, he brought his axe down with overwhelming force. The entire sky seemed to be engulfed by a violent aura, the pressure weighing down on Flower Fruit Mountain. The giant axe blade stopped right in front of his face, a sight that no one could believe. Ton Gokong had stopped the axe blade with just one hand. The giant spirit god was stunned. How is this possible? He tried to pull his weapon back but was completely powerless. The axe was locked in place. A moment later, he casually let go. The recoil sent the giant spirit god staggering backward. He pulled a small needle from behind his ear, and in a flash, it transformed into the golden hooped rod. He calmly raised the staff, his eyes cold as ice. A single blow came crashing down, its terrifying power bearing directly down on his opponent. The giant spirit god hurriedly raised his axe in a cross-shaped block to defend himself. He roared as he was pinned down with no way to escape. The immense pressure slammed him into the ground, completely overpowering him. The impact sent a shockwave spreading throughout the mountains and forests. A nearby mountain directly exploded from the aftershock. High above, Naja's group was stunned, while the three masters and disciples in the distance turned pale. The golden hooped rod stopped just inches from the giant spirit god's face, and Naja silently assessed the situation. With his agile movements and effortless control of his power, this monkey's strength was far too terrifying. He spoke in a cold voice. "Weakling, I'll spare your life. Scurry back and deliver the message." The giant spirit god scrambled backward to the edge of the mountain. He gathered his strength and launched himself straight into the air. Then he returned to the ranks of the heavenly soldiers and generals. He knelt and reported, "The protector of the horses possesses vast supernatural powers. Your humble servant was no match for him. I accept my punishment." The pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Li Jing, looked coldly at his subordinate and commanded in a deep voice, "You have demoralized our troops. Take him away and deal with him." The Yaksa Divine King and General Yu Du immediately pleaded for mercy, vowing to enter the battle and restore morale. "We will capture that demon monkey and bring him to justice." The Yaksa pleaded while speaking bluntly. "Even 20 more men would be useless. This is a matter that I must handle myself." Yu Du also requested to enter the battle, but a glance from the third prince silenced them both. Naja cupped his hands and said, "Father, please allow your son to go down and test his strength, to see just how powerful he truly is." After speaking, he immediately leaped down without hesitation. His windfire wheels touched the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of smoke and fire. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes slightly. He stared intently at the newcomer. He laughed arrogantly. "And which young master might this be? You want to fight me too?" Naja pointed his spear directly at him. "I am the third prince of the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, here on behalf of the heavenly court to capture you." He scoffed. "Your baby teeth haven't even fallen out, yet you talk so big. I have no desire to fight you. If the Jade Emperor grants me the title on my banner, I will submit." Naja looked up at the flag fluttering in the wind, which read, "Great Sage, equal to heaven." He said coldly, "You want to be the great sage, equal to heaven. Well, I'd rather be the Jade Emperor." The monkey burst out laughing. "Now that's a fine idea. Let's both rebel. You can be the Jade Emperor, and I'll be the great sage, equal to heaven." The universe ring in Naja's hand immediately shot forward. "Get past this move first, then we can talk." As soon as he finished speaking, the ring flew straight toward his target. He simultaneously charged forward, his fighting spirit unwavering. Just as the ring was about to hit, the monkey raised his golden hooped rod. The staff swept horizontally, striking the ring and causing energy to explode in all directions. The shockwave blew so strongly, it reached the three masters and disciples, forcing them all to cover their faces. That small ring was unbelievably heavy. Someone explained, "That's a superior-grade magical artifact, the Universe Ring. Its weight can be changed at will, and it's incomparably durable. And the golden hooped rod is the sea-calming divine needle, weighing 13,500 pounds. Wang Shan exclaimed, "The most terrifying thing isn't the magical artifact, but that monkey." He neutralized a force of thousands of pounds with just a light swing of his hand. Naja thrust his spear forward. "Take this." The monkey glanced over. Not bad speed, but still not enough power. Hurry. He leaned to the side, dodging the attack cleanly without a scratch. Then he immediately counterattacked with the golden hooped rod. He thought to himself, This kid's not bad. I'll humor him with a little fight. And so, the two officially began their clash. The sound of their weapons colliding rang out continuously. The universe ring suddenly launched a surprise attack from behind him, but he had already sensed it. Trying to sneak up on me with that golden ring of yours again. Are you? He ducked low, avoiding it completely. Then he continued to close the distance to fight with Neja. He realized his opponent was impressive, able to fight him head-on while simultaneously controlling a magical weapon. Behind him, Neja transformed, revealing a form with 2 heads and 4 arms. One head fought with the spear, while the other secretly gathered power in its palm. The universe ring once again flew toward him from a distance. A glowing flower also appeared in Neja's hand. He unleashed a torrent of demonic souls that rushed forward, their ghastly energy chilling the air. The monkey frowned, activating his fiery eyes of truth to observe the demonic energy. Through them, he could clearly see each demonic soul rushing toward him. He immediately retreated to keep his distance. He let out a cold snort, preparing to counterattack. He spat a mouthful of blood onto the golden-hooped rod as a catalyst. Then he transformed into a being with 3 heads and 6 arms to meet the challenge. He laughed heartily. If 1 comes, I'll take on 1. If 2 come, I'll take on the pair. After speaking, he swung his staff, sweeping it straight through the swarm of demonic souls. The golden-hooped rod spun like a steel wall, preventing the demonic souls from getting close. Neja was stunned that even his sneak attack was useless. He had even used his own blood to imbue the staff with spiritual power, a profound technique that marked him as a master of the Taoist arts. The staff spun faster and faster, wiping out all the surrounding demonic souls. His 3 heads and 6 arms coordinated seamlessly, without a hint of chaos. Neja was astonished. He was simultaneously using 3 different martial art styles to counter each stream of demonic energy. Even I can only focus my main attack in one direction, relying on my magical treasures for the rest. This monkey's martial arts are so profound, and his ability to multitask surpasses even mine. He's truly unpredictable. Just as the demonic souls vanished, the universe ring stealthily shot toward him again. And this is where things get insane. He was getting annoyed. As soon as he cleared out the demonic energy, that golden ring came flying back, narrowly missing the main character's neck. He immediately jabbed his golden-hooped rod straight into the center of the ring, locking it in mid-air. Seeing his plan succeed, he grinned smugly, while Neja immediately transformed as well, revealing 3 heads and 6 arms. He clasped his hands and chanted an incantation. One of his heads turned, its eyes glowing with an overwhelming pressure. He suddenly had a bad feeling. The great brightness mirror descended, and a beam of light shot directly into his eyes, forcing him to cover them and cry out in pain. Neja then transformed again into a being with 4 heads and 8 arms, raising the demon-slaying blade high. The crimson-red armillary sash shot out, wrapping tightly around his entire body. The blade then swung straight down. From above, Li Jing shouted with satisfaction, "Well done, my son." A pillar of light erupted, piercing straight through the mountaintop. The giant spirit god cheered, so majestic. The heavenly soldiers and generals roared in unison. The red armillary sash was as tight as a cocoon, and the demon-slaying blade was incomparably sharp. Everyone thought the monkey couldn't possibly escape this time. But when the smoke and dust settled, all they saw was an empty space. He had vanished, leaving only the red armillary sash wrapped around a single strand of monkey fur. The heavenly soldiers were dumbfounded. Neja couldn't believe it. He had been fighting a clone this whole time. The red armillary sash was supposed to bind both the spirit and one's true energy. It could even capture ghosts and bind souls. So how did it end up trapping a clone? Neja suddenly recalled a similar anomaly when he tried to capture the Zhao Demon King. He figured it out. In the split second before the sash tightened, he had swapped himself with a clone and escaped. His movement technique was truly unbelievable. From below, the main character suddenly shot upwards. Natra was secretly horrified. He was too fast. He hurriedly blocked a blow that felt as heavy as a mountain. The shockwave sent Natra flying backward. But his opponent didn't stop, continuing to press his attack. He sneered, "The little crown prince is outmatched. Go get someone else." All that was left in his place was a single monkey hair fluttering down. Natra calculated his options. His foe's body was tough. His martial arts were superior, and he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Close combat was not to his advantage. He had to create distance. He stubbornly retorted that he was just warming up. "Now, I'll show you my true power." The real battle had officially begun. Natra unleashed his demon-slaying saber, deploying a sword formation. The single saber multiplied into countless blades. The entire sky was filled with the glint of steel. They all hovered in the air, awaiting the command. He shouted, "Strike!" and pointed his finger directly at his opponent. A myriad of blades rained down upon Flower Fruit Mountain. Faced with this assault, his opponent simply gave a slight wave of his hand. He chuckled. Telekinesis. Huh, old son here knows that trick. 2. Let's see you stop them. But the blades continued to descend, not slowing down in the slightest. Realizing he couldn't control them, he decided to fight them head-on, continuously parrying each blade with the golden hooped rod. The main character fought without a hint of fatigue. He single-handedly weaved his way through a sea of blades. Natra continued to increase both the number and the power of his swords. The more his opponent fought, the more energized he became, spinning his staff furiously. The golden hooped rod formed a spinning shield around his 3 bodies as the sword energy rained down relentlessly. The energy waves forced the 3 masters and their disciples to brace themselves, all of them astonished by the power of the heavenly court's god of war. The sword formation's transformations were exquisite, with each blade moving as precisely as if it had its own pilot. Vuong Tian gritted his teeth. Ultimately, this was still just using magical power to control objects. There were surely masters in the world who were even better. The image of Meithuan flashed through his mind. Kola and Tatsa glanced at each other. The rain of blades continued to pour down relentlessly. His opponent had to admit, controlling them so flexibly from such a distance was truly extraordinary. He raised his staff, and the golden hooped rod multiplied, spinning into a barrier that not a single blade could pierce. Vuong Tian realized that the thin, light blades couldn't withstand the weight of the divine rod. The tide of the battle was slowly turning in his opponent's favor, but Natra wouldn't give up. "You want to compete with me in telekinesis?" He continued to clasp his hands together and chant an incantation. His rings began to separate from his body. They shrank in size and then shot toward their target. A barrage of rings rained down on his opponent's position. Vuong Tian was astonished. The shrunken rings had become kinetic projectiles like iron bullets, clashing with the golden hooped rod to create a temporary stalemate. Another wave of telekinetically controlled swords surged forward like a great tide. The heavenly soldiers roared as the dual telekinesis of sharp and blunt objects appeared. Natra waved his hand, and the sword formation changed its pattern. Rows of blades curved into arcs and charged forward. The heavens and the earth were shrouded in a chaotic light. The entire space blazed with the collision of immense magical power. The sword formation enveloped the mountain peak like a school of fish waiting for an opening, and the tide of battle slowly turned in Natra's favor. Small rings slipped through the gaps in the barrier. He immediately channeled more power into his golden cudgel. He sneered, trying to stall for time against me. With 4 heads and 8 arms to see everything, it was difficult to get close by just chasing him like this. "All right, this old son will play one more round with you." The rings and blades continued to grind against the barrier. Natra frowned and activated his phantom image technique. If this technique was also broken, his sword formation would have far too many weaknesses. He opened his heavenly eye, his hands clasped together to control the formation. Sword energy swirled down towards him. They wove into a net that completely enveloped the shield. Then, it slowly tightened from both ends. The space where he stood was compressed into a sphere. as Natra began to analyze the phantom image divine power. This technique only lasts for a few breaths. The moment you reveal yourself is the moment you lose. Suddenly, Tonengo Kong appeared behind Natra. "Little brat, take a blow from this old sun." His face paled. Impossible. He used a phantom image to pass through my sword formation. Natra quickly raised his weapon to block the attack, trying to get close to me. It won't be that easy. The two clashed in close combat. Natra smirked coldly. "You've walked right into my trap." The sky-muddling sash suddenly wrapped around the golden cudgel and then tightened around his body like a cocoon. He was smug, having already prepared a counter for close-quarters combat. He scoffed. "You're just a little brat, yet you're trying to be cunning. But you think you can tie this old sun up with just this rope," Natra said confidently. "My magic weapon is no ordinary item. Last time, you were prepared. But now that your true body is revealed, don't even dream of escaping its grip." In the sky, another arc full of magic weapons appeared. Countless demon-slaying blades and rings linked together, tightly surrounding the central area. Natra continued to unleash more rings and blades without stopping. He declared, "Demon monkey, you have nowhere left to run. Come with me and face your punishment." Tatsa was amazed. Little Natra is truly clever. Knowing he was weaker in close combat, he set a trap in advance. The sky-muddling sash is originally the god-binding rope. I'm afraid the monkey will have a hard time escaping this one. But Vuong Thien shook his head. When it comes to tricks, the Monkey King is no slouch either. If all he needed was a phantom image to escape, why would he bother with a complicated battle of techniques and even purposely get close? In my opinion, Natra withdrew his divine powers too soon. Victory isn't certain. And just as he predicted, from inside the trap, the monkey let out a sarcastic laugh. "Who said this old sun wanted to run?" Natra raised a bell. "Tough talk. Then have a taste of my samadhi true fire." From above, Laitin immediately warned, "Heine, watch your back." Right behind Natra, a burst of energy flashed, and he appeared. The golden cudgel swung straight for him. A blow as heavy as a mountain slammed down on Natra's shoulder, sending a violent shock through his body. The heavenly generals above were stunned. The situation had reversed in the blink of an eye. The monkey host cheered. "The great king is mighty." Natra couldn't understand. The sky-muddling sash clearly bound his real body, so how could it be a clone? He even spoke to me, staring at the sash, which now held only a single strand of hair. He started to have doubts. Could it be the body double incarnation? He calmly replied, "If I didn't trick you into withdrawing some of your powers, it would have been difficult for me to get close." Natra's face went pale. This monkey has even mastered the body double incarnation. One must understand, this is a high-level technique that only those who have reached the pinnacle of Buddhist and Taoist cultivation can perform. Who in the world is he? He advised, "Little prince, you should go back. Remember to deliver my message." Natra understood he was no match for him. He flew back up into the sky. As the master and his two disciples watched his figure disappear, Kola sighed. Her junior brother's guess was right, but an avatar incarnation requires a magical artifact to house the spiritual soul. So what did he use? Vuong Tien suddenly understood. Earlier, the Monkey King turning into wind was just a diversion. His real body was still hidden within the formation as an illusion. Then, he used a strand of hair he had already placed outside the formation to create his incarnation, making Neja think his real body had escaped. Only when Neja retracted the sword formation and lowered his guard did he emerge from the blind spot and deliver the decisive blow. Both sides had deep and treacherous schemes, but in the end, the Monkey King had the upper hand, effortlessly turning the tables amidst the dense ranks of heavenly soldiers. That's what a true hero should be like. Tatsa was surprised. Using a strand of hair as a vessel for an incarnation was truly strange. This monkey has a special body and unusual experiences. Who could have taught him such skills? Could the great calamity truly be approaching? A subordinate rushed to ask Neja, "Your Highness, are you all right? How did you get so severely injured?" He admitted his carelessness, but that monkey was truly powerful, and it would have been difficult to win even if they continued. The fact that he didn't pursue them was a clear sign of him holding back. Li Ting was worried. "Our army has suffered heavy losses, and continuing this fight will be difficult to win." Neza recounted that he had raised a banner proclaiming himself the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, and said that if he were granted this title, he would stop. Otherwise, he would fight his way to the soaring cloud palace. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. A heavenly soldier delivered the decree. The Jade Emperor has ordered the army to retreat back to the heavens. Li Tin accepted the order. He decided to temporarily return to the heavenly court, report the demon monkey's words clearly, and then decide on the next step. Neza retreated with his father, and the sky gradually cleared. The master and his two disciples also prepared to leave. Tatsa pondered, with the heavenly court's defeat, will the myth of their invincibility finally crumble? Once this news spreads, the three realms will realize that the heavenly court's authority is wavering. A storm is brewing. The great calamity might be just around the corner. Kola spoke up. "Master, is that the peak of power in the three realms? To have witnessed such a great battle, this life has not been lived in vain." Vuong Tian thought to himself, "If I could train to be like the Monkey King, why couldn't I get my revenge? One day, I will definitely test my skills against a hero like him." He spoke up to ask for permission. "Master, I want to participate in the martial arts tournament. At your current realm, you've only just qualified. Even if I poured all my resources into you, I'm not sure I could help you form a core." Kola teased him. "Did watching that divine battle get your blood pumping? At our level, we'd just be cannon fodder in there." Tatsa looked at Vuong Tian and sighed. "All right, I agree." Kola was surprised. "But you were against it before," he said. "From today on, cease all missions. You two will enter secluded cultivation, and I will help you break through to the core formation stage. This is my final gift before I leave." The two were stunned. "Leave? Master, where are you going? Don't you need us anymore?" Tatsa's voice grew heavy. "Disaster is coming, and I have things I must do. From now on, you must walk your own paths. All things have a life and a death. It is difficult for any living being to escape the great calamity." They returned to their training grounds. Tatsa chided. "Vuong Thien started late, yet he formed a core with 3 lesser completion pills, while you've used 6 and still haven't broken through." He tossed her another bottle. "With your constitution, 7 pills is the limit. I have no better pills to give you." He continued, "If you still can't break through with the 7th pill, you won't be participating in the martial arts tournament." Vuong Thien, on the other hand, already has the foundation to learn high-level techniques. The two left, and Kola looked at the dark-colored pill in her hand, her heart heavy with pressure. She thought to herself, "I could save up and buy 1 more pill for a little more hope, especially since Master is about to leave. This is my last chance. It's better to risk it all than to just sit here and wait." Vuong Tien asked his master about the sect's ultimate techniques, and he replied that he teaches based on one's aptitude, then grew suspicious about how the boy could see through the battlefield so clearly. He told him to channel his energy into his eyes, then placed a hand on the boy's forehead. The moment he made contact, Vuong Tien's eyes flashed with a golden light. Tatsa was startled, so it was true after all. "It turns out you already possess the innate talent of the fiery golden eyes. This is a rare gift, one that surpasses even the yin-yang eyes, the mark of a true, peerless genius." Vuong Tien asked curiously, "Master, what are the fiery golden eyes?" He explained that it is a state of combat vision, allowing one to see through all things and capture every single change in an instant. In the heavenly court, only the great Emperor Ziwei possesses these eyes. "I never expected you to have such a talent. In that case, I will no longer teach you the talisman arts. You are not suited to be a mage, but a warrior. I will impart to you the strongest divine art of our sect. You must learn it with the utmost seriousness." Upon hearing this, Vong Tian's eyes shone brightly with excitement. 900 years later, at Mount Fangkun, beneath a bamboo forest, a person sat meditating on a blossoming lotus throne. The person lying on the lotus throne was that, and he was unconscious. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure was channeling his internal energy to save him, pushing himself so hard that he coughed up blood. As the spiritual power gradually cleansed the toxins, that slowly regained consciousness, his gaze still hazy. He sat up, as spiritual energy swirled around his body. Across from him, the heavenly lord of numinous treasure maintained his output of magical power. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The 9th grade lotus throne, combined with the 3 flavors true water, finally managed to save his life. That coughed lightly and offered a faint smile. "How many times have you saved me now?" The heavenly lord sighed. "I'm too old to remember anymore." Just then, the sky flashed brightly. That looked up at the objects engulfed in flames as they fell from the sky. He worried. "Did we fail again?" The heavenly lord steadied him. "As long as the fire isn't extinguished, it's not a loss." That asked if his primordial spirit could still handle it. The old man frowned. "I am the heavenly lord of numinous treasure. A minor disturbance like this is nothing to me." His voice turned grave. "Right now, you don't need to worry about me. You have to leave, and you have to leave immediately. Your return this time has shaken the threads of karma, and you will soon be discovered by the great star divination art. The disparity in power is too great, and the secrets of heaven are about to be exposed. Mount Fangkun is our final line of defense. There is no path for retreat." That asked how many time points were left, and he replied, "Only 4 remain. 1200 years ago, 900 years ago, 400 years ago, and 100 years ago. The timelines earlier than that have been sealed shut by a great divine power. If you want to create a significant impact, your only choice is to return to the earliest point that remains open." Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a tree sprouted up behind them. White mist enshrouded the area as Patriarch Bodhi materialized. "The earlier the time, the greater the variables. We cannot afford to withstand another collapse." That pondered for a moment. "We have already tried the more recent points in time, but the Great War 100 years ago seems almost inevitable. Direct intervention is unlikely to change the overall situation. If Fu Kuang returns alone, I fear it will be for nothing." Patriarch Bodhi spoke. "If we had been able to save my disciple 900 years ago, the situation today might have been different. The little monkey was the culmination of all our efforts, the very crystallization of the Fula technique. The Heavenly Lord estimated, going back 900 years would only hold for 100 to 200 years, but we might be able to save him before Wukong is executed. But the Fula technique operates beyond our control. It is influenced by the secrets of heaven and the will of the Starfire wielders. Even though Wukong is our hope, there's no guarantee the outcome will be as we desire. Is it truly worth the gamble?" The Heavenly Lord sighed. He was far too rebellious, and in the end, he brought himself to the demon-slaying platform. Even if we manage to save him, it's not certain he will mature enough to bear such a heavy responsibility. Patriarch Bodhi countered, "How can one grow without stumbling? I believe he has what it takes to become a great hero." He asked, "Pu Kuang, when you first created the Fula technique, what was your original intention?" That replied, "The way of heaven seeks balance, but the way of man concentrates power, which leads to severe stratification. Great divine powers that control time and space have only made the upper class more entrenched. Pula Kuyet selected the Starfire holders who possessed the will to resist, granting them power to shatter the unjust order. The Starfire Revolution is about the courage to fight back, talent, and a heart for all living beings. Although everyone is different, they share one belief: to fight for the 3 realms. And that was your original wish. Ngokong rebelled because he didn't fit into the rotten order, and the revolution needs exactly someone like him. Lin Bao once believed that changing the past would change the future, but numerous failures have made him doubtful. Bodhi said, "We need someone living in the past to change the future for themselves." That was struck by this idea. He nodded. Those words were true. Bodhi asked. So which point in time will you choose? 1200 years ago, Ngokong was still weak, making it too dangerous. So what about 900 years ago? Lin Bao mentioned an unprecedented martial arts grand tournament, a gathering of geniuses from all over the three realms. When they were young, they were more susceptible to new ideas, so that would be the best place to plant the signal. That sank into deep thought, weighing the options. At that tournament was Vuong Tien, who was once chosen by Fu Lekuye but failed due to his inner demons. That asked again, Vuong Tien. If we help him overcome his trial, the three realms will gain another starfire, increasing our chances of success. Bodhi agreed but worried about the lack of information, so that decided to enter the world of Great Pu Lu to investigate. A crack appeared in the middle of his forehead, and his vacant eyes began to glow. 3 eyes opened within his sea of consciousness. Lin Bao said, "The data we've accumulated can be used to extract information about the tournament from that year." That exclaimed, "I've found it." He flipped open a book. The book contained detailed records of the contestants' identities, and it appeared to have originated from Wuzhuang Temple. It seems the great immortal Tran Yin wasn't entirely a bystander. Lin Bao laughed. The interesting part is how this record ended up in the hands of Pu Lekuye. That was overjoyed. This information would be a great help to the plan. Bodhi reminded him that there was only one chance to go back. Any carelessness would render all their efforts useless. Just one mistake, and everything would be lost. That said, 1300 years ago was locked by Nu Lai, so I'll choose 900 years ago. In return, I will lock the 400-year mark to ensure Ngokong's safety. Lin Bao objected. If we lose the 400-year mark, you will disappear as well. If the signal vanishes, your very existence will fade along with it. He was calm. My name doesn't need to be remembered for our success. All that matters is that the revolutionary flame keeps burning. After I disappear, don't expect me to return. They will be me. If I can save Ngokong and change that key moment, the failure from 400 years ago might not happen at all. Lin Bao gripped his shoulder. I can't save you this time. Take care of yourself. That said, I'll make Ngokong a prize that everyone fights over, hiding our true intentions so he can survive until the day the plan is initiated. Bodhi looked at Lin Bao, then nodded. Then do it. That spoke up. Have the vessels marked for that time been put in place yet? Lin Bao frowned. If you plant the signal before we've even found a suitable vessel, aren't you just making things harder for yourself? He reassured him. I trust that your work is thorough. Tell me about the vessel's situation. This time when I go back, if my identity is exposed, I could be hunted across time itself. A true storm would descend upon us then. He slowly explained. The vessel is a child named Dak Ko La. His destiny is as rare as yours. A 1 in 10,000 find, capable of reducing the way's backlash to its absolute minimum. I arranged for him to join Tat Thu Kien since he was 10. By the time you travel back, he will have just reached the Golden Core realm and be practicing the 3 heads, 6 arms technique. But your foundation is still shallow, and if you're truly hunted across space-time, it will be difficult to defend yourself. You must be extremely careful and conceal your identity at all costs. It suddenly occurs to me, you once asked Bach Kang to forcibly use the Great Pear Blossom Force to help Vuong Ak fight Hin Thien, saying it was to protect a key vessel. Was that this child? Lin Bao nodded. That's right. He is the only vessel in this timeline compatible with you, which makes him incredibly important. His foundation isn't strong, but he has a pure character and a clean background. The night before the martial arts tournament, he pushed too hard trying to break through, which led to a cultivation deviation and his sudden death. I brought you back to the moment just before that, allowing his soul to temporarily reside in the physical vessel, which you could say saved his life. He analyzed the situation clearly. So, everything's ready. This time, I have 3 missions. Set things up in advance to save Ngokong, help secure the timeline, and influence key figures of the future, especially Vuong Thien. I'll do everything I can to help him conquer his inner demons. He was still worried. Your primordial spirit has only just begun to recover. Are you sure it can withstand the journey through space-time? The other man laughed. If you can do it, why couldn't I? Then let's begin. This is going to be tough on you. Great Heavenly Lord Lin Bao. Though hearing that title from your mouth is just so grating. Just call me by my real name. Ku Hap Dai Ra, he replied with a laugh. In your dreams. All three of them burst into laughter, as if they were back in their carefree younger days. Western Rauha continent, at Longevity Mountains. Inside the room, Nguyen Tu sat in silence, holding a peculiar object in his hand. His expression was a mixture of pride and solemnity. He recalled a year ago in the Miao borderlands, when Fong Hai had mentioned that Bon Zouai was well aware of great immortal Tran Yen's heaven-piercing abilities, suspecting that his divination of the cosmic cycle was the best in the three realms. Bon Zouai wanted to make a deal. He chuckled to himself. The man claimed he'd heard that an ancient artifact, the Pear Blossom Scripture, had appeared in the mortal realm, and he wanted to discover what was so miraculous about it. He was hoping the great immortal would find the time to help divine the artifact's location. Nguyen Tu was taken aback. Divining the cosmic cycle is no small feat, let alone trying to find an object without a single clue. Fong Hai had laughed heartily. That's precisely why I came to you. Great immortal, no one else can do it. In return, I'll release your disciple and that child, completely unharmed. He agreed, but said he'd need several months to cast the divination. The man said he was willing to wait, and only asked that the great immortal remember his request. In the present, he realized that the Pear Blossom Scripture had likely attracted the attention of many powerful factions in this very town. After a full year of study, he still hadn't found a single clue. No matter how much spiritual energy he poured into it, the object wouldn't react, looking for all the world like an ordinary item. Could it be that the artifact chooses its own master? If so, I'll try casting a divination using Vuong Thien's names. To see if the Pear Blossom Scripture shows any reaction, he raised 2 fingers and prepared to begin the divination. His hands moved through the divination seals, his eyes shut tight, his entire mind focused on the complex calculations. Sweat poured from his brow like rain. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his sea of consciousness turning crimson as 2 blurry pairs of eyes materialized before him. He cried out in shock, "What is this?" The martial arts tournament and the Pear Blossom Scripture are appearing in the same timeline, and there's even a second Pear Blossom Scripture. The 3 realms are on the verge of a great upheaval. Can Wuzhuang Temple truly remain untouched by the coming storm? He shot to his feet and stared out at the gate. The courtyard was silent. He called out, "Min Guyet, Than Fong." The 2 disciples appeared in an instant. Both said in unison, "We are here, Master. What are your instructions?" He ordered them to accompany their senior sister Fu Jiao to the martial arts tournament and represent Wuzhuang Temple in his place. The 2 were horrified. "Master, are you joking? Our skills are mediocre. We can hardly bring honor to our temple. Senior sister Fu Jiao is the strongest among us. Sending her should be more than enough." He spoke bluntly. "You're not going to compete for a ranking. You're going to be my eyes and ears. Every piece of information about the tournament, especially anything out of the ordinary, must be recorded in detail in the Earth Tome using your abilities. Do you understand?" The 2 immediately accepted their orders. The scene shifts to the celestial realm, within the cloud palace of the Golden Gate. The celestial energy was thick in the air, filling the vast, boundless space. Lai Tin and Lai Truong Khan walked in, discussing His Majesty's sudden edict to withdraw the troops. The imperial decree had even bypassed the Ministry of War, leaving even them in the dark about the reason. Whispers could be heard from nearby. "Did you hear? The celestial army was defeated." Someone else replied, "Heavenly King Lai failed to conquer Flowerfruit Mountain and was even overpowered by Bat Ma-on. 30,000 celestial soldiers were forced to retreat. It's unbelievable." The celestial soldiers continued. How could such a renowned general fall so low? If the great Emperor Tu Vi had been in command, he would have captured Ngo Kong alive by now. Truong Khan let out a few sharp coughs, and the gossiping group immediately fell silent. The atmosphere around them turned ice-cold. He glared daggers at them. He yelled, "Why are you gathered here gossiping instead of standing guard? The Heavenly Palace is no place for idle noise. We didn't lose a single soldier or general this time, so how can you call it a defeat? If someone else hears you, you'll be charged with slandering the Heavenly Court. Now, shut your mouths." The celestial soldiers hurriedly apologized for their mistake. He turned to reassure the other man. "It's just childish talk, Heavenly King. Please don't mind them." Li Jing replied that it was nothing. The two of them suddenly stopped when they saw a figure in the distance. It was Grand Marshal Sa Lai Tham of the Curtain Guard, the commander of the Imperial Guards who protect the miraculous Mist Treasure Hall. A cry rang out. "Her Majesty, Empress Hutu, has arrived." Truong Khan quickly turned his head. A chariot pulled by phoenixes flew towards them, followed by a procession of celestial maidens. The chariot descended gracefully, surrounded by a powerful, swirling celestial aura. Empress Hutu stepped out of the chariot. The two men immediately knelt to pay their respects. Hutu, one of the four sovereigns, looked down at them coldly. They both moved to the sides to clear a path for her. She swept past Li Jing before finally giving the command for them to rise. From a distance, Litam watched the scene with his mouth agape. He quickly ran down the steps. Then he knelt and reported, "I did not expect your Majesty to personally attend the assembly this time." She asked, "Lately, the earth veins in the mortal realm have been unstable, and the balance of yin and yang is disrupted. I could not rest easy, so I came to seek an audience with the Jade Emperor. Where are the four imperial sovereigns?" He replied, "The four imperial sovereigns are not attending this court assembly." She gave a faint, mocking smile and looked at Li Jing. "This is the Heavenly Court's first defeat in 1,000 years. It's understandable that a so-called ever-victorious general would be absent. If it were me, I wouldn't want to show my face either." Truong Khan was about to speak, but he was stopped. Hotu glanced over with a look of pure contempt. She continued, "Those who lack ability should make way for others. The Heavenly Court has never been short on talent. I just don't understand what the Jade Emperor is thinking." Lidam quickly tried to mediate. "In times of crisis, we should all work together in unity." He respectfully led her into the Great Hall. Everyone proceeded inside one by one. Inside, a few dignitaries were already waiting. Bodhi subtly glanced around the hall. Zia began the meeting, announcing, "Van Trong and Grand Preceptor Puhua Tianzun are both present. Beside them are also Tai Fo and Marshal Thien Nham. Tai Bao and the God of Wealth, Trio Kong Min, were also in attendance, completing the assembly." Outside the hall, 3 more figures were striding directly toward the Cloud Palace, their presence anything but ordinary. Lin Du's sharp, knife-like gaze swept across the Great Hall. He turned and announced, "The Imperial Council meeting has begun. It's time for us to make our entrance." See. Fuk Ngu and the page boy immediately acknowledged the order. He sheathed his sword, the movement as swift as a flash of lightning. He clasped his hands together and recited an incantation, instantly creating an out-of-body clone of himself. The clone led his 2 subordinates away first. Meanwhile, he himself turned and walked directly toward the Cloud Palace ahead. Inside the Great Hall, someone said in a deep voice, "I have summoned you all here today because of an abnormal celestial phenomenon, the likes of which has not been seen for several thousand years. Zia says the situation in the 3 realms is extremely critical. A year ago, Tu Tien divined 2 portents of calamity. The celestial secrets of the first were blocked, but the other appeared within the Heavenly Palace. I immediately began an investigation, but before I could finish, the protector of the horses betrayed the Heavenly Court, fulfilling the second prophecy. After that, 2 shadow guards died mysteriously in Miao. At first, I paid it little mind, but it wasn't until Neja brought back a dark talisman and news of Xingtian that I realized this was no simple matter. Because the incident with the protector of the horses exploded, we had no time to investigate. It was only when Jin Chanzi passed through Miao that he uncovered a heaven-shattering secret. Zia continued. The great, desolate, divine idol. Hotu understood. No wonder the earth veins in the mortal realm are depleted, and yin and yang are in disarray. Could it be that this is the cause? The old man explained. This divine idol was created by an extremely evil form of shamanistic sorcery. It's also known as the ancient earth devourer. It can drain spiritual ley lines dry, withering the land for thousands of miles and turning it into a dead zone. To think that it would reappear after 10,000 years. She frowned. So what's the situation now? Tuna shook his head. By the time we discovered it, it was already too late. The divine statue in the underground palace was desecrated. Someone was clearly using it to nurture something. And in all likelihood, that something has already been completed. Truong Khan was startled. Something this major. And the Directorate of Heavenly Supervision didn't notice. Could it be? The old man confirmed it. Yes, this is the source of the interference that was concealing the threads of fate. Everyone's expression changed. Hao Tho and Lai Tin also realized how grave the situation was. The Jade Emperor, however, remained calm, his expression unreadable. Van Trong said, "We already predicted 2 calamities last year. To be summoned so urgently now, I fear something even more serious is upon us." The great hall fell silent. Tuna sighed, a silent admission of the truth. He raised his hands, and a vortex of energy gathered, swirling in his palms. Hao Tho was surprised. This is... Before their eyes, the flowing energy coalesced into faint, ancient characters. All of them were stunned. The omen of the great calamity. The 2 words, great calamity, were clearly visible. Someone's voice trembled. An omen of this magnitude hasn't appeared for several thousand years. Tuna said, after breaking through the veil of fate in the Miao borderlands and consolidating our intelligence, we've deduced that the source of the great calamity is Flower Fruit Mountain in the East Sea. Van Trong recalled, 300 years ago, Heavenly Master Sa mentioned that a great calamity would arise from Flower Fruit Mountain, but he never spoke of it again after that. The Jade Emperor remained silent, his expression heavy. Someone stepped forward and said, "Is that why your Majesty ordered the Heavenly King to withdraw his troops? If it truly is the great calamity, we must proceed with extreme caution." Hao Tho sneered. They went to war, failed to secure a victory, and even lost a general. What else could they do but retreat? If this is about the great calamity, we should have just captured the demon monkey in the first place, instead of sitting here with these lengthy debates. Tuna countered. The omen indicates the demon child's forces consist of not just the keeper of the heavenly horses, but more than 7 others of similar power. Simply capturing the demon monkey is not enough. The enemy's forces are vast, and we need a comprehensive plan. A prolonged war would deplete our strength. It could even destabilize the entire celestial realm. Truong Khan added his support. The Heavenly King merely failed to achieve his objective this time. To call it a defeat is an overstatement. Hao Tho shot back. I'm not here to argue about winning or losing. I'm making a single point. In 10,000 years, the Heavenly Court has never sent its grand army on a campaign only to have them return empty-handed. For the Heavenly Court, saving face is sometimes more important than reason. The moment our prestige wavers, the 3 realms will think the Heavenly Army has lost its suppressive power. This is a strategy of deterrence. If we lose face, the very foundation of our rule will shake. Our dominion is built on might. A single failure to win invites internal division and encourages external enemies to rise up. When the Heavenly Army marches, it must achieve a decisive victory. Anything less is a self-inflicted blow to our reputation. The entire hall was deathly silent, as all eyes turned to one person. Manlu stepped forward. To maintain deterrence, we need an overwhelming victory. Perhaps this great calamity was triggered by Natra's defeat. I implore your Majesty to punish Heavenly King Lai and dispatch the great Emperor Tuvai to raze Flower Fruit Mountain to the ground. Lai Tin shot him a look but remained silent. The Jade Emperor fell into deep thought, considering the proposals before him. Tuna interjected. We can discuss unity later. Now is not the time for arguments. The focus is the strange celestial phenomenon. We must decide whether to fight, when to fight, and how to fight. Every plan hinges on the treasury. He called to Kong Min. You are in charge of the Ministry of Finance. Explain the situation. Kong Min replied, 10,000 years of campaigns have drained the treasury. That's why we recalled 3 army corps to the heavens, leaving only a single garrison to stand guard. Now, with 7 more demon kings to deal with, our finances are stretched thin. The question is, how many troops can we even deploy? And for how long? He counted on his fingers. He presented the final figures. An army of 100,000 for a maximum of 3 years. Manlu argued that if the great Emperor Ziwei were given 100,000 elite soldiers, he could crush the 7 demon kings within a single year. Kong Min gave a cold laugh, reminding them that in war there are wins and losses, and the 7 demon kings would not be so easily defeated. A prolonged war would be unbearable for the treasury. Just then, Lightum entered to report, Your Majesty, Ling Miao requests an audience outside the hall. Tuna spoke. Hua Kuang has arrived. The observer is in position. The source of the trouble is at Flower Fruit Mountain. We can now begin. The Jade Emperor nodded and permitted him to enter. Ling Miao strode into the grand hall. He bowed his head, his expression as calm as still water. The scene shifts to the eastern continent of superior purity, on Flower Fruit Mountain. His clone was already present there. A ring of energy radiated from his position, enveloping the entire mountain. He reported, Flower Fruit Mountain has been locked down by the divine senses of the 4 kings. Phúc Ngu, it's time to begin. Phúc Ngu clasped his hands and replied, Yes, his eyes flashing with light. His gaze swept downwards, clearly revealing all of Wukong's movements. Then, the 7 demon leaders entered the water curtain cave, and Phúc Ngu reported he could no longer observe them. He asked for their position, and the answer was a precise 3/4, 5 parts. The avatar turned to the puppet head and gave a slight nod, understanding the signal. The puppet head raised his hand and began chanting an incantation. Waves of sound emanated from his hand. The other man coordinated his actions as well. He held up 2 fingers, opening his heavenly eye to penetrate the cave. Their location immediately became clear within his sight. From that moment on, the image gradually sharpened, every detail materializing before his eyes. He turned to ask, Is the sound of the water causing any interference? The puppet head replied, I can still hear clearly. It's no problem. He immediately gave the order. Good. You must repeat every sentence you hear back to me, word for word. Inside the water curtain cave, the demon kings were feasting and drinking merrily, with fine wine covering the tables. Delicacies from the mountains and seas were laid out everywhere, as Wukong laughed loudly and invited them to drink. It is a true honor to have you brothers in my cave. After wreaking havoc in the Dragon Palace and taking a tour of the underworld, Old Sun's reputation has spread across the 4 seas and the 8 wildernesses. Meeting all of you today, with your heaven-shaking auras, makes me even more ecstatic. Come, let's drain a cup of this monkey wine. They all raised their cups in unison to toast the great sage, heaven's equal, their cheers echoing throughout the entire cave. Suddenly, a demon guard reported, Great King, there are strange visitors outside. Leithu's face immediately darkened. The atmosphere grew tense, and a few of them showed signs of caution, but Lan Lin simply smirked. He asked if they were there to cause trouble, and the answer was that they were only observing from a distance, having made no move yet. Wukong took a sip of wine and chuckled, probably spies from the Jade Emperor sent to scout Flower Fruit Mountain. Ngu Chuang replied, Let them look. Even if their grand army came, they couldn't do a thing to us. Drink up. Mithun taunted that the newly resurrected Jiang Shi was already eager to borrow the great sage's fame to show off. We are the guests here. This is a small matter for the host to handle himself. There's no need for others to interfere. See, Ngu Kuang retorted sharply. Don't you dare accuse me of borrowing his fame. If you're not afraid of the heavenly officials, then stand up and let's see who's really scared. He immediately shot up from his seat. The tension was as thick as a drawn bowstring, and Nuantai quickly stepped in to mediate, telling Mithun to sit down. He snorted coldly before reluctantly taking his seat again. Nuantai began to flatter him. "Great sage, you raised hell in the Dragon Palace, caused chaos in the underworld, and fought Neja, shaking the three realms. You are a true role model for the demon race. Today, I've brought my 5 brothers here to congratulate you, both to admire your heroic style and to lend you our support. Please, allow me to toast you, great sage." Wukong replied graciously, "You are too kind. You've all come from so far to support me, and I will remember this display of loyalty." He then proposed, "Since we are all kindred spirits, why don't we become sworn brothers?" Wukong immediately agreed. "An excellent idea. Let's do it just like that." Each of them had a different expression, but Lan Lin maintained his enigmatic smile. Nuantai seized the opportunity. "With so many heroes gathered, if we become sworn brothers, our fame will surely shake the 3 realms," he suggested. "I have already declared myself the Great Sage, Heaven's equal. Why don't all of you also take the title of Great Sage? Won't the 7 great sages roaming the 3 realms be a magnificent sight?" Maka agreed, but demanded that everyone reveal their signature moves, and with that, he began to form hand seals. His body swelled up like a mountain. He reached out, lifted a colossal pointed weapon, and flexed his incredible strength. Calling his divine ability, "As you will," he instantly grew to tower over the heavens and the earth. He declared himself the heaven-leveling great sage. Wukong clapped and laughed heartily. The sheer power was magnificent. When it was Nuantai's turn, he admitted his strength was no match for Brother Nu's. However, he said that everyone has their own unique talents. He raised his hand and summoned water, showcasing his power to overturn rivers and churn the seas. Waves flooded the banquet table, and from them, a 3-headed water beast emerged. A water dragon coiled through the air. He let out a great roar, unleashing his full power. He announced that he was the sea-overturning great sage. Next, Tukon fell into a thoughtful silence before he finally spoke. He said, "Just as a general repels an army, earth contains water." The ground itself morphed into a gigantic earth lion. It lunged forward and bit down on Nuantai's water dragon. All of the water's power was completely absorbed into the lion's body. The fully formed lion let out a deafening roar as Tukon declared himself the mountain-moving great king, earning a toast of praise from Wukong. He complimented his 2 elder brothers on their brilliant techniques. Nuantai fell silent, feeling outclassed, while Ngu Kwang just snorted and called it a flashy, cheap trick. He took a deep breath, his cheeks puffing up like balloons. Then, he spat out an endless swarm of ghostly apparitions. The ghostly figures descended upon the earth lion, causing it to crumble and fall apart. A horde of year slaves then rose from the water, surrounding the banquet table before bowing their heads in unison. He boasted that he could command both gods and demons, proclaiming himself the god-expelling great sage. Mithuan just laughed coldly, saying that a title like that was just a bunch of smoke and mirrors. He argued that a true battle of techniques wasn't about size or showmanship. The key was having a decisive final blow. He then bragged that his specialty was the invisible killing technique. A fierce wind began to blow, and the year slaves started to disintegrate. Their bodies crumbled into fine dust. The cloud of dust quickly spread throughout the entire cave. The air all around them was completely engulfed by it. He declared his divine wind to be invincible and crowned himself the wind-penetrating great sage. Makha complimented him, admitting that his divine wind was indeed formidable. Enraged, Ngu Chuang slammed his fist on the table. "Are you trying to challenge me?" he roared. Dark, demonic energy shot out from his hands. It flew directly into the raging tempest, and it began to suck away all of the opponent's spiritual energy. The divine wind grew weaker and weaker until it finally dissipated completely. The demonic energy now reigned supreme, plunging the entire cave into darkness. He sneered that a mere divine wind was nothing against his demonic formation. But Methuan immediately fired back. "You old Jiangshi monster," he yelled. "Let's see who's really stronger." The threefold divine wind gathered into a furious gale and charged forward. With a dark expression, Ngu Chuang commanded the demonic formation to rise. From the ground, countless ghostly figures surged upwards. The gale and the demonic formation collided, making the aura extremely dangerous. Maka thought to himself that this was bad. They were about to risk their lives for real. Just then, a pair of wings blocked the way. Lan Lin made his move, unleashing the primal wind wall to block the attack. He calmly activated the void-still windscape. A single flap of his wings was enough to dispel the chaos. That power pierced through everything. Nothing could touch him. The water and earth gradually stabilized, and order was restored. Ngju Kuang and Mi Thun were stunned. The demonic formation and the divine wind were actually intertwining. How could this be possible? Maka observed closely, then shook his head. It wasn't a fusion. The two forces were just pressed together, yet remained distinct. To tame them to this degree was absolutely no ordinary technique. Could it be? Tukon saw it immediately. That's right. This is a martial art. He unleashed the art of shaking mountains and rivers, and majestic mountain ranges rose up within the caves. Nantai was astonished. The demonic formation turned into mountains. The divine wind became water. Before them appeared a 1,000-mile landscape painting. The main character clapped, praising its magnificent splendor. The servant monkeys just stood there, frozen in awe. Then they all let out a cheer, eagerly moving closer. One curious monkey reached out to touch the mountain and river painting, murmuring how beautiful it was. Just then, a bird flew by, diving straight into the scenery. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. The monkey recoiled in terror as Lan Lin warned softly, "Be careful, this painting devours people." Maka clapped in admiration. The Yang Wind and Yin Earth have harmonized, multiplying its killing power. This is truly death within a landscape painting, erasing people without a trace. Such mastery. He advised that instead of fighting amongst themselves, they should save their strength for outside enemies. If they were to become sworn brothers, they shouldn't use such heaven-defying abilities to compete with family. Nantai praised. The great rock rises with the wind, soaring for 10,000 miles. The wind power of the Rock Demon King is truly legendary. He deserves the title of Great Sage equaling heaven. Tukon nodded in agreement. This move was truly an eye-opener. The title of Great Sage equaling heaven fits him perfectly. Seeing his spotlight stolen, Ngu Chuang's face darkened. The old man stared at Lan Lin with a grim look, trying to suppress his anger. The man stood up humbly and said he didn't dare accept the title, thanking the two for their generous praise. Ngu Chuang replied that their gathering today was out of respect for the great sage son. Unlike some people who lack basic tact, Mi Thun, feeling the jab, retorted, "My Samadhi divine wind was only at 30% of its power. If that's how it's going to be, then..." Tukon quickly intervened. "Brother, calm down. We are guests here. We can't continue fighting." Nantai chimed in. "Today is about becoming sworn brothers. Let's not create discord among ourselves." Lan Lin returned to his seat, and Ngu Kuang proposed that since they were becoming brothers, they had to establish a ranking. Hearing this, the whole group fell silent. Mithun said they could either go by strength or by age. Otherwise, whoever is oldest becomes the big brother. Maka agreed, but Tiukon objected, saying that origins were hard to verify. What if someone claimed to be an ancient divine beast? How could they confirm it? Mithun nodded. Some people were resurrected after being dead for 10,000 years. So how would you even calculate their age? Ngu Chuang laughed and said in that case, they'd compete based on strength. Ngo Kong stood up and advised, "It's hard to determine a winner based on skill, and it would be easy to ruin the harmony. How about we go by body size? I'm the smallest, so I'll be the seventh brother." This sentence left everyone stunned. Tukon praised his humility. If the seventh brother has spoken, then let's do as he says. He raised his cup towards the Bull Demon King. "From now on, You are the eldest brother." Maka gave a forced laugh, saying he didn't dare accept the honor. Lanlin raised her cup to toast Big Brother Bull, and the whole crowd cheered in unison. Although Meithuan and Nguchuang were unhappy about it, they had no choice but to accept and toast their big brother. The atmosphere became lively again, as shouts of "bottoms up" echoed throughout the cave. This entire scene was transmitted directly back to the Cloud Palace. It was all thanks to Lin Yu's Heavenly Eye Mirror Image technique. The Jade Emperor, Empress Haotho, and Tuna were all grimly silent. Van Trong and Lai Tin exchanged glances, while Truong Khan and Kong Min were also on edge. At the foot of Flower Fruit Mountain, command flags fluttered behind the legions of demons. The Jade Emperor spoke up, saying that 7 demons had gathered at the Water Curtain Cave, calling themselves the 7 Great Sages, a force of considerable influence. The 3 realms were all watching the miraculous Mist Palace, waiting to see how the Heavenly Court would handle the situation. He turned to ask Jiang Zia about the identities of the Demon Kings. Tuna stepped forward and reported, "Your Majesty, with all due respect, while they have formed a powerful sworn brotherhood, each of them has his own agenda. Aside from Sun Wukong, who truly wants to cause chaos, the other 6 are mostly just borrowing his momentum and are likely not united in their rebellion against heaven." Empress Haotho was skeptical. "Are you suggesting we try to divide them from within?" She argued that they should use swift and overwhelming force to annihilate them all in order to preserve the court's authority. Manlu immediately chimed in to agree. He argued that for these fiends to openly rebel against heaven was a blatant disregard for the law, and failing to suppress them quickly would set a dangerous precedent. He pleaded with His Majesty to immediately dispatch troops and level Flower Fruit Mountain. Truong Khan was aghast when he heard this. He advised that they should listen to Tai Kong's full analysis before making a decision. Empress Haotho let out a cold snort, but she still nodded in agreement. All eyes turned toward the Jade Emperor. He remained silent, lost in thought. The images from Flower Fruit Mountain continued to stream in. Tuna began his analysis, explaining that the 7 great demon kings were all recent upstarts. For 10,000 years, the Heavenly Court had never heard their names, which means they have only emerged recently. Their reputations have only begun to take shape within the last 1,000 years. The Bull Demon King was originally a great white bull spirit who once fought alongside Ho Van Tue. He was a trusted confidant and his second-in-command. After Ho Van Tue's death, he wanted to take over his forces, so he needed the prestige to suppress the old guard. His coming to Flower Fruit Mountain is really just a ploy to borrow Wukong's fame to elevate his own status. The Flood Dragon King has 3 heads. His identity is a mystery. We have very little intelligence on him, and he may be the most calculating of the group. I encountered him 1 year ago in Miaojiang, and I suspect he was connected to the disturbances there. I fear his purpose in coming to Flower Fruit Mountain this time is to drag others down with him. The Rock Demon King hails from the White Mirror Bright Sea. He has great ambitions and has spent years uniting demon clans across the northern Aparagadanya continent. He has mastered military strategy, making him a long-term threat to the Heavenly Court. The Lion Camel King is the new leader of the demonic sect in the southern Jambudvipa continent, commanding roughly 100,000 followers. His situation is similar to the Bull Demon King's, but he has a calmer disposition and seems to have originated from a Taoist sect. Both Van Trong and Empress Haotho were shocked to hear the term Taoist sect. Truong Khan explained that in the past, Taoist sects accepted many demons, but some eventually lost their way on the path of cultivation. Empress Haotho said coldly, "If he has become a sect leader, he couldn't have been just an ordinary disciple." She demanded to know who exactly taught this fiend and who should be held responsible. Tuna replied helplessly that they were still investigating. Empress Haotho ordered them to intensify the investigation immediately. Tuna lowered his head and continued. The Ashen Ape King is 9 feet tall, covered entirely in white fur, and has a grotesque figure. The intelligence on him is almost a complete blank, as if he simply materialized in the 3 realms. The old man repeated what Meithuan had said about the resurrected Jiangshi. then analyzed it with the newly gathered data. The Ashen Ape King is most likely a product of the great desolate idol from the Miao frontier, a corpse king that was either recreated or awakened. Perhaps he is the threat we should be most wary of. The Macaque King, a self-proclaimed Buddhist demon of Mount Ami, is cunning, pragmatic, and values money over righteousness. He must have come to Flower Fruit Mountain for some business deal. If we tempt him with profit, we might be able to make him withdraw on his own. And what about Sun Wukong's? He's a major wild card. His divine powers are considerable, but his mind is quite simple. On one hand, he demands the title, Great Sage, equal to heaven, yet on the other, he makes no clear political demands. He's probably just hungry for fame. Upon hearing this, Lai Tin sank into deep thought. Truong Khan deduced that the other 6 demon kings probably don't want to rebel against heaven and are just using his banner to seek their own gains, a point which Tuna confirmed. He proposed that they could be divided and won over. Haotho objected, arguing that by swearing brotherhood with a rebel and raising a banner to declare themselves kings, they had already challenged the heavenly court. Man Lu eagerly requested that the great Emperor Zi Wei lead 100,000 troops to level Flower Fruit Mountain and establish their authority. Kong Min frowned, and Tuna said that even the great Emperor would need at least 200,000 celestial soldiers, in addition to the Thunder Ministry. They would also need the Fire Ministry, the coordination of the Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas, provisions, magic artifacts, and formation support. A year of war would consume half of the Heavenly Court's annual income, and if it dragged on, the consequences would be unpredictable. They had only recently managed to curb spending by withdrawing troops from the mortal realm. Now, the palaces need repairs and the peach banquet is about to be held. The treasury is truly stretched thin. The Jade Emperor listened in silence. Truong Khan advised that military affairs are a matter of life and death and cannot be rushed. Just then, Lai Tin stepped forward to speak. He argued that the 7 demon kings were merely a fair-weather alliance, and conflict would inevitably arise among them sooner or later. If the heavenly court applies too much pressure, they will unite, but if we ease up, they will fall apart on their own. We should send an emissary to offer amnesty and wait for them to fall into internal strife before mobilizing our army. Someone remarked that this was the superior strategy to achieve victory without fighting. Kong Min agreed. Dividing them and then fighting them one by one would preserve both their prestige and their power. Haotho gave a cold laugh, worried that delaying would allow the enemy to grow stronger. If the 7 kings truly become a formidable force, the situation will be even more difficult to handle. Man Lu again clamored for a swift strike to eliminate any future trouble. Tuna said that a rope of 7 strands cannot be cut with a single slash. You must cut each strand one by one. Haotho scoffed that such a move would be beneath their dignity. The Jade Emperor interjected, stating that whether to kill or grant amnesty must be judged based on the times. The key is to achieve a perfect outcome. A lasting solution can only be achieved by combining hardness with softness. He called out to Kuang Tuna. He asked the old man to present his countermeasure. State your plan. Tuna replied that he had a plan to quell the rebellion with the least amount of loss. First, offer amnesty to Sun Wukong, giving him the hollow title of Great Sage, equal to heaven, a title with no real authority, and keep him in the heavenly court to separate him from Flower Fruit Mountain. It's a promotion in name, but a confinement in reality. Truong Khan agreed and volunteered to go offer the amnesty. Second, regarding the Bull Demon King, we should pardon his past crimes, grant him authority over the Western continent, and covertly arrange a deal for mutual benefits. Kong Min felt that a transaction was still more advantageous than war. Third, against the Rock Demon King, will feign an attack on his stronghold and secretly fund his enemies. This will throw him into chaos, leaving him with no energy to worry about the south. It's a classic attack what they will surely defend tactic. Lai Tin was assigned the mission to harass him with a few thousand elite soldiers. Fourth, with the Lion Camel King, will use a silver-tongued envoy to stabilize him with a combination of authority and benevolence. We'll bestow him with rewards to keep his troops from making a move. As for the macaque king, we'll offer him titles and treasures to buy him off, causing internal dissent among his ranks. Hautho argued that these were all just petty tricks. Tuna countered that true authority comes from a stable 3 realms and a strong national treasury. Van Trong then asked, "What about the Flood Dragon King and the Tamarin King?" Tuna said those were the final 2 parts of the plan. Once the other 5 factions are divided, we will concentrate our elite forces to eliminate these 2 and establish our might. So, Truong Khan praised the plan to divide 5 and destroy 2 as a perfect blend of hard and soft tactics. Kong Min calculated that killing 2 kings instead of 7 would reduce the cost by 60%. Lai Tin agreed. His only concern was whether they could successfully appease and recruit that monkey. Hautho worried that if a single step went wrong, the entire plan would collapse. The Jade Emperor finalized the plan, assigning the great white planet Venus to handle the recruitment. Trio Kong Min was in charge of the negotiations, while Lai Tin was responsible for the military forces and for surrounding and killing the 2 kings when the time came. Van Trong and Man Lu were to await orders for reinforcements. Hautho would manage the logistics. Quang Tuna was appointed the Grand Admiral of Demon Subjugation to coordinate the entire operation. All of them accepted the decree in unison. The Jade Emperor reminded them that they must uphold the might of the heavens while preserving the treasury. Everyone understood that this mission would affect the entire 3 realms. Back at Flower Fruit Mountain, the feast had ended, and bowls and plates were scattered about. Tu Kon sat with Ngo Kong, watching the sunset. He recited a line from a farewell song, and the evening glow was tinged with sadness. Tu Kon said that all their brothers had gone home, and Flower Fruit Mountain was about to become quiet again. He admitted that he had gotten used to the liveliness, and the sudden silence felt a bit empty. Then he asked why his brother was still around, and the other person laughed, saying she was afraid he'd get bored. She said she knew of a place even more lively than drinking. She just asked if he was interested in going with her. She explained that Dragon Tiger Mountain was about to hold a martial arts Taoist assembly. Cultivators from all over would gather to discuss philosophies and compete in skill. An incredibly lively spectacle. Seeing his excitement, she knew she was halfway to convincing him. Tukon worried that it was a sacred land for cultivation, making it difficult for demons to enter. Ngo Kong laughed heartily, saying with her 72 transformations, she could just turn into a fly and buzz right in. Tukon said directly, "Seventh sister, I know your transformation skills are superb, but watching from the sidelines is boring. It's only fun if you jump in yourself. How about we disguise ourselves as Taoist priests? We can walk in openly and honorably, and even get in on the action. Compared to just watching from the outside, wasn't it 10,000 times more exciting to infiltrate those high-level Taoist disciples directly?" She hadn't even had time to object before he slapped his thigh and praised his 4th brother for the brilliant idea, saying they should disguise themselves as priests, have a go in the tournament for fun, and leave right away. Tukon filled a bowl with wine and passed it to Ngo Kong, saying his 7th sister was truly straightforward and that if they teamed up, they had to turn the Dragon Tiger Mountain Assembly upside down. He said they'd drink this toast and then set off. The 2 bowls clinked together loudly, and they both shouted, "Bottoms up!" On the surface, our hero wore a carefree smile, but his eyes glinted with a cunning, calculating light. After drinking, he casually tossed the bowl behind him and wiped his mouth with his hand, as if he was ready to stir up some trouble. Tukong stepped forward and bowed, asking, "Great King, do you have any other instructions?" He replied, "Old Ape Duke, my 4th brother and I are going out for a few days. I'm leaving all matters big and small on the mountain for you to handle. If there's something urgent and you can't find me, just go to Dragon Tiger Mountain." The old servant respectfully replied that he understood, wishing the great king and the 4 great sages a successful and enjoyable journey. Ngo Kong excitedly called out to his 4th brother, saying they should transform and get things heated up. As he performed the technique, a blinding layer of golden light immediately erupted around his body. When the light faded and his new form was revealed, He asked smugly if this look was good enough. Tukon nodded and showered him with praise, saying it was more than good and they should get going. With that said, the two of them transformed into streaks of light and shot straight up into the sky. Only Tiu Kong was left behind, an indescribable and strange expression flickering across his face. The two enthusiastically headed towards the Taoist sect, but on closer look, Tiu Kun seemed even more excited than the main character, Dragon Tiger Mountain, Southern Jambudvipa. Before returning to his room, Baksa stopped and turned back to look at his two disciples, their hands covered in calluses from their harsh training. In a deep voice, he said that 3 months had passed, and today was the day of the Taoist martial arts tournament, which was also the time for them to part ways. Dakola, all this time you have mostly been focusing on breaking through your realm. I was worried I wouldn't have time to teach you more divine abilities, but I never expected you to comprehend the human lightning art right after reaching the core formation stage. You've truly made me see you in a new light. He took out a few purple dissipation talismans and gave them to the boy, asking if he knew how to use them. Kola was surprised and delighted, asking why his master was being so generous, as these purple talismans weren't exactly cheap. His master shook his head, saying he'd just praised him, and he was already showing his true colors. He explained that the talismans were to save his life, and reminded him that the power of lightning is incredibly fierce. Since his cultivation level was still low, retreating was the wisest course of action against a strong opponent. The boy grinned from ear to ear and replied, I know. Tatsa turned to Vuong Tien, telling him that the mind art, spell art, and movement art he had taught him had reached a basic level of mastery, enough to support his fiery eyes' golden gaze, and even contend for the top ranks in the tournament. However, his foundation was still weak and he lacked experience, so it would be difficult for him to handle chaotic and complex situations. First and foremost, you must know how to protect yourself, and you must be even more cautious when you fight. I know you are destined for great things, and in the future, you must look after your senior brother. Here are 7 small recovery pills for breakthroughs and healing injuries. The young man reached out and took the bottle of pills. Suddenly, his master gripped Vuong Tien's wrist tightly. He leaned in close, looking at him with a strange intensity in his eyes that left the boy slightly stunned. He said only one thing: defeat him and survive. Behind him, 2 glowing red eyes seemed to flash into existence, stunning the main character. Kola laughed and waved his hand dismissively, telling his master not to worry. It was just a competition, and if they met an opponent who was too strong, he would pull his junior brother back with him, so it wouldn't become life-threatening. Vuong Tien coldly shoved his brother's hand away and asked directly, "And what if we're pushed into a corner?" Tatsa replied, "Think of your senior brother. Kola's lightning techniques can sever your killing intent, and your fire techniques can help him temper himself. The abilities I passed on to you two were meant for lightning and fire to complement each other. Only by supporting each other can you go far in this era of great conflict," he said, looking at his 2 disciples with a heavy heart. "This time, I am leaving, and you must walk the path ahead on your own." Vuong Tien quickly asked, "Master, will you come back?" He didn't answer, instead advising Kola that his heart was like water. He was kind, but he shouldn't be so meek that he loses his spirit. And you, your nature is like fire. You are determined and brave, but remember not to let that flame consume you. He patted them both on the shoulder, said, "Take care," and then transformed into a beam of light that shot straight into the sky. The 2 brothers immediately gave chase, following the direction he flew. They chased until they could no longer keep up and were forced to stop. Vuong Tien looked up and called out, "Master," understanding fully that he would not return. All he could do was tell himself to persevere. Kola stood beside him, the wind blowing through his hair as he silently gazed at the sky. Afterwards, they returned to the room where Tatsa used to live. The door was shut tight, as if sealing away a piece of their memories. The 2 packed their belongings and, one by one, left the place that was so full of memories. On the familiar mountain path, only the two brothers remained, walking side by side. They walked in silence along the river's edge. No one said a word, and Kola's figure suddenly looked unusually lonely from behind. Thien, who was walking behind, suddenly spoke up. "You're not him." Kola's footsteps stopped in their tracks. He turned his head and asked why he would say that. Vong Tien replied, "I can't deny your acting is flawless. You even fooled Master. But 3 months ago, you nearly suffered a cultivation deviation and were in a coma for 7 days. When you first woke up, you called me Junior Brother Vuong Tien, whereas before, he only ever called me Vuong Tien or Junior Brother. I've been watching you since that day. Your gaze, your posture, your voice, they're all different." He walked with a light step, while you walk as steady as if you're measuring the ground. Your eyes always look like you're calculating something. A personality might change after a traumatic event, but habits built up over many years can't be altered so quickly. Most importantly, he wouldn't have been so calm when Master left. He definitely would have been heartbroken. But you, even while trying to imitate him, lack his soul. Your performance is terrible. The other man laughed and praised his keen observation, asking if he'd known for 3 months. Why was he bringing it up now? Did he want an answer, or did he intend to do something? Vuong Tien clenched his fists, his voice dropping low. "I watched you for 3 months to figure out your goal. After thinking about it, it must be related to the Taoist Martial Arts Assembly. That's why today, I can't let you leave so easily. And I certainly won't let you use my senior brother's life as a hostage to enter such a dangerous place. Where is Dak Kola? What have you done to him?" Faced with these angry words, the impostor simply smiled calmly. He replied, "This body is fine. I have no intention of harming him or you. What I am doing is of great importance and cannot be explained. But know this, once it's done, I will leave and return him to you unharmed." Vuong Tien stepped closer and asked, "And why should I believe you?" He coldly replied, "Because you have no choice. His life is in my hands. Exposing me will only bring harm to both you and him. A smart person knows how to weigh their options. Besides, if you wanted to expose me, why didn't you tell Sa Tien Su before he left? Why wait until now to make a move?" This made Vuong Tien freeze. He stated it plainly, "Because the assembly is your last chance. You don't want anyone ruining your plans or cutting short your opportunity to learn. You've already chosen yourself over your senior brother, so you might as well face what's in your own heart. The path of cultivation is fraught with danger. As the bearer of the blood hand, you understand better than anyone how crucial strength and strategy are. Compared to who he was before, I am far more capable of helping you train and protect yourself." Hearing those manipulative words, Vuong Tien faltered. At that moment, this version of Kola began to radiate a suffocatingly dangerous aura. He lifted his head to look his opponent straight in the eye and declared, "I will be watching you. If you dare harm him, I will make you pay." The other man just gave a faint smile at his threat. Kola simply muttered a, "Very well," and turned to walk away, leaving Vuong Tien standing there, watching the unfamiliar figure with a heart full of doubt. And the impostor calmly walked on, as if nothing had just happened. In the southern continent of Namdam, Dragon Tiger Mountain was packed with people. Experts from all 4 corners had gathered, and the bustling crowd was a mix of all sorts of identities. There were even beastmen whose forms were clearly visible among the throng. Vuong Tien glanced around. The crowd was as thick as ants, exactly what you'd expect from a grand assembly of this scale. Suddenly, a loud thud came from up ahead, followed by a sharp cry. "Ouch!" Ha-an, who had fallen to the ground, immediately flared up. "Are you blind? What kind of way is that to walk?" Seeing the other party continue on their way, he yelled, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Stop right there." The 3 of them stopped, but they couldn't even be bothered to turn their heads. Ha-an insisted on getting an apology. Lok Luk Tien explained in a soft voice, "It's very crowded, so we bumped into you accidentally. It wasn't on purpose. Please let it go. But he refused, spewing insults about horned freaks who live in damp holes, claiming Dragon Tiger Mountain was no place for them. His words were incredibly harsh. The atmosphere immediately became as tense as a drawn bowstring. It was clear those words had struck a nerve. Ho Luk Tien growled, "What did you say, you little brat? We have invitations. We're guests. Is this how Dragon Tiger Mountain treats its guests?" Ha An sneered. "The term guest is reserved for true, reputable cultivators. Ugly, smelly things like you probably just snuck in to steal something." Hearing this, he lost his temper and raised his hand to teach Han a lesson. Just as Vuong Tien was watching this unfold, someone from behind suddenly shoved him forward to act as a shield. He stumbled forward, directly into the path of Ho Luk Tien's hand. With only a few inches to spare, the main character immediately channeled his golden light palm for defense. As the hand came crashing down, he gritted his teeth to block the blow. His opponent was momentarily surprised that the strike had been stopped. But he didn't stop, and another punch flew forward, full of pressure. Vuong Tien was sent flying backward by the force. He landed right in the middle of the crowd that was standing around watching. The crowd quickly scattered as Han's face paled. That demon cultivator's power was terrifying. From behind, someone whispered that the red-haired guy was Vuong Tien, the top disciple of their sect's Kui character class. Some called him a disgrace, while others praised him for daring to stand up for his junior sister. But they all admitted that the demon cultivator was no ordinary foe. Even many of the senior brothers present would have a hard time fighting him. Hu Luk Tien pointed directly at him, declaring that if he wanted to interfere, he shouldn't blame him for being merciless, while Vuong Tien silently wondered who the hell had pushed him out. He glanced all around behind him but saw no one suspicious, so he had to put it aside for now as a loud shout from the front called out to him. Behind Ko La, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. His gaze froze, and his heart pounded. That familiar mask was revealed with a cold smile, and here was the craziest part. It was Mi Hao Vuong. One of the main character's eyes turned red as he activated his special vision. But the spot was already empty. He had vanished. He immediately gave chase, yelling for him to stop. That sudden action made Hu Luk Tien freeze for a few seconds. He immediately blocked his path, asking, "Where do you think you're going?" Vuong Tien's voice dropped to a frigid tone. "I advise you not to stand in my way." Ha An watched in shock, wondering how that red-haired guy had suddenly become a completely different person. Hu Luk Tien roared, "You think I'm scared?" He gritted his teeth, his aura surging as if he wanted to devour his opponent. He lifted his head, half his face cloaked in shadow, and replied coldly, "If you've got the guts, then try me." A powerful force erupted from his body, surrounding him in streams of black energy. Even Hu Luk Tien was stunned. The source of this power was unbelievably strong. Just who was this kid? The people behind him turned pale. That overwhelming killing intent. Could it really be coming from that red-haired kid? "You've got to be kidding me. Is he really that strong?" He said coldly, "Either get lost or make your move. A good dog knows not to block the path." Ho Luk Tien was choked speechless by his aura, as plumes of black energy suddenly swirled up from under Vuong Tien's feet. The energy spiraled and gradually formed a human silhouette that stood before him, speaking with an arrogant tone. The black energy solidified into a distinct human form, a sight that sent chills down everyone's spines. What kind of monster is this now? Was that killing intent really released by him? Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder, and the flame in his eyes instantly died down as he regained his composure. Trung Kwai leaned close to the main character's ear and whispered, "Little brother." His figure slowly came into view, bit by bit, perfectly clear and distinct. He offered a subtle warning, "Don't overstep your bounds. It's not your place to discipline my people." His appearance sent shockwaves through the crowd. the strongest disciple since the founding of the Zhongnan sect. The main character was startled. When did he get so close without him noticing? That aura, it was terrifying. Ho Luk Tien hurriedly greeted him. "Senior brother Trung, you're here." He turned his head, his ice-cold gaze sweeping over him. A loud slap landed squarely across Ho Luk Tien's face. Trung Kwai growled, "How many times have I told you? If you cause trouble and embarrass us again, I'll deal with you myself." Duong Luk Tien was about to speak up for him, but Lok Luk Tien covered his mouth. He glared, and no one dared to defy him. Ho Luk Tien bowed his head and admitted his mistake, promising it wouldn't happen again. He glanced at the nosy onlookers. "The show's over. Everyone, disperse." The junior disciples lowered their heads, not daring to even breathe too loudly. After settling everything, Trung Kui turned and walked away. As he passed by the main character, the boy turned to watch him go, his eyes still filled with shock. He admitted to himself, he's too strong. He's definitely a top contender for the championship. Do I even stand a chance? Suddenly, he spoke up. "I'm Vuong Tien. What's your name?" Trung Kwai paused in his tracks. He replied coolly, "Trung Kwai." The crowd behind them held their breath. Did this kid really just dare to ask for his name directly? The main character thought to himself that this tournament wouldn't be so simple, then glanced up at two figures hidden on a high branch. A two, sitting in the tree, quietly asked the person beside him, "So, what do you think?" "That guy in black has an aura as deep as the ocean. He seems tough to deal with, doesn't he?" Mantu nodded. "A truly formidable opponent. I just want to jump down and test my skills against him right now." A two, however, was more interested in the red-haired boy. "I find him more interesting." Mantu was surprised. "Isn't that the kid who was just causing trouble? He doesn't look like a master to me." A2 shook his head. "Not necessarily. It seems like he's hiding something inside his body. It's an unsettling feeling, like the scent of a bad omen." Mantu grumbled, "There you go with your mysterious talk again. It's obvious you're just scared to fight the big guy, so you're changing the subject." A2 gave a faint smile. "Talking to a musclehead like you is a waste of breath." Mantu flared up. "Who are you calling brainless? How about we go around right now? Let's see if I can't snap that flimsy brush of yours in two." A2 casually waved his brush, and a streak of bright gold shot out. In an instant, strands of light wrapped tightly around Mantu. He roared, "Chew A2, another sneak attack." A2 leaped away. "I'm leaving first. You have fun playing by yourself." Mantu struggled, grinding his teeth in fury. "You have no martial honor." After breaking free, he yelled and gave chase. "Chew A2, get back here." The two chased each other noisily, and Bok Lam witnessed the entire scene. On Dragon Tiger Mountain, the rear mountain villa sits perched atop the summit. In the rear courtyard, a man was sprawled out under a tree, looking completely carefree. A small book was resting completely over his face. Suddenly, someone rushed in, frantically calling out, "Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan." Hearing the familiar voice, he started to break out in a cold sweat. Kong Ki yelled, "The sun is high in the sky and you're still sleeping." He slowly pulled the book down, the glaring sun forcing him to squint. He then put the book back over his face, making the excuse that heaven and earth were in harmony, a time for lying down, not getting up. The old man snatched the book away. "Look what time it is. The martial arts tournament is about to begin, and disciples from all over have arrived. Yet you're still here sleeping with a book on your face." He replied, "What's so great about those matches? Isn't it the same thing every year?" Kong Ki's face turned serious. "It's different this time. You're still young. You don't understand that the chessboard of the three realms has reached a critical point, and why we must make our move now. Do you really think the mortal realm is always at peace? 10,000 years ago, during the chaotic primordial era, it was thanks to the three pure ones leading the 12 golden immortals in a war across the universe that the heavenly court was established, restoring order to heaven and earth. But the remnants of those evil demons refused to submit. They hid deep within the abyss, silently healing their wounds, waiting for the day to counterattack and reclaim their power. To maintain the Great Peace, the Heavenly Court had to dispatch armies to guard the great continents. In the east, there was the Eastern Flower Emperor Lord, in the west, the Tathagata Buddha, and in the south, the Great Emperor of the Yellow Pole, each suppressing a different direction. The demonic energy was gradually purged, and the overall situation temporarily stabilized. But the prolonged warfare exhausted the immortals and gods, and the Heavenly Court itself was drained. Therefore, the Jade Emperor decreed a withdrawal of troops from the 3 continents back to the heavens to reorganize, both to recover their strength and to conserve their energy. But peace is never eternal, and evil demons are still lurking. Now, the heavy responsibility of protecting the mortal realm falls upon the shoulders of cultivators like us. Hearing this, Lin Yuan covered his ears, looking annoyed. The old man continued speaking. The future of the mortal realm depends on the Taoist sects, which is why this tournament is absolutely critical. Seeing him covering his ears, he angrily pinched him. "Are you even listening?" He quickly said he was listening, and was then told over 100 Taoist sects are participating. Whoever wins will gain control over the territories, and their resources will increase by 30%. If Dragon Tiger Mountain doesn't take first place, our 1,000-year standing will be shaken. The old man admitted he wasn't confident. The senior disciple is injured, and the others aren't as skilled as you two. I can only rest easy if you go. But the one with the highest expectations showed no interest at all. Kong Qi sighed helplessly. He advised, "I know you hate fighting, but this concerns the legacy of Dragon Tiger Mountain and the balance of the Taoist traditions in the world. You love history books, so you must understand that every shift in power brings turmoil." Lin Yuan gazed at the distant mountain range. The old man continued, "The pursuit of the Tao is about tranquility, but without sufficient strength, you won't even have the right to be tranquil." He fell into deep thought, his expression full of hesitation. Then he suddenly laughed. "So, what do I get if I win?" The old man threw out his offer. "After you take first place, I won't care what time you sleep in from now on." Those words clearly struck a nerve with Lin Yuan, and a flicker of interest showed in his eyes. The old man added the final incentive. "Just tell me what books you like to read, and I'll personally find them for you." Hearing that, he immediately slapped his hand down with a smack to confirm, "I'm in. It's a deal." He stretched lazily. "Fine. I'll treat it as some light exercise. But after this tournament, I'm taking a 6-month vacation." The old man laughed loudly. "You can have a whole year." Hearing that, his eyes lit up as if he'd just received a power-up. Lin Yuan turned to start packing, then suddenly paused. "Wait a minute, old man. If I happen to bring honor to our sect by mistake, that 120-year-old jug of fruit wine of yours, shouldn't we open it?" Kong He gave a half-smile. "You little fox. I knew you were after that thing. Now go get ready." He took that as a green light. He secretly hid his hands behind his back and smiled without a word. Outside, it was still quiet, as if nothing had happened. The tournament grounds were already packed, with disciples from all the great sects gathered in a dense crowd. Vuong Thien thought to himself, with this many people, they must all be the most talented young geniuses from the major sects. On the high stage, Kong Qi announced, "Silence. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament is being reopened, not just to test our skills, but also because of the great upheaval in the world. The Heavenly Court has withdrawn its forces to the upper realm. From now on, the order of the mortal world is our responsibility." He declared loudly, "This heavy burden falls upon our shoulders. It is both a duty and an opportunity. Remember the natural way of the Tao. Embrace good and avoid evil. The future of the mortal realm begins with your performance here today." In the middle of the crowd, the boy glanced around and spotted a familiar figure. On the stage, the man was still emphasizing that they must not disappoint their master's expectations. The figure turned his head, and it was that same face. The main character's heart pounded in his chest. The Monkey King. He actually showed up. He vaguely wondered, is he going to make his move right here? Or is he going to keep playing this cat-and-mouse game? His trembling hand clenched into a fist, and he gritted his teeth. That damn Monkey King? He would remember this grudge. The anger caused the aura around him to shift slightly. Just then, a portal opened in the sky. A dark figure shot straight down toward the tournament stage. An overwhelming pressure flooded the area. It was the mountain-guarding spirit beast, Haijai. It had a black body and sharp horns, radiating an overpowering presence. The Haijai, the mountain-guarding Dharma treasure of Dragon Tiger Mountain, was once a war god of the Western Pole under Emperor Tron. For its glorious achievements, it was appointed to the 28 mansions as the previous Dao Mu Ji. Konghe looked at it sternly, as the spirit beast's golden eyes swept across the entire square. Someone whispered, "I heard it can distinguish between good and evil and detect malevolent intent. Why has it appeared today?" The golden light from its eyes slowly settled on the main character. His entire body froze. In the sea of people, the target had been locked. His heart skipped a beat. This is bad. I have to suppress my killing intent now. His red pupils gradually returned to normal. The change made the Haijai pause, and it scanned the crowd once more. The light stopped right in front of him, and sweat broke out on his skin. Mustering all his courage, he turned his head and saw it approaching him. It stared intently, but it couldn't sense any killing intent. The Haijai began to doubt itself. It let out a sigh and then vanished from the square. The crowd erupted in murmurs, wondering why the spirit beast had retreated so strangely. Someone worried. Could it be that it detected something? The main character breathed a sigh of relief. Nearby, Atu shot him a meaningful glance, while Konghe asked everyone for their thoughts on the strange event. One person analyzed. The Haijai only appears when there's evil intent. Perhaps it was just a misunderstanding. The Dharma treasure just finished its restoration, so it might be a bit sensitive. Another person countered. It has never been wrong. It's safer to check all the contestants. After much debate, they finally decided it was better to be safe than sorry. This concerned their 1,000-year-old legacy. Konghe silently recalled the report about the demonic sect infiltrating their ranks. It seemed the rumor wasn't baseless, after all. He immediately ordered the defensive Earth Array to be activated and summoned all the elders of the Law Hall back to the mountain. But the tournament would proceed as planned. The main character glanced at the side of the Monkey King's face, reassuring himself it was probably just a coincidence. Just then, a fan tapped his shoulder, and Ha-An called out, "Hey, red hair." He watched warily as the man approached. Ha-An smiled. The spirit beast had its eyes on you just now. Its gaze was fixed on you for at least 10 breaths. He replied nonchalantly, "It's probably just because my cultivation is so weak that I stood out." Ha-An wouldn't let it go. "I think that gaze was searching for something. Or maybe you're hiding some kind of secret." He ignored the provocative question. Ha-An continued to try and get friendly, introducing himself as Dong Fuang Sok from Kongdong Mountain, and said he wanted to be friends. Our hero introduced himself as Vuong Thien, a disciple of Long Hu Mountain. Ha-An then said they should look out for each other in the tournament. "Brother." On the stage, Konghe continued, "This martial arts tournament is not only different in scale, but it also features rewards from the heavenly court." Streams of light shot out from his sleeves. He announced the Ascension Scroll, a divine edict from the Heavenly Emperor himself, to be granted to the top 8 individuals. The top 8 contestants would receive this official title. The disciples buzzed with excitement. This was a one-way ticket to a divine post. The main character was stunned, and Ha-An laughed. "You didn't know," he explained. "The Ascension Scroll allows you to be listed among the immortals, receive an official position, and enjoy the fortune of the heavenly Tao, as long as you're not some great villain. This meant you would no longer be a nameless rogue immortal. Instead, you'd become an official celestial officer, with a salary, resources, and connections in the heavenly court." After hearing this, his eyes lit up. On the stage, the man added, "And that's not all. The 8 winners will also be rewarded with a top-grade immortal peach and a 9 revolutions golden elixir to help solidify their cultivation realm. The entire square roared in astonishment. So, a 9 revolutions golden elixir. That was a legendary tonic only used by golden immortals. The Heavenly Emperor was really going all out this time, and everyone's fighting spirit was ignited. Kong Hee reminded them, the rewards are great, but they won't be easy to claim. The tournament is divided into 2 stages. The first is the 5 elements trial formation behind me, which consists of 5 concentric rings. The outer ring is a perilous forest of giant trees, followed by shifting sands and a swamp, then a frigid ice pond, a raging sea of fire, and at the very center, a dense metallic energy like a mountain of blades and a forest of swords. The rules are clear. The first 48 people to reach the center will advance to round 2. These 5 trials will test your foundation, your mastery of the 5 elements arts, and your ability to adapt. The formation is filled with restrictive spells and hidden dangers. One careless slip and you'll be eliminated immediately. Are you ready? The crowd turned pale hearing this. Previous tournaments were just about skill contests. Why was this one as intense as a high-rank dungeon raid? The 5 trials of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. How could anyone pass without mastering the 5 elements? Just hearing about a mountain of blades and a sea of fire was enough to send a chill down their spines. Someone calculated that the first forest was already difficult, and the swamp would be a counter-elemental nightmare. Plus, since only 48 people could pass, they'd have to rush. But rushing through a death trap was basically asking for trouble. The main character understood perfectly. Be a step too slow and you're out, but be too fast and you might pay a heavy price. Ha-an stroked his chin, thinking that anyone who wasn't a master of all 5 elements would have to push hard in their strongest trial and then risk it all in their weakest one. Trung Kui smirked. It wasn't just about running fast, but running smart. Mantu muttered, "There's no rule against flying, right? Can't we just fly straight across?" Atu shook his head. If it were that easy, everyone would be in the top. Kong Ki asked again, "Anyone who feels this is too much can withdraw now. To save yourself is to save your future opportunities. Longhu Mountain will not force you." The atmosphere started to grow heavy. Many disciples showed clear hesitation. One person sighed and left, vowing to return next season. The crowd began to thin out as several people decided to go back and train more. Kong Ki silently assessed the situation. Only about 20 had withdrawn so far. The quality of this batch of disciples was quite high. He shouted, "Those who are staying, choose your starting positions. The trial begins on the 3rd bell. Everyone spread out to claim a spot." Ha-an threw an arm over his shoulder. "The forest is the same everywhere. Let's pick a less crowded area so we can breathe." On the stage, Kong Ki was still secretly searching for a familiar figure. His face darkened when he couldn't find Lin Yuan anywhere. He suppressed his anger. Where did that brat run off to now? I'll settle the score with him when we get back to the mountain. Meanwhile, at the Dharma Leaf Pavilion of the Immortal Mountains on Longhu Mountain, Lin Yuan glanced around, wondering, isn't everyone supposed to gather at the martial arts platform? Why is it so deserted? Someone called out, "Excuse me, young Taoist master over there." It was Little Diamond, who looked like a walking gourd, asking for directions. The man answered casually, "This is the Front Mountain's martial arts platform. The trial is at the back mountain. You're going the wrong way." The boy looked like he'd been struck by lightning. Little Diamond bolted away, and only then did the man startle. "Wait, the Grand Assembly is at the back mountain. Elsewhere?" Ha-an said, "Let's pick this spot." As they were walking, the main character suddenly turned his head. He saw Bak To Trin and Duong Thien behind them, accompanied by a white lion. Ha-an teased, "What's got you so mesmerized, red-haired bro?" He followed his friend's gaze and was taken aback, noting, "Now that's an intense stare." He whispered, "You see that fairy in white? She's the top disciple of the Holy Mother of Lasan." Bak To Trin's fame was known throughout all of Bin Chao, and countless people vied for her attention, but she simply observed her surroundings with a calm indifference. Someone from behind them chimed in. I wouldn't be so sure about that. She may be as serene and cold as a mountaintop snow blossom. Beautiful to admire from a distance, but nearly impossible to get close to. If you ask me, the young lady beside her is far more captivating. With a smile as gentle as a spring flower, Triolap was passionately praising Duong Thien. Ha-an blushed, hearing the compliments, but the main character was focused on someone else entirely. Standing before the two ladies was Koi Min, and the moment their eyes met, the air crackled with hostility. Koi Min's annoyance was written all over his face. He barked, "What are you looking at? Don't you have any manners?" Ha-an shot back, "My eyes are on my own body. I can look wherever I please. Besides, how would you know we were looking if you weren't looking at us?" Koi Min flew into a rage, raising his spear and stepping forward. At that exact moment, the clear, ringing sound of a bell echoed through the air. He stopped, suddenly on guard, while the main character looked up toward the sound. To Trin spoke softly, "The bell has rung. We should enter the formation first." Koi Min had no choice but to swallow his anger. Ha-an stuck his tongue out, provoking him, and the two glared daggers at each other. The main character's eyes met Tu Trin's, and she offered a faint smile, which instantly made him flustered. His face flushed bright red, and he quickly ducked his head to avoid her gaze. He stayed that way until their figures had vanished completely into the forest. Ha-an mumbled, "That white lion and the young lady, they seem so familiar, but I just can't remember from where." The two of them were already heading into the forest, so he rushed to catch up, shouting, "Hey, you said we'd be a team. Wait for me." Triolap lowered his flute from his lips. Then he too followed them, heading into the trial.